run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar that just dropped like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Roads close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Now I thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this fit. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel want you, sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track. Face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always thought the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by.
my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm feeling real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in it, distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living life with no energy. Feeling free, energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy.
You'll be free. When I set you free, I breathe you in. But all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires.
wanna need me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. Serotonin slide, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, slides up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment, yeah. Now we can know it's on the low between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
But discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. The day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
But discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have learned to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
side. Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late.
Welcome into day 2 here of the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers for North America. My name is Bamwolf, Rojo right over there, and we start with what is hopefully. I went to bed praying, I woke up praying, I did my 12 unranked games to Gaben, or whatever it is, my low prio games to just like pray to Gaben properly, that this is gonna be a good game, because this is Rottweilers, this is GamerLegion. Both teams absolutely raffle stomped their opponents on day 1. It was not close. It was 33 minutes for the first series, and while game 2 of the second series did last, I think, about 29 minutes, it still wasn't close, and I think total game time was closer to 45. So we had more time in the breaks between the games yesterday than we did the actual games, which means, Rojo, that today of all days, we're gonna have some close games. The good teams, or the teams are gonna be more closely matched. The teams that lost theoretically should be on a similar level. The teams that won should hopefully be on a similar level, or at least those are the lies I'm telling myself, right?
Yeah, it's I mean, if we get a good series here, then I think we have some fun potential for the rest of the qualifiers. At least, Rottweilas, I think they're gonna learn something from the series regardless, I'm sure, facing into GamerLegion. But I do think that you are correct. This has some strong potential to be close. I mean, we already saw Rottweilas almost beat out GamerLegion in the last qualifier. They're very close to winning their game 3. They stomped GamerLegion one of the games. So it's very possible. Again, I also like to mention in general, Dota is just one of those games where some days you just happen to play a little bit worse. And if that happens to most of your team on some random day, a random Saturday in January, then sometimes you lose out a series that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Or, conversely as well, sometimes you just play very, very well on the day. So, the natural differences between teams, maybe Rottweilers are really on it today. Of course, they've also notably changed out to their players, who we believe is probably just an upgrade overall for them. So if it was really close last time, at least one of the series was very close last time, then we have potential for sure this time around.
And even in fairness, that grand finals, it was a 3-0. Some of the games were not particularly close, but game 2 was very close. It was back and forth. There was a rapier that was fed and then picked up by, not fed, but a rapier that was stolen by Rottweilas, picked up by Rottweilers, and then a buyback happens. The Rapier carrier gets jumped on top of again. There's no buyback, and GamerLegion does end, but it was a very good game. All right, back and forth the entire way, very even. The one thing that has me a little, I don't know what to say, scared, nervous, is that GamerLegion game 1 against Rottweilas last week was very clearly a bit of an ego trip. Very much oh, we're so much better than these guys. We can just kind of do whatever. We're going to be fine. The second they locked in and started paying attention to their fundamentals, don't save your buddy if he's dead. Make good gate rotations. Take advantage. Play for timings. Play for objectives. They rolled them. Yes, that game 3 was a little bit close, but that was, I think, very much on the draft. And I think that was just them very much saying, look, we have this lifestealer that is untouchable by we're in the late game. Most of the game, but like as the game goes on, nothing's going to be able to kill this lifestealer. We don't need to push the pace. We're just going to get to this point where this lifestealer is our trump card, and that's going to be fine. So even though that game was closer, I think that was a game plan for GamerLegion as much as it was Rottweilas playing well. So I'm a little worried that GamerLegion has now said, okay, you know what? We do have competition in this region a little bit. We cannot just sleepwalk our way to the grand finals. We do have to play a little bit better. We do have to draft as well as we possibly can. We're not going to give them anything. And if that is the case, I don't know that this is necessarily going to be the same back and forth series that we saw last week.
Yeah, it's definitely GamerLegion, I think, have, if they're really, really focused, I think that they, again, we've talked about before, I think they have some pretty good odds against, in general, stronger teams that are kind of abroad across the region. But that being said, you know, Rottweilas, I do think they've probably stepped up a little bit, and particularly too, I don't think that we were, it's not like when we were watching these GamerLegion Rottweilas series that we felt the GamerLegion was just outclassing them everywhere. I think Rottweilas is very mechanically, honestly, pretty on par to what GamerLegion is doing. It's just that big gray guy, Bayo. It just happened that Rottweilers, they could not help themselves. Every time Roshan was on the screen, as we head into the second draft, they could not help themselves but give away any form of lead they had built. And with this version of Rottweilers, now with Yadomi and Costabile, they should, in theory, have a little bit more experience, a little bit more kind of concrete shot calling, hopefully, to help them get that macro a little bit more in place.
Yeah,
that way, yeah.
Yeah, don't all in on Roche. Don't try to steal Roche when there are 5 alive. Don't run into an Aegis hero when you really don't have to. And yeah, I think Coach Tabile, I'm with you. I think he can tell them, yes, you should not do that. That is a good idea. We're looking at a first draft for our first game here of the day. Upper bracket finals, Rottweilas and GamerLegion. And already it's good news. I don't know that Bat is necessarily the band. Speed's very good at it. But regardless, Viper's gone. They're starting to target these heroes that we think are really important. The speed heroes that he wants to take first phase, and those just really broken, you know, the Vipers of the world that just break drafts.
Yep, the Enigma as well, which I do kind of like. I think if GamerLegion has second pick, then it's kind of awkward if you don't go for if you don't pick Gyro first, then the Enigma is, I think, kind of open for fade. If you do pick Gyro first, then you have Gyro first. There's some questionable things there. The only issue for me here, Bayo, is that they are leaving the Chen open, which we have famously kind of harped on. Speed is very, very good at Chen. Very, very good at Chen. So for Rottweilers, I hope that they have some kind of concept here of either picking Chen, if Yadomi feels particularly up to it. Not maybe, I think, his favorite hero, but I'm sure something he's capable of playing, or just having a hero that should be naturally decent against it.
Yeah, you
particularly Beastmaster as well on this phase is an interesting one. However, I don't think you can first phase it for Rottweilers.
Yeah, and realistically, we're talking about Chen and what you ban, what you don't. When you have 3 bans, because GamerLegion did choose second pick, so they get 4 bans in the first phase. You know, you're picking, you're banning what you think is the worst evil, and I think, you know, of what you're looking at, you get rid of all these other heroes. Chen gets through okay, maybe a little bit more manageable than this, you know, this Viper or this Enigma that just breaks things. And now they're going to get the Clockwork, which is not a really good hero versus Chen, but it is an incredible Bignum hero. And I don't Over the course of the 2 qualifiers, Rojo, I don't think we've seen it lose.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we have. It's just looked very, very good, and it's also pretty okay, I would say, against Chen in terms of the hero is able to drag decently, and just kind of cogsing the hero can be very annoying. So it's not a that doesn't address the zoo portion of it or build a spirit vessel or anything, but can definitely be obnoxious for the hero. GamerLegion themselves will pick up the Beastmaster. This is the only thing that kind of sucks at the Clockwork is it doesn't do much to address the Beast. As GamerLegion, of course, they love playing this Beastmaster. RCY looks incredible on it. I've kind of liked the Beastmaster mid more than the offlane Beast for quite a bit. But it is also a very classic Fade hero. So unfortunately, moving forward for Rottweilas, probably up until at least that 16-17, maybe for the whole draft, you're going to have to question where this Beastmaster is going. And you kind of have to draft. You have to draft around it a little bit. It makes this very early flex of a core hero, especially between mid and offlane, can be quite obnoxious to draft into.
Yeah, this has been one of those things. I think that is kind of a key difference in the drafting strategy of, say, GamerLegion versus Rottweilers, or really any of the other NA teams, is that GamerLegion puts a lot of preference on keeping these flexes open as long as possible. As realistically, most of the top teams do. They're going to say, we want this Beastmaster early. We're going to want this Viper early. These heroes that can go in multiple lanes and make you keep the draft more flexible and make it a little bit harder to draft into. And Rottweilers and the rest of these teams, they're like, we're going to pick our Clockwork. It's going to be great. It's going to be our position 5. We're going to run with it. Let's go. And we're just going to pick the heroes that we like, but not pay as much attention to the flex. Now, of course, we're talking about heroes that people like. Chen is banned out in the second phase. That is what happens when you take the Beastmaster. That other side of the coin is going to get taken away. So Speed now does not have his Treant, does not have his Bat Rider, does not have his Chen, does not have his Clockwork, although I don't think he really plays Clockwork. That's more of the Bignum hero. So now, as we go a little bit deeper into this draft, we're going to start to stress Speed's hero pool just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's rather important. I do like, they get into the second phase. They ban out some of the very key Speed heroes. So far, he's going to have to tap into something maybe a little bit different for him, which I think is already a great start for Rottweilers. Giving Speed the kind of having to force him onto a different hero, I think is going to be relatively nice to play around for these drafts. Of course, I'm sure Speed, he can pick up things like the Warlock. I think are generally not too difficult to play by any means. He's been very good at those types of heroes in the past. So he has something, but that notably being said, some of those heroes are probably going to struggle at least a little bit into Clockwork. Force him. I mean, Speed is just the player who's generally played very much around his comfort picks. So it feels quite nice for Rottweilers to get that little bit of edge there, I feel, over Speed, who has been such a huge part of GamerLegion's success in general.
It's kind of fun. You can 13?
See. Ooh, man.
Yeah. Ooh, I mean, Weaver is just a decent shout, although you have Roar, and they're going to go for a Razor. Of course, Weaver would be great into Razor. You can just run out of the link and be fine. But, I mean, this is assumedly 2 cores in the first 2, and Razor is... I know it's been... You look at some people, and they're saying it's moving up there in the list of what is good, in the power rankings. But... I mean, Razor Sec, is it really that good, Rojo?
I mean, I don't think so. I have no reason to think so. I have seen the Razor. I have seen it do better than I would expect it to. But that being said, I don't necessarily believe it for a 13 pick, especially already. I don't really see Razor as particularly great in the Clockwork. In lane, I guess it can be nice to have a hero that you can link onto, but in general, as the game moves forward, the cogs are extremely annoying for your hero. Having a BKB piercing stun is really obnoxious. Clockwork buys a lot of items to kite you. It's not exactly my favorite, as Rottweilers obviously take this opportunity as well to pick up the Ember Spirit for themselves. Something Wonder Kid has performed really well on, and does make Razor's life pretty hellish for a good portion of the game.
I'm just kind of worried about this lane though, right? And Razor mid versus Ember, I can't imagine it's very good. You can't Slate a Fist out of being static linked. You just got to run away. Beastmaster versus Ember feels, I believe, feels awful for the Ember Spirit. You just kind of get clicked down by the boars.
Not great.
Yeah, it's like, go ahead.
I think it'll be fine. Is basically my rough analysis. I think as they do pick up the Warlock as well, possibly another denial pick of speed. So I'm very curious to see what he'll pick up. But the mid matchup here, it probably won't be great for Ember in a vacuum, but I honestly just have a lot of faith in Wonderkid. He's been playing very well, and I think if you're really, really tapped in on the Ember Spirit, I think you can get most lanes in a pretty reasonable kind of lane state that you're not necessarily down by 10 minutes or something. You're only down like 300, 400 gold. Sometimes you just wait until you get that level 6 and you just kind of value having that chains damage. Then eventually, once you get a kill, you're kind of back. I think it's fine, especially now this Ember into Razor matchup. Ember doesn't play nearly as much around Flame Guard as previous. It's pretty normal for Embers, in fact, to go 3-2-0, which definitely makes the Razor mid, I think, feel a lot weaker into the Ember than it generally would. That being said, GamerLegion, they pick up a bounty for themselves. A pretty interesting one as well, as their draft's gone a little bit wonky with the bit of this Razor pick. Very likely, I would say, to pick up a speed hero here. I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, I have not seen him play any heroes outside of the ones that have been banned or picked for quite some time. I'm sure he could bring out something like maybe a CM or the likes. But I mean, playing CM in this game seems miserable. So I'm really just curious what kind of falls in his tier list after this, because it's very rare that this many support heroes get focused so heavily. But I do think it's pretty appropriate.
Yeah, my immediate thought is like an Ogre, which is a hero that has been very popular. It's good with the Razor. Additional attack speed with Static Link is fantastic. The additional Fire Shield's nice, but he's going to go for a 5 Dazzle, which I like. It means that you have save as everything goes on top of you, the Clockwork, the Ember. The downside is that it's Dazzle versus a Vessel Builder. So a lot of that healing potential is not really as effective.
And a lot of jump as well.
Yeah.
Between Ember and a Clockwork. Not the freest Dazzle game. That being said, I do think Dazzle is definitely an interesting one to get in these kind of matchups. GamerLegion versus Rottweilas, where we're favoring GamerLegion, at least, a decent portion here, as I think Dazzle can facilitate some very heavy stomps. If you get ahead really at all in the early game, which you definitely could with these kind of Razor Bounty Hunter ideas, then definitely I think Dazzle enables a very, very snowbally style. That being said, if you don't get ahead, I am rather worried about this, as Rottweilers, they still have a pick for themselves as well. And I do think there's some fun ones. They could go for like a Muerte carry here. I could certainly see if they wanted for Costabile, but rather they pick up the Dawnbreaker here. They had really a wealth of options there. So they do go down to about 8 seconds on the reserve time. And the Dawnbreaker is pretty reasonable. There's no anti-heal necessarily being built. I mean, eventually Bounty might get into a Spirit Vessel, but that takes a pretty long time. It kind of fares decently with the Warlock. You have some kill threat with the Clockwork. You can jump on Dazzle, kind of follow in on your other initiations. So it's not harmful. I don't know if it's my favorite pick, but if there was a good Dawnbreaker one, this one is, I think, quite reasonable.
And it's also nice enough in the lane. I mean, you'd rather have like a ranged hero into this matchup so you don't get just poison touched and messed up. But the list of ranged offlaners is very limited. Enigma's banned out. Viper's banned out. You could go Veno, but Veno is just not a great offlaner unless you have like a very specific counter matchup. So Dawnbreaker, you have the Celestial Hammer. You can get away from Poison Touch. You can get away from Static Link. If this is a Yamsen carry Razor, we don't know just yet. It gives you what you need, and then you were talking about it. It pairs really nicely with Clockwork Ember, getting on top of this Dazzle, getting on top of whoever gets dived on top of, and just hammering him down. So I like the pick. I'm with you. Now the question, though, is what is the Costabile hero? It's not going to be a Terrorblade. It's not going to be a Windrunner. It's not going to be a Dazzle. It's not going to be a Clinks. As the last 4 bans for GamerLegion have just all targeted this position 1 for Rottweilas.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I personally do like the prospect of a Muerta, but very interestingly, we'll get Phantom here. I have heard some rumblings that PA has kind of increased in win rate and tier. Definitely some players I think are experimenting with it. I'm not particularly convinced. I've seen it a number of times in my pubs, and it never really performs to the way I would like to. And if it's not performing in pubs, then it scares me especially in pro, especially in a draft where you're in theory about to get run over. So I don't love the PA, but I do love the PA for the kind of optics part of it, just for the fun of watching this hero, to see where it does stand in the hand of somebody who's comfortable to pick it this game. And it's a fine PA game as well. I mean, PA doesn't really like being sucked by Razor, but conversely, you don't really take too much damage from the hero. And GamerLegion, they will pick up a brew for themselves. So likely to be Yamson's Razor, which I maybe expected a little bit coming out of the draft as well. I think he's just mostly the Razor player. It makes the most sense for position 1, and particularly Brew for Fade. Definitely I mean, just a really nice game in general for it. There's a lot of things to purge off. Everything that Ember has is basically purgeable, whether that's offensive or defensive. Venom Assassin does not like playing into Brewmaster at all. In the lane, it's rather miserable. You take a ton of damage. Can't really trade with the Brewmaster almost at any point with this hero. And then, of course, in later fights, you can get lifted. You're not great at killing the Brew. It's, I think, overall a very, very nice Brewmaster pick for GamerLegion. And despite the kind of awkward Razor pick, I still think they ended up with an okay Razor game. Overall, I probably, heading into this first game here, Bayo would prefer GamerLegion's draft, but not significantly. I think Rottweilas have some fun and interesting stuff about their draft. I think it's a pretty decent Ember game, all things considered. The Ember throws, or the Brewmaster throws some wrench into it. Of course, if the mid lane goes particularly poorly against RCY, then it gets dicey. But I do like Wonderkid's prospects. We've seen him just own time and time again in the qualifiers, and then really it's just up to, is Venom Assassin actually this viable hero? Can Costa B, they really make it work? And so far, I mean, he has a really nice looking set, so that's a good start. You know, that's one of the most important things for PA, I think.
How many particle effects do you have on the hero? That does matter quite a bit. He's got the Arcana, he's got all the Immortals. I think probably one of those at least is a Crimson Witness. Not quite, can't quite, maybe just the golden one. But regardless, I'm just worried about his lane. Because PA, if he gets off to a good start, these sweet release daggers procking on everything, he can blink in, get static linked, blink out, and really not have to worry about it. But Cinder Brew plus Shuriken Toss on a hero that does not have a lot of HP, he's gonna get bullied, man. And this is, PA hates, I mean, magic damage in general, but specifically this early magic damage, just burn him down, is not something that this hero is going to have a good answer to.
Yeah, if I had to give a prediction for this game, I think it'll probably be a Fade masterclass. To be honest, it's a very good Brew game, and again, the utility of the Storm Panda is just very high in general, as we kind of talked about yesterday. In this game, though, it's really ridiculous. I mean, you can do a lot of things with the Wind Panda in this game, and if you are able to get off to a really great start for Fade, getting into this early Vessel is a ton of pressure. It's going to stop that Dawnbreaker healing from being as relevant as we saw. And then, of course, you can purge pretty much everything every reasonable part of their fighting combo, right? This Chain Vessel, and then the Fatal Bonds as well, the Shadow Word. Those early fights can be very brutal into Brew. And then from that point, you're also fighting into a Bounty Hunter, Dazzle, which these heroes, if they get ahead, are just very, very conducive for kind of building a stomp. Getting that extra gold, of course, the extra vision from track, and then Dazzle just being Dazzle as we know it. I love the idea of picking up a PA. I'm just so scared that it won't be able to make any form of tempo, and at that point, it's just going to be completely outclassed.
Yeah, I feel you. I understand. My counterpoint to that a little bit is if you can get out of lanes without a 4,000 net worth deficit or something, like if you don't get stomped, this PA can go, and I know it's a big if, but this PA gets herself to 2 or 3 items. There are a lot of units in these fights, not only just heroes, but you're going to have 3 pandas, you're going to have boars, you're going to have hawks. All of these things are things that can start to build up the dagger stacks. So you're going to be in this situation, theoretically, as the crits start flying and the daggers start proccing, where if you can survive in the fights and start to get even just some of the units starting to die, daggers are going to start to fly everywhere. They're going to start to do a lot of damage, proccing crits on top of everything, building up more stacks. And this is a fight potentially with the Stifling Dagger Fast. If you can get there, where this PA can take over. Now, again, the lanes, they're a suspect. Don't doubt it. Mid lane's going to be a rough time for this Ember Spirit. Safe lane's going to be an awful time for the PA. But, you know, again, if they can get there, I can see the mid-game idea for what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that this is not a draft that I have insane confidence for moving towards the late game for GamerLegion. So that definitely, I think, is a pretty decent concern. I think this clockwork can pose a lot of really strong annoyances. I think if Yannick has a masterclass on clockwork, which he's had some very good games on these melee position 4s, and I think that he can create enough chaos to potentially move them towards that. So I think there is some decent prospects. I'm worried about that being a pretty significant execution cost, and from what we've seen from GamerLegion, they're not typically fumbling on these kind of plays. So
man, I'm a little worried about this line they're drawing, though. Smoking up 4 heroes, Wonder Kid and Janik, they're holding the high ground. And, you know, maybe they just break smoke and go back, but they're going for a full wraparound here. And this is not a bad level 1 draft for the side of Rottweilas. You know, you got Cogs, you got Daggers, although if they're going to find Coach Tabile by himself, and he did.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's dead.
Yep, no, he's dead. They're going to find him. Poison Touch. He can potentially skill jump and run away. Yadomi is close, but not close enough. And that's the unfortunate thing. They'd split. They were well positioned on Rottweilers to break this smoke, to just be in a pretty good spot. But then they all split up significantly. And that means the Coach Tabile dies level 1. The kill goes right on over to Speed. Not a big deal, but, you know, Dazzle, early levels, early items, already is such a lane bully that is going to make life even sadder for this double melee off lane into a Dazzle.
Yeah, and Speed, I really like this as well. He's coming down to the bot side and staying here for this first little wave, at least getting one quick poison touch on the Coach Tabile before he runs back. Just anything you can do to pressure this PA. Thankfully, I mean, Yadomi on the Warlock is going to be able to stabilize hero for a little while, just to be like here, but a little bit worried, of course, moving forward. Early levels could be decent due to that healing, but can't really give over too many tangos anymore, anything like that, just to be they not expected, I think, to have the best time as these go on. Early trades are going decently for them as well, at least for the time, though.
Yeah, PA Warlock it's a classic combo for a reason. You have these daggers that are obnoxious, they do a lot of damage. And then once you get level 2 in particular, once the Blink Strike's ready to go, well, you're Shadow Worded, which does AoE damage, not just healing the PA. And he's right on top of you. He's blinking twice because, well, you get charges now. And it's actually, it's theoretically pretty good. It is a lot of damage, certainly as the levels start to increase and Fade gets his way up into his urn, into his vessel. Not going to be quite as strong. But yeah, these early levels, especially this level 2 timing, there is, depending on how they play this, there is some potential kill threat here.
Yeah, I doubt Fade will die by any means in this lane, particularly the unfortunate kind of woe of Phantom Assassin for a very long time is that you just give too many wand charges.
Yeah.
So Fade should be pretty comfortable, I would say, in this lane. Big Num even coming to the mid-water rune for the time being, just to deny that one. I mean, RCY can do that himself, but any pressure you can put on this mid lane is going to be rather nice. I think Wonder Kid is just, again, we talked about it, he just plays very, very cleanly in all the games that we've seen him. So I think putting some decent pressure on him is putting pressure on the entire game. Of course, as we mentioned, not the easiest matchup by any means, this Ember into Brewmaster, particularly into the Beastmaster. You just can't do very much into the Boars, unfortunately, but still a very reasonable lane for him so far.
He's early levels, and I expect this to get worse as the levels of Boars start to increase, and certainly the Axe as well. But, you know, early levels, he's doing fairly well for himself. He's first to level 4. He's 12 for 3 for 16 for 4, which is not great. But again, considering this matchup is not bad, he's trading well enough in RCY. RCY, only 1 bottled charge remaining, not a lot of mana there. And I mean, Wonder Kid's, he's doing all right. He's surviving. And I think that's kind of all that we can really expect for things, of course. And in the top side, on the other side, we take a look at this Clockwork Dawnbringer lane. If they were laning straight up, it'd be kind of miserable. I mean, you're a double melee into Razor Dazzle, but Dazzle can't really block the waves from being dragged. So Genix just doing a really nice job of pulling them away and turning these into 2 isolated lanes. And Dawnbringer's kind of fine with that one. It's not perfect, but again, you're kind of losing gracefully, which is what she need to do in these lanes.
Yeah, I do like what they're doing in this top side. Until that Dazzle gets level 3, definitely not too miserable. As Yannick, he does come over towards the mid. I like this a lot from him. It does give Adrian, unfortunately, not too much agency in the lane here. They do secure that water rune for Wonder Kid. A lot of emphasis on this mid, and I think it is very, very warranted. I like Wonder Kid's build as well here on this Ember. He's on 2-0-2, and I would not be surprised to see him put a 3rd point into the chains or into the Flame Guard in this matchup. Just trying to kill off the boars, trying to be able to kind of de-push the waves. It's a lot of magic damage, and of course the new age Ember, you don't need the Sleight of Fist nearly as much now that you have the chain gang. So overall, I mean, a nice build by him. I think it's pretty much the only solution to the Beastmaster. He's also getting some good trades for himself. Bignum even, by the way, delivered a Lotus to the mid lane. He got the Lotus bot lane, he walked all the way mid and gave the Lotus to RCY for his leisurely use. Very funny. Not often that you see that kind of UPS service. One of the few heroes that can.
It does make sense, right? We have RCY. We've seen him on his Beastmaster just absolutely take over games. We've seen this Ember do the same thing. So it just makes sense. You're like, anything we can do to get our mid laner ahead of the other is now Bignum going to get jumped on top of here. Fatal Bond, so much damage. 2nd charge on the Blink Strike. Wow. That's the difference. You don't get that kill in 739. 7.40. Ttgame moves in, gets himself, well, I guess Yomi gets the kill, but gets a kill out of the lane. And this is one of those heroes. It's all about timing. He's now in the mid lane. Beastmaster taking a lot of damage, but the boar slow, especially with no Sleight of Fist charges, means that he's not going to make something happen. And now the roar's going to go down. The Flame Guard's already up here. Secondary stun. It's not a kill. And now, with the Searing Chains locking Bignum in place, Janik rotates over. That's a dead bounty hero. Roan's, don't want to rock into the changes. Now, wait, Yodomi showing up in the mid lane, does have a healer for Wonder Kid. Wonder Kid is 6 as they try to secure the 6-minute runes, and just going to be an amp damage rune for speed, which is not going to be something they really want to contest. So they're not going to get the rune. Beastmaster has to run back home, but this is a Beastmaster that was, as expected, dominating the Ember Spirit, right? 40 for something. What was it? Yeah, 40 for 12 versus 25 for 4. But being forced back to lane like this, forced back to base, Ember Spirit getting a couple assists, does do a pretty nice job of bringing him back into it.
Yeah, and so far as well, getting a really great lane for Ttgame. This is already a pretty incredible start for Rottweilas. Of course, unfortunately, as much as Fade is struggling, I would say Adrian is struggling a very similar amount against the Razor. So it's not incredible for Rottweilas, but they're making some very important moves, I think, to make this early game pretty tolerable for the draft they're facing into. Yannick is walking onto the Wisdom Shrine, takes a ton of damage.
Yeah, relatively tanky, though, and with the Fatal Bond, it's going to be interesting. Now, here comes Ttgame moving in, trying to go take down Fade. He's so low. One more Blink Strike takes him down, and now looking for a little bit more, but he's 1 versus 2 at this point, and even with the, wait a minute, Shadow Word's really good. Here comes Wonder Kid. They're going to start to make another rotation, trying to go get this PA down, and they will. Roar's going to get spent. RCY now level 7, and unfortunately, A, Wonder Kid has no mana. B, all the creeps are there, so he can't really get a good Searing Chains off. That means RCY, the big beneficiary in this fight, 50 CS, gets the majority, gets 500 gold out of that, and continues to build the snowball.
They're also going to continue stacking for him on Bignum. So this is the scary one. Not necessarily the way... I mean, I expected RCY to do very well, and he's looked very great on his Beastmaster. Expected Fade to have a better time, and maybe Wonder Kid to have a little bit more of an even lane. This time around, though, RCY, I mean, playing through him is not something you'll be upset about. He has dominated games on this Beastmaster. He's level 8 now. And yeah, the stack contest is not going to be incredible onto the Ancients. Wonder Kid, he was hoping to steal some of the big camp stacks. Unfortunately, I think that Big Camp has just not been able to make them. So Wonder Kid is unfortunately not going to be able to steal anything from this hard camp. Bignum just has to be content with those Ancient stacks for himself. He's even watching this rotation from Wonder Kid. They know what's happening. On to Fade has the ulti.
He is level 6. I don't know that they have the stuns in time. Yodomi only level 4, and that's gonna be the split popped here. But Wonder Kid, no stuns on him until right now. Should be able to move on right on out of there. And Fade, yes, does have the Wind Panda. Will be able to purge off the Flame Guard very quickly. But
regen as well.
Yeah, that's really nice. But the other side of this, Fade's 50% HP. Popped the Primal Split level 1. Didn't get a kill. And now that is a long cooldown. 140. Call it 120 because it's up for a while. But now it's 120 seconds where they don't have the power of this Brewmaster. And if you look at what he's skilled, by the way, I really expected to see like the 1-3-1 thing that we've been seeing. You just really play hard on Cinder Brew and burn people down. No, he's 3-1-1. He has a lot of Thunderclap. The slow is nice, of course, but it doesn't give you that nice fighting prowess off Primal Split that we've been seeing out of these Brewmasters.
Yeah, it's definitely not, I would say, nearly as strong for those early skirmishes. A little bit better, I would say, for farming likely, and Thunderclap weirdly has some defensive capability as well, as you can attack speed slow a lot.
Yeah, they're just going to go right on top of him, though. This is so much damage, and here comes Hero. Coach Ttgame moves in, gets the kill, and yeah, he's going to be fine. Going to be able to TP on out of there. No rotations, and look, this PA is... Yeah, he's climbing pretty hard. He's not doing quite as well as the Razor is, but it's not bad.
It's very comparable.
Mm-hmm.
Very comparable to the Razor, which is a little bit scary because Razor also has, of course, already popped this Eye of the Storm, which does allow you to really accelerate yourself. Max Plasma Field. This Razor is very reasonably at a good net worth spot. That should be a testament to how good this lane has gone for Coast Ttgame. I really thought that they would play a little bit more through this bot lane, but so much pressure on mid.
Oh, there's going to be the rock on top. RCY does have to pop the roar to get out of there. And I think he's going to be fine. The bonus movement speed from the roar is going to be enough.
Move, though. I just like this.
Yeah.
Catapult is still alive here. Yodomi. This is very often how we see the Warlocks use their first golem, is just go straight to mid. Forcing the roar is just kind of an added benefit. I've seen Warlocks drop the golem on thin air just to get this level of pressure.
Do have to be a little bit
about it. His speed's also only level 5.
Yeah, no mana. That's the big deal. No mana for a Shallow Grave as Yamsum shows up. Oh, the Clockwork gets out of there. And this Golem will go. The Golem will get farmed by RCY, so 100 gold into his pockets. And you're right, the tower stays alive. They spent the Golem for this. They spent Solar Guardian for this. It was a couple pretty beefy ultimates committed to try to take this mid lane tier 1 tower down. And while it gets low Rojo, it's not in deny range yet. It is still healthy enough to serve as this like linchpin of a position to play around.
Yeah, the Arcane Rune on RCY was a little bit unfortunate. Those early axes stacking up, not easy to deal with by any means. As RCY with the max spores as well, he's going to walk into the spot side. Very timely and clean rotation to open up this bot tier 1. Very nice to push out Costa Bile as well. As good as his lane has gone, unfortunately, now you're facing the fact that you are Phantom Assassin, so nothing really to be done in the lane. Nothing to do about saving your tower. Costa Bile is very comfortably and reasonably going to walk back to these extremely safe camps in the far back as he works towards that Battle Fury. Again, PA just not a lot that you can necessarily do as this hero in early skirmishes. At this point, it's turning that farm up, as Costa Bile certainly will. He just finished his he's about 100 gold or so from his Battle Fury, and since they went for this bot tier 1 rotation, they do end up losing their mid for Wonder Kid. Something I think they could have expected from that rotation, but a little bit odd that there was no support or anything to catch it. Maybe unnecessary to lose that tower.
And you talk about farming speed. The really nice thing about this PA not going the coup de grace facet or Mortal Strikes or whatever it was called, that you just guaranteed crits. Now with Sweet Release, you actually farm reasonably fast. You pop a dagger on something, you kill that creep, it splits around, it does speed your farming speed up just a little bit. So these buffs that PA has gotten, not only in terms of 2 Blink Strike charges is really nice. You put it all together, and not only does the hero fight a little bit better early, but with the mobility that it has, it also has had its farm speed turned up a little bit, again, because you're playing Sweet Release now, because you're getting these double Blink Strike charges, so you can move between camps a little bit faster. I don't know how much faster it's going to be, but it has sped up a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Phantom Strike change is actually slightly worse for farming, just because you have overall less uptime on the Phantom Strike. But again, you know, people have been going Sweet Release, as you mentioned, to kind of make up for that issue. So you should be farming at a very similar pace to what you were before, and now you do have a little bit better kind of prowess in fights. Definitely getting a lane like this as PA is certainly a result, I think, of some very clean play from the side of Rottweilas, as well as some buffs culminating. Ttgame, he does get dusted actually in the mid side. He won't die, but it's honestly he was very close to. Only a 1k lead for GamerLegion. Definitely not the amount that I think they were hoping to have by this point in the game. Of course, RCY, he did finish that Ags. He's going to smoke up with Big Num as they look towards this top side. Vessel finished for Fade, so they have some really strong timings. They look onto Yannick, who unfortunately was under a sentry.
Yeah, he's just sitting there as that you got to run away from this one, and it looks like, you know, he's gonna go down. He's like circling. He's like, I'm in fist. They don't see me, guys. Meanwhile, the Primal is just going. The Brewmaster's like, I'm baiting him. Don't worry about it. So they're gonna get both supports here now, finding Wonder Kid as well. But even though he does get the Shield Rune purged away, he's in the Roche Pit. He will be fine. But because you lost both supports here, you lost the Golem in particular. It does mean that this offlane tier 1, I was going to say, is going to go down, but they actually don't really seem to be focusing on it all that much.
Yeah, I think because everyone's spawning, it's a little reasonable. They really, I think, want to set up for this topside Roche. Getting the tower would have been nice, but it's a little bit too high HP, I think, to commit to. Just an awkward spot as Big Num takes a ton of damage to Wonder Kid. Should go down here. The creeps, I think, were almost about to secure that. Thankfully, they didn't. As this is a nice move for Rottweilas as well, putting some early emphasis on this top side. If they can take this tower down, which they definitely should be able to, especially with Costa Vida here, they're going to make it that much harder to keep that kind of prowess over the Tormentor, over the Roshan that they would have had if they could keep this alive. Unfortunately, they're just, again, not nearly as far ahead as I think that they would have liked at this point in the game. Not that they're in necessarily a bad spot on GamerLegion, as RCY, of course, is certainly taking away with this one. It's just not, you know, it's not a very significant lead they built up with this bounty. Haven't really gotten any tracks to speak of. The speed has been relatively quiet in this game so far. Yemson's just farming away. It's not the most comfortable game state overall, especially I think Fade's net worth is much lower than I had anticipated for them in this draft.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out as well when we take a look at the net worth and we see, but the Ember is like 5.8 at 16 minutes. That is a rather low hero net worth. The good news is that, hey, first of all, we have a lot of faith in Wonder Kid. His mechanics are absolutely on point. But second of all, Ember Spirit is a hero that does a lot with a little. It is not one of these heroes that needs to be top net worth or top 3 to be really successful. He's got a Vessel. He's got Phase Boots. He's moving into a Kaya behind that one. That doesn't, none of that changes the fact that he's going to have Slate of Fist open all the time. None of that changes the fact that he's just rooting everyone all over the place. You know, he really just needs this Vessel, and he's going to be very impactful for quite a while.
I like the smoke as well. If they find Yamson, this would be a really great move. It looks like Yamson's reading it a little bit. Definitely some drawings here from Fade, it seems. Nice move by Yamson. Being safe. I think this move definitely could have come out. A reason to tempt fate there. Yannick as well, a little bit interesting here on his Clockwork. Not something I would have expected by any means. He has max battery assault. So maybe, I guess, looking to be kind of the foil to Fade here. As canceling that Primal Split could be nice as they're on RCY.
They're going to pop the roar, but the Solar Guardian's there. Hookshot keeps him in place, and that is just not a thing. Right on this Ags timing for RCY, although I guess he's a little bit beyond that. You know, is moving into the BKB, but that was kind of like the first fight they took with his Ags, and not really much of one.
Not much of a fight, yeah.
Yeah, can't get out of there.
The rest of the team is just very chill for GamerLegion, and this is not a game state that I think benefits them by any means. For Costa Vida, he's closing in on that BKB. Adrian is finished the Ags, I believe. Level 13 on the Dawnbreaker as well. I mean, these slow game states are very comfortable for a Dawnbreaker PA draft. Wonder Kid as well. He's not been shut down too much in making that tempo that we talked about. Of course, as we mentioned, he's not the highest on the net worth, but as I kind of just agree with you, Ember doesn't need that much net worth to function. He's very comfortable where he is. He's gotten his levels. has that vessel to play around with. Closed in on RCY, where RCY doesn't really have much of a timing right now for the next about 1,400 gold here. He needs to get that BKB online. Then he'll be very strong. Of course, he's still very high in that net worth spot. That BKB doesn't even feel, I think, nearly as good if you're going to be facing into a very farm Ttgame and Adrian with his early ags. Some decent things to go through this BKB, especially in terms of disables. Hook shot, golem. Can't use it for TPs, nothing like that. Haven't found many track kills with Bignum. It's a slow game from GamerLegion, and not one that I think they wanted to play nearly as much.
No, everything we've been seeing out of GamerLegion is we're going to play fast, we're going to win all 3 lanes, we're going to snowball this game. That's what the drafts have been too, just trying to make that happen. As Wonder Kid moves in, unfortunately his Fire Remnant is right under the Bounty Hunter. Well, actually, sorry, that's the Bounty Hunter. There's an illusion elsewhere, so he actually will be able to get right on out of there. Interesting thing from Wonder Kid, if you see what he's built, you say, well, wasn't he really close to a Kaya and he's still actually further away from the Kaya now? He decided to second item buy his shard instead of another scaling item, just relying on getting more resets on the fights. I guess the immolation is going to be pretty nice around the remnant, but from what I've seen, and Rojo, you're the Ember Spirit here, tell me if I'm wrong, this is pretty out of the ordinary for these Ember Spirit players.
I think it's not too crazy. I like having the Kai, particularly for mana, as they do look on the Bignum here, and they'll get him.
Yep, good hook
A lot
shot.
of damage coming out from Yannick, as he does have that. If it's a solo target, he does have max battery soul, which most of these Clockworks don't get to for a very long time. This is really nice, and partially as well, I think, just to the benefit of Rottweilas, forcing speed out onto this Dazzle. I've not felt his impact too heavily. Of course, Dazzle's a much more scaling hero. So I definitely think with this BKB, we're going to start to see speed kind of come into this game. But they've missed out on a lot of his early tempo setting that he typically does for this team. That first 20 minutes. Fade is on to Yannick.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you just can't get the primal split off in time because the battery assault is... Oh, no, he does get it off in time. Now there's going to be the roar onto PA, but the Solar Guardian comes in. Ttgame does have to run. He's going to go right back in. Yamson, though, great grave, but even still, the damage significant. Ttgame will fall, but even still, Wonder Kid getting the Remnant resets on top of Bignum now, trying to take him down. He's solo the axis. They're not going to land, and now Hookshot goes on top. RCY falls, and Wonder Kid dances around. Does have a vessel on top of him, but I even with that, I don't think he's going to go down. Does have the Shadow Word available. And there we go, the mechanical outplays from this Ember Spirit. Wonder Kid, regardless of what version of Rottweilas he's been playing into, Rojo, he's lightning on the keyboard. He has been so good on these playmaking heroes in these fights.
Yeah, are you familiar with Patrick Swayze at all? I think we have a little bit of a dancer here on our hands. His Ember Spirit's clean. He's just, really, really quite the mechanical prowess on this wonderful kid, as it were. He's playing very well in these fights, and I mean, to the benefit as well of Rottweilas, can't really get out to this Tormentor in time. Somewhat of the benefit that we've talked about and seen in Radiant, so Rottweilas will clean this up for themselves. Hidomi's going to get low, but should be perfectly fine, and he'll benefit from the shard. Not the greatest shard ever, but a perfectly serviceable one. And the extra gold that you get from that Tormentor. Now they're going to go through the gate, try to set up on this bot side. Another thing that really does suck for GamerLegion.
Ooh, good hook shot there, right? Going on the edge and speed. Now here comes Ttgame. Shallow Grave buys some time, but I mean, let's be real. He's battery assaulted. They're leaving him. He's going to go get taken down here. Give it over to Ttgame, who, doesn't have the best scoreline. Yeah. All things considered, he's 3-3-4, but he's tangoing with top net worth. And we saw how much he did in that fight just with the Battle Fury BKB. He did die at the end, but he did so much damage, splash damage there with the Battle Fury onto RCY and the Razor that they were able to clean up for it. And now he's pretty much got his Dezo. Well, sorry, I thought he had his Dezo done. He's still a Mithril hammer away, but it's going to start to stack up.
I mean, as well as he did hit level 15 here for PA. I think this is one of the stronger things about this iteration of PA as well. Now you get an extra 20% immaterial evasion here for Ttgame. 75% on that evasion. For Yamson, it's only going to be this Mjolnir for quite some time. RCY is likely to never build any evasion pierce. So So they're going to have to rely on magic damage to kill off this PA and just hope for Mjolnir procs, really, as there's not much else to pierce through this evasion.
Yeah, but that's why Adrian's build is really useful. You see where he's going. He's like, yep, I got Ags. That's great. It is first item almost every single time on the Dawnbreaker. But after that, I'm just going to get a pipe. 2,000 damage
and
removed from the fight here. And my PA is 75% evasion. So, well, as I say that,
they
he
also
did
have, sorry to interrupt you here, but on Yudomi, they just finished Greaves.
Ooh.
Very, very, very quick timing from him. As he's finished Greaves and Drums. That was the Drums first into that Greaves. They also have this Solar Crest on Yannick, so they are fully ready. And I like this a lot from Rottweilas. They don't just pick this PA because, you know, Costa Bile wanted to play it or whatnot. They have a full intention of just committing to this hero, putting full faith into him on this hero, and it makes a lot of sense. For GamerLegion, it's 24 minutes. They're smoking up to this top side with RCY's Blink. They would love to kill Dawnbreaker. They have a really good arrow drawn. But they haven't gotten access to the Roche at any point. That's what's really scary here is if they find Adrian, this is a really good wrap from them, and it looks like they should be able to.
Yeah, Bignum leads the charge. There's going to be the Blink Roar on top. Immediate TP's in. He's relatively tanky, but that's not going to do much. They're going to drop the rock, though. And the Dezo is done on this PA if they decide to go for it. Wonder Kid getting great chains on
Good
top
soup.
of 2. 45 seconds until the Dawnbreaker's back and does not have a buyback. So this is going to be 5-on-4 as Wonder Kid just tries to lock him in place. Buy time. Yeah, there we go. Bignum on the backside. Coach Tabile, though, just has to run. Doesn't really want to take the fight into the Primal Split. Going to get tossed up for now. This fight's getting a little bit awkward. Yeah. We're going to have the Warlock go down. Is Ember Spirit up high ground? They're still posturing for this. 17 seconds until the Dawnbreaker's up. It's just trying to hold someone here. Fade is going to run out of Primal Split pretty soon. But it looks like they're going to be able to get on out of there. Blink dud on this Brewmaster. But, hookshot goes in. And the Cogs, maybe they're going to be able to get something. Yeah, here we go. Coach Tabile with the Dezo. He's missing a lot, though. Brewed up here is a problem on the wind stance. It's just so hard to go take him down. But there we go. They get the Dazzle. Shallow Grave. Do we have a stun? We do not. Just not in time. And the Brewmaster's going to get out of there. But they're pinging Roche, and he's going to be up top in just a couple seconds. And with this Dezo done on the PA, this is a fast Roche indeed.
This is really, really worrisome. That is, okay, quite unfortunate that Roshan gets a little bit of a tantrum there. Throws Adrian out, which reduces their damage a bit, but they're doing it fast with this Deso, as you mentioned. They have to fight this on GamerLegion. Losing this first Roche with their lineup.
Okay, they're going to find Yamson. Cogs try to block him out for the time being as Fate shows back up. Getting dead immediately. 4 versus 5 for this fight. No way to get back in. Good roar on top of Wonder Kid as well. Do they have the saves? Coach Tabile goes backside on top of Bignum. Tries to take him down. Not successful just yet, but Wonder Kid helps him finish that job. And now on top of RCY is getting crit down here. So low. Shallow Grave is going to keep him alive for now. Now the BKB for Coach Tabile just about done. It's a lot harder for him to fight as he moves on top of speed. Big crits indeed, but he's got to blink on out here. Play inside and out as the true assassin takes speed down. And now Coach Tabile again vesseled up. You got to be careful, but Wonder Kid looking for a little bit more. Gets a great set of chains. Here comes Adrian as well. No mana, plenty of damage. And that's going to be another kill. Looking for a little bit more. There we go. There are the crits. Yamson falls. And what a fantastic fight from Wonder Kid and Coach Tabile here. Just playing on the edge, going in, going out. That's the power of this new PA. You got 2 blink charges. You don't have to commit and immediately die like the old PA would have forced you to do.
Charge is definitely helping in that fight for Coach Tabile. In and out, constantly in this shard from Wonder Kid. Getting so many resets in that fight. Just a really, really great fight from them. And honestly, it looked dicey as well. Yudomi and Yannick, like, they were a little bit out of position for that fight. The cores have just built up enough strength to make these prolonged fights really difficult to play out. Adrian's level 18 now. He didn't have that pipe finished. Now he's working towards a Lotus for himself. These timings are really, really great from Coach Tabile. And despite only being 3K ahead overall on the side of Rottweilas, again, this is a draft that we mentioned. If they get to this mid to late game, they do look a lot stronger than GamerLegion. No way to pierce through this evasion for so long in Yamson. He's working on a BKB. This PA is going to continue to scale up. An Aegis in tow for 4 minutes. pretty much guaranteed to get to the Satanic. Dazzle not having the impact that he would like to in this game as well now. I mean, 28 minutes to be this Dazzle. Being jumped on a scary Yadomi. He walks forward.
Yep, right on top of RCY is going to have to pop the B. Oh my god! Speed just dies to one crit. Right. Now the Solar Guardian goes in, but he's going to get locked in there even though the Roar tries to get him out. And now that's 2 dead on the... Speed died. I need to check this death recap. Yeah, it's 1 crit. Yeah, it's 1. 1 crit for 1,000 damage, and he just disappears off the map.
Well, that's one way to deal with Dazzle. I would say that's usually pretty good if you can get him down in 1 hit. Might be a good indicator of the game state here. As I mean, just a clean move as well. The smoke onto the Wisdom Shrine, knowing the GamerLegion would not want to give up this tier 2. They wouldn't want to give up the Shrine. In hindsight, GamerLegion definitely should have. No way that they can be fighting these. They've even gotten as well. I really like this move from them, an early gem onto Wonder Kid. The support impact from GamerLegion it really just hasn't been as high as it almost always is. This game, Big Numb's Bounty Hunter has struggled to find very much. They only have 12 kills, and I'm pretty sure only 2 or 3 of those are track kills. They found very little value out of these heroes. Speed is unfortunately getting 1 shot, so his impact on this Dazzle is so limited compared to what he typically has in these games. And Speed, we're used to seeing him almost the same net worth as Fade, as sometimes the enemy offlaner Bayo. This game, he's a 4.7 on this Dazzle. It is a struggle for him.
Yeah, now Satanic's done on Coast to BLA, looking at the Shard next, so...
Shard is really strong, too.
Yeah, it used to be almost the Ags, right? Ags would go and reset your abilities. Now if you get a kill, you get a 60% reset on your abilities, but even still, we see how powerful this Blur or this Blink Strike is with 2 charges without those resets or those pseudo resets, and now he's potentially going to get more of them. That is a very scary thought indeed, and he's not going to feel pressed about buying this out. It's only 30 minutes. He's got the Aegis for another 2 minutes. He's just going to continue to scale here. This next fight, you got to find that. First of all, you got to wait 90 seconds. You got to wait for this PA's Aegis to expire, and then you got to Blink Roar him and 100 to 0 him. And with the Solar Guardian, with the Greaves and the Pipe and the Solar Crest
and the Lotus,
and the fact that he's got 2,400 HP and 75% evasion, I don't know how he dies. I don't think that's possible.
Not particularly. It really doesn't feel like it. And he did get the Phantom Cast range as well here from that level 20. A talent that feels incredibly nice on PA. As a good hook shot from Yannick. It's a bit deep.
And we'll get force staff. All right, so he's going to be fine for now. Yadomi on the backside, getting jumped on top of by the Primal. That's a big move, but they're just going to drop the rock anyways. And you got to be careful. These pandas are not tanky as BLA runs out of the static link's going to be fine. Things about diving back in if he wants to, as Jenik continues to scout up a little bit. And remember, these pandas, they do have the Ags. They are level 4 pandas. They are a little bit extra utility there. They do have the Drunken Brawler status applied, but now it's 90 seconds, 95 seconds when there is no Primal Split. And with Aegis still 30 seconds left, there's nothing stopping the side of Rottweilas from going high ground. Everyone's split up. They know what's happening here. And yeah, they'd love to go get Adrian elsewhere, but he's got Solar Guardian. He's very happy to go in. He's just playing very defensively. They're not going to get him, which means that this PA, under the attack speed from Upheaval, is just going to shred these barracks.
Nothing to really be done. Fade is also, again, so specced into his ulti with this Ags. Having it down means that you don't have much of an offlaner for the time being. He used his last Spirit Vessel charge as well. Gonna get this Rax, and there's no contest, even without the Aegis. They can't fight. I mean, Costa Bile Aegis or no Aegis. Look on to Yannick. Has the Force Staff for himself, though. They want to get one, and get the Roar.
I mean, that is, it's a track target. That is more damage than it says. You know, it says it's like 600 gold. That is more than that. But even still, that is Roar. That is 50 seconds where you're not going to have a chance. And you didn't have a chance to kill the PA. There was not a snowflake's chance in hell, but now it's not even snowing, at least not for the next little bit of time. But they're going to try to take this opportunity to go get themselves a Tormentor as well. 2,400 gold into their pockets.
They scan it out, though.
They do. They're good shard onto speed. They just got to get out of here. That's going to be a problem. Yamson is going to be able to run out of the Solar Guardian for now, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't even feel the need. not feel the need. He doesn't even pop the BKB. There's no point. He would have died anyways.
Great scan. Gave them just enough time to react to that. Definitely, I mean, I would not trade the Tormentor by any means for my carry at this point in the game. And goes to Bile, he's working towards what's going to be his next item as well. I'm sure he's looking at Abyssal this game. That's the most common PA item. Could make some arguments, I'm sure, across the board for Ags or something like that. But if he can get Abyssal this game, Yamsen is just not going to be able to play. He has not been able to much this game. This carry-to-carry matchup is not easy. Not when you're behind like this. Goes to Bile, no Aegis. He's just going to hit this high ground. There's so much for him. Wonder Kid
Just poking this guy down.
much, but yeah, giving as much space as possible to take these racks. There's nothing to do. There's no Yamsen, and he doesn't want to buy back.
Oh, he's already.
It's already up now. Oh.
Yeah, it's already such an issue for this Yamsen Razor. Just cannot hit the PA. So a buyback would just effectively in the game is they're going to look to rotate here. Fade moves on top. Primal Split drops the roar on top of this Warlock, but the Solar Guardian is way too much healing at this point. Rock goes down. RCY just going to have to try to TP the hell on out of here. And I think he gets it. He does, but they lose Bignum certainly. And Wonder Kid, they just can't. That's the problem with this draft. You have so much control from the Brewmaster, but otherwise it is really just the roar. There is no good way outside of this Primal Split to keep the Razor on top of someone, to get the damage starting to line up. And I mean, look at this. The Razor can't hit anyone. I mean, that's the problem. Even if he's roared up and you can go and get a good static link, 75% evasion, he's not anywhere close to an MKB.
Yeah, they have to get Yamsen to this MKB. There's really nothing else to do, and even then, there are so many ways to disrupt the static link that it does have to be the burst in that roar. Doesn't really feel feasible at all for GamerLegion, as this one is, I mean, it's looking really tough. Their prospect in the late game, we already knew, was not particularly high. As goes to be, he doesn't go for the Abyssal, which surprises me a tiny bit, but he is going for this MKB, a very high damage option, especially into Fade. Killing the Brewlings could definitely be, I think, the right call, as Fade is not very high net worth, but he is keeping them in this game so far. With a little bit of delay he can do from the Brewlings.
Yeah, does have an
GamerLegion, they're stuck as 5.
Yeah, Fade does have an AC done now, which is a significant damage increase for his team, especially with the Razor, Eye of the Storm, and a significant damage decrease against this PA who just relies on, you know, stacking the minus armor as much as possible. Still not easy, as they're now going to go through the portal. Oh, what a great shot there from the Clockwork. We'll see what's happening. Sees them all go through the gate, and there's the counter smoke, trying to see what they can find. As Jenik moves forward, he's going to find him. Oh, that's a problem. Yamsen now locked in place. 4 hits on the cogs. He's going to be able to get out of there, but Bignum just dead immediately there. No, roar. Solar Guardian trying to keep him alive. The PA so low. Oh my God, so low. But now he's going to start to heal up with the Satanic on top of Yamsen, just start to crit him down. Even still, we do have the shallow grave, and all of a sudden the PA disappears. They take him down. The static link gives Yamsen enough damage, and he's going to be able to kill this PA. Just one hit through the evasion is going to be enough. And that is a massive fight here for GamerLegion. We got a little bit of a pause in the middle of things, but seems like we're going to go pretty soon. And I think this Dawnbringer is going to go down as well. Don't really see a good way out of it for this one. Yudomi ready for a heal, but that's just not really going to be enough.
The damage amp from the Shivas, they had just enough to get close to Bile, and he turned very slightly. Just awkward fight for him.
Yeah,
that's one of the worst of both options. He went late into Yamsen, so he had already lost most of his damage to heal up there. And he also didn't get away from the static link. This is going to give away Roche. Biggest timing they could possibly find here for GamerLegion. Very fortunate fight from them. Well played as well. Getting this Roche is extremely important.
And
that final the game if they lost this one.
That final primal stun, the PA took like 700 damage in 700 damage in like 1 tick. 552 physical damage plus the Eye of the Storm and everything else. And 75% evasion is great, Rojo, but even with the Satanic, this PA is 2,500 HP. Now, if you get through the evasion, he does melt.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit confused by this MKB. I mean, the MKB, I think, is the best possible damage option that you could go for. I'm a little bit surprised that the Abyssal wasn't a consideration here. That little bit of extra HP, that damage block, it is meaningful. When you are in this late game version of this PA, again, you are very squishy. And for Yamsen, all it takes is getting a lucky Mjolnir proc, as we saw. Still, overall, good prospects, I would say, for the side of Rottweilas, but they gave away much more than they needed to. And that does mean that Yamsen's now on a timer with his MKB, with the serrated Shiv as well. I mean, fortunate pickup for him on that neutral. The serrated Shiv must have done a huge amount of damage. That PA. I want to fight around Yamsen.
Yeah, Wonder Kid's gonna go in, but Yamsen is a difficult target right now. He's just gonna want to turn around on whoever goes on to him, especially with RCY sitting right behind him. But yeah, they're gonna
they have a really good ward
4 here. That's a great ward. If they can go find Yamsen, that'd be nice. I think RCY is the primary target here. As Fade now thinks about running in, does have the Primal Split available, and they just gotta run here. Blinks in. There's the Primal. Just opens this fight at the very beginning. But even still, there's going to be the rock buying a little bit of time as Wonder Kid tossed up into the air. Should have a way out of this. And it's just Yadomi getting chased down. Good cogs buying some time. But this is going to be a dead Warlock, I think. Here comes Coach Ttgame trying to take the Primal Split Brewlings down. But he's just tossed up in the air and Fade. Whoo! Almost gets the Warlock. Not quite. And now, Primal Split's down. They're going to have to back up. Yes, this is the Aegis timing, but we can see how effective this Brewmaster is when he's opening the fights, when the Primal Brewlings are ready to go. But when he does not have that available, this fight becomes much more difficult for GamerLegion.
Yeah, definitely need to back up off the back of that. But Fade did have an Arcane Rune, I believe, when he popped that. So he should have it up at a reasonable time. Anything they can do at this point for GamerLegion feels quite nice. They needed to get to this timing for that MKB of Yamsen, and now they finally have.
It makes life
much better here, as they're also waiting on some decent items as well for the side of Rottweilas. They're looking at a Lotus, I believe it is, for the Warlock. That'll help a lot, as he just finished it up. But Wonder Kid as well with 4k gold. This next item will be very impactful. RCY, he hit the critical mass, though, here for the Beastmaster, as they will definitely smoke up with this one. Refresher finish for him. This is when Beastmaster becomes ridiculous, and this is when Ttgame's life becomes pretty difficult. I mean, RCY, even heading into Lotuses, if he gets a good Primal Roar off onto Ttgame, especially without that BKB pops, he will die. In fact, with BKB, he might still die as well with damage that Yamsen can output, especially if he gets an amplified damage. They have to avoid this timer here from GamerLegion. Hopefully, it looks like they're keen on doing so.
Yeah, we're looking at about 2,600 gold or so for the Lincolns. For the PA, less. Actually, it's going to be bought here. 9 seconds going to come out on Courier on this Ember. So that's a really nice time. When you talk about this Blink Roar, these double Lincolns that are going to come out, which, again, if Coach Ttgame buys out for this, that's scary, but I think it probably is necessary. And even still, like, yes, Lincolns are good to block Roars. You have Shuriken Toss. You have Track. You have... I mean, those are the big ones, really. You have Poison Touch, although that's...
spells.
Yeah, like, Lincoln's, while very good, is not this ultimate solution to what you're... the problems you're running into as this game gets later for Rottweilas.
It's pretty good, though, I will say. It is pretty good. Being able to block potentially the Static Link, being able to block the Primal Roars. There are ways, of course, around it, as you mentioned, for the side of GamerLegion, and this Refresher is going to be helpful, even without necessarily landing the Roars. RCY is still going to be a monster in these fights, and that's not much that's going to help them address the Brewmaster. It does stop them from getting lifted, which is rather nice, in theory as well, if they don't get stunned by the Panda first. But Fade, he will have this Refresher soon for himself. He's still a decent ways away, by all means.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I believe that was the... No, that was just part of the Lincolns, but... Coach Ttgame will lose a decent part of his Lincolns there as the where was Big? Yeah, I guess it was at the secret shop. So Bignum gets another courier, delays this Lincoln's potentially. Certainly the perseverance and the the recipe is gonna go down, and he was gonna sell his boots. So actually was not that far away from things. But this is a big timing as well. Coach Ttgame level 25. Likely triple strike. Yeah, there we go. Triple strike, stifling daggers. Already, he
That
was
one's
putting a
pretty
lot of
good.
damage, especially with this facet, with sweet release, daggers on top of everyone, splitting everywhere. We talked about the problem this would already cause with all the units that exist. Now he's just daggering everything. And this is going to be it's going to be a complicated fight for GamerLegion. There's smoke. Yeah, if they can get Fade, I don't know that they can. He's very tanky as though, okay, that's not going to land, but looking for a sleight of fist, searing chains, not quite. And Fade gets out of there. If they could get, if any fight that they can isolate and kill Fade before he gets his split off, which is not easy. They don't have great, crazy chain stun on this Brewmaster. But if they can make that happen, the fight is just impossible for GamerLegion. It buys so much time.
Yeah, I mean, actually, getting Fade though is really, really difficult. This new the new innate for the Brewmaster is a really important one here. This Liquid Courage, as it does give you that extra status resistance when you drop below 50%, meaning essentially the Fade should always be getting his ulti off. They have to really get some fortunate crits here. As opposed to be like, oh, he pops his BKB and the Satanic to kill off the Tormentor. In the next 90 seconds, I think you're going to have to chill out a little bit. Thankfully, they are away from the...
Do you lifesteal off the Tormentor? Because it is just a shield.
Yeah, but I believe you actually do. At least a little bit. Not enough to usually solo it. But I think the BKB helped as... There's level 25 here for Yamson. It is so important to get to this Linken's. I mean, yeah, Ttgame just has to wait. If he ever gets caught by a static link that also steals attack speed, definitely going to go down. Very, very good talent for Yamson. He might even consider as well at some point now just linking the first target he sees. The damage increase you get from the static link is absolutely ridiculous. It is a wasted smoke, though, however, for GamerLegion, and their net worth lead is going back towards Rottweilas at least a little bit as they comfortably farm this side of the map.
All right. So Coach Ttgame now does have the Lincolns ready to go. It's on Courier. He now has it. It's a lot easier for him to take these fights. Now, of course, you don't want to get static linked. You don't want to get roared. Both of these are problems. Lincoln's only blocks one, but they're going to keep the Lotus on him this entire time. And ideally, he's not the one leading the charge. It is this clockwork. It is the rocket flare giving vision. It is the hook shot going in that lets Coach Ttgame go in, choose his target. It's Wonder Kid making chaos. And if he's ever the first one in, it's because it's a free kill. Any other time, ideally, he should see where the rest of the team is that he's where GamerLegion is and be able to pick his targets in such a way where he's not as worried about these layered stuns.
Yeah, canceling the blink on RCY is going to be very important here as he moves forward. Canceling these blinks in general. Fade has been looking to blink into these fights, get off his ulti. It's quite important, although I'm getting a little bit more worried for Fade. I mean, his Brewlings are insanely tanky. But now with triple stifling dagger here, with Fatal Bonds, and particularly with Adrian having the refresher, there's a little bit of worry that Fade could start going down in his ulti. Although, of course, with these Ags now, a big portion of the reason why you buy it is that you can end the Ags early. So Fade, hopefully should be able to live in these fights for GamerLegion, even if he gets gone on. These stuns through the BKB potentially could lead to him dying, or at least to having at least a bit of pressure onto his Brewlings, which he's not had this whole game.
I mean, even still,
despite his net worth, he's doing so much.
I mean, even still, this Earth Brewling has 50 armor on it because of the eggs. So, yeah, actually, no, it's the brewed up stance too. So it's even more than that. It's like 50 is like almost 60 armor. 55 armor on the Brewling, which means that, yeah, triple strike stifling dagger is annoying, but even still, as this ward spot, we've been seeing GamerLegion do this a couple times right on the edge, and it has been they're going to be able to finally take it down, but it has been very impactful in a couple of these fights. As with Roche up, everyone's posturing around it, and this is where it gets awkward. Like when you're playing high ground versus high ground, choosing when to go in, how to go in, finding the right target is going to be really nice, as this Brewmaster is far away from the team, Rojo. Yes, he does have bots, but if they can take a fight right now, 4-on-5, that is a very nice opportunity for Rottweilas. Seems like they're just trying to burn Roche down, though. I don't know. It's not roaring. There it is. Yamson triggers it. So now they know what's happening here. You got to assume Brewmaster's going to look about moving in fairly quickly, but the creep waves aren't particularly close. If we talk about having this bots, creep waves top and mid, they're pushed in. He's not an immediate TP target.
Yeah, they have the Beastmaster units, so they should be fine. That's what they're relying on here. Making Fade do a little bit of pressure on the spot side of the map. Well, they're just walking back into the Roche. Yamsen's frontlining. Has to be careful, though. He's not invulnerable.
Oh, trying to bait something out here. There's a crit on the dagger. Half HP now is going to pop the Eye of the Storm. Thinks about going in, but they're just going to go get the Aegis on top of Coach Ttgame. And now the hook shot goes in, but a good force staff gets Yamsen out for now. As Wonder Kid, he's looking for the backline. Fade left side. He really wants something here. He's got great positioning to really re-engage into a second fight. But they're not going to commit for it. And now, third Roche goes all the benefit of Rottweilas. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Ember Spirit's got a refresher shard on top of this. These next fights for the next 5 minutes, we've been talking about all the problems that Rottweilas present to GamerLegion. Now you got 2 lives on the PA and 10 Fire Remnants on Wonder Kid.
Yeah, and a lot more when he resets. Wonder Kid is going to be able to play as aggressive as he wants to in these fights. 2 Solar Guardians. Really just everything in the kitchen sink for Rottweilas. It's going to be difficult to push onto this Mega Creeps, of course. Don't know if that's even something you can necessarily expect in the next 4 minutes, but they're very strong. And really the only concise plan that we've seen for GamerLegion at this late portion of the game is you have to land a static link onto Coach Ttgame and you have to try and one-shot him. Can't do that if he's out the Aegis, especially with these Lincolns around. Presents a huge amount of issues for GamerLegion. Thankfully, I mean, Fade is really their kind of their shining star here. He's gonna get that refresher soon. Hopefully delay these racks if it ever comes to it. It's there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, I think, to make these fights really pop, because everything else is pretty limited in terms of their agency for GamerLegion. These Lotuses and these Lincolns are absolutely crucial in this game.
It's Coach Ttgame. He's just looking at a rapier, which I actually kind of like these aggressive rapiers, especially when you got the Aegis on a hero like PA with triple strike, stifling daggers. You're going to kill people. You're just going to sit there, 1 dagger, and die with the rapier if he decides to go for it. I think as our observer is hovering, he could also just go for the Axe, and 30% damage on a pretty low cooldown into this Brewmaster feels really nice. But for now, we're just going to go hit high ground, and the triple shot. Oh, okay, yeah, there's an Ags on the clockwork as well, so it's very hard to make these engages happen. You just the vision that they provide, but that smoke's going to go up. There's going to get the Lincoln's popped. Second Lincoln's popped. And there's going to go out of this for now. The daggers continue to go in. Half damage already on the Razor. Does have a satanic, though, goes in. They're going to try to take him down. There's going to be the rock, but no follow-up just yet, as Yamsen's going to heal right back up to full on the satanic, but Fade's in the back line. He thought he could make this fight happen. Hasn't popped the primal split just yet, and somehow he blinks into 5, kills off the banner, and doesn't really take that much damage.
Yeah, he's really strong on Fade. As long as Coach Ttgame is not focusing him down, he's able to play pretty aggressively, especially they're considering, or they're expecting him to ulti. So Fade's playing a little bit of a mind game here. That being said, Wonder Kid, he's looking to get active, making some space for Coach Ttgame to hit these racks.
Yep, good chains for now. Fatal Bonds as well, stacking up a lot of damage here now. Here comes Coach Ttgame, almost kills Fade off the Fatal Bonds. Not quite enough just yet. Okay, Bignum should go down here. Yamsen's so low, tries to turn around. Dead. No, he's just dead. Fatal Bond's not going to be enough, and he's going to have to buy back into this one. Speed's dead as well. 3 dead. 3 buybacks on the side of GamerLegion. They're looking down the barrel of Megas, but there's going to be the roar. Secondary damage, trying to go take the PA down. The one from the Force Staff is so good. He gets on out of there, heals right back up, and looks for a secondary engage, but Fade is tossing him up in the air. Can't really join the fight just yet. That Solar Guardian, though, absolutely saved his life. Now Wonder Kid backline on top of Speed, looking for the dieback on top of him. He finds his way back in the fountain. Now Wonder Kid very exposed. No remnants. No way to get on out of there. And even though the Rocket Flare is causing problems, It's not going to be enough to get the kill. Trying to find Yamson now, but Fade gets another kill.
Buyback.
Secondary buybacks.
Wonderkid.
Here comes Wonderkid right back into the fight. Oh, Hero trying to go take down Yamson. He's healing up so much.
There's no
trying to
grade.
go get this PA down, but the damage overwhelming. He's going to
It's
fall
over.
down a second time. And now with Yamson dead, RCY falls as well. Even with all the buybacks, it does not matter. This PA, 52 minutes into the game, is way too strong, Rojo.
The space creation by just the whole Rottweilas draft is really, really strong. And honestly, at the end of the game, Bayo, I felt like half the damage was coming from Yadomi. He was... anytime that his Golem or his imps were popping, the upheavals that he was just keeping, I mean, they just had so much space to play with those fights. And at the end there, I mean, Costa Bila, he was doing everything he needed to, but he didn't honestly have to do a lot. You know, throw a couple daggers, sit back and relax. A Wonderkid throws out probably, I didn't check the recap, but probably 13, 14 spirits in that late fight, maybe more, honestly, with the buybacks and the resets. There's a reason that, you know, we had some strong belief in Wonderkid as the Ember. And GamerLegion, I mean, ultimately, they had better prospects in the late game than I had necessarily expected for them. But the early game prowess that their draft should have, it was just not there. I mean, they really didn't build any significant lead at all this game. And a huge part of it, Bayo, I did not feel Speed or Big Num's impact in this game. I mean, and their scores reflected as well. 1, 6, and 7 on Speed. And 0 and 11 for Big Num here. So you know, I think the Rottweilas really did find kind of or strike a little bit of gold in that draft by the amount of bans that they were able to get out on the position 5s. It just forced Speed into this Dazzle, which I don't think that he necessarily played poorly or anything, but he did not play up to the standard that we see, right, for Speed and what we expect from him. They weren't able to set tempo. They just weren't able to get first Roche with RCY. It all really toppled for them.
And it wasn't a great Dazzle game. I mean,
No.
yes, being able to mess with these fights, heal back up once PA goes on top is nice. Last pick PA, not a last pick Dazzle. But you have PA that can get on top of the Dazzle. You have Dawnbreaker that can follow up on the Dazzle. You have Clockwork that can get on top of the Dazzle. You have Ember Spirit that can go and hunt this Dazzle down. So you got 4 heroes. And granted, Dazzle didn't pick when all 4 heroes were showing, but when enough heroes were showing that Dazzle was always going to struggle to stay alive, and even if you force Dazzle to Shallow Grave himself, that's a big win. That's a long cooldown. That is a problem. That means that all of a sudden Dazzle's not saving Yamson. He's not giving you that big healing amp. So, and certainly this is not a hero that scales into the late game as well as some of the other supports that Speed likes to play. So you talk about all these problems. Dazzle got absolutely boomed out. Bigman was not, he got some rather impactful courier kills, slowed down some Lincoln's timings, but not really able to have the impact that he would have liked to set this tempo in the early game. And I think this is the mistake we saw GamerLegion make last week. They said, we're going to play for tempo. We're going to roll over. We don't really care about the late game because it's not going to happen. And then, well, Rottweilers are able to go and drag it out to the late game, and that happens. So I think we're going to see GamerLegion go back to the drawing board, play a lineup that is a little bit more balanced in terms of its timings, doesn't have to end by 30, 35 minutes, and we're going to see how Rottweilers choose to respond. But for now, it's about a 10-minute break. And when we're back, game number 2.
Won't
need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. Serotonin slightly late, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll forget the first time with you, and baby you make a moment. Every time I lay eyes on you, but do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment. Yeah, I want to know it's on the low between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
But discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the the day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. You're so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
But discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
Welcome back to the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers as we have a series on our hands. Finally, GamerLegion, they lose a map. It goes a long time. It went just about 60 minutes, 52 minutes and 22 seconds. You have this very difficult to deal with late game PA bouncing all over the place, Wonder Kid on his Ember bouncing all over the place, and 3 heroes just designed to enable them to get them out of stuns, to make it so that they are as happy as possible as they bounce around and cause all the damage. Game 2, Rojo, I think the big story, as we take a look at our draft, of course, Rottweilas, they had side selection. They decided to go Radiant. GamerLegion says, okay, we'll take second pick. You get Speed's hero earlier in the draft. I think that is it. I think that's what you're looking for. Maybe even your first pick, it forcing him down on his like fifth or sixth priority hero. Significant downside to the GamerLegion draft.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Speed and Bignum just often have this very, very high impact. And the way that Rottweilas drafted it, I really liked what they did. They took away the clockwork on that first pick, which Bignum has looked really incredible on, and we've been just hugely fond of in general. Yannick had a pretty good game on it. And then in that second phase of the draft, they picked up the Warlock to take it away from Speed, as well as banning out most of his heroes. GamerLegion themselves banning out some early heroes on the support, and just leaving Speed with ultimately nothing much in the pool. I mean, for any support player, I think they would have had a limited pool by that point in the draft. But for Speed in particular, I mean, that is kind of his one weakness as a player, I'd say. He's very, very good on the heroes he plays. If he doesn't get one of those heroes, Bayo, he doesn't have that same kind of impact that he typically does, as we've seen him have throughout all these qualifiers. And it's a really good recipe for kind of getting out of that early game a lot more comfortably, kind of putting some pressure onto GamerLegion, as Rottweilas were able to. Now they have first pick again, so potentially gonna get something that they want as well, getting a chance to run back to the same draft that they had. And I really did like their first game draft, as you mentioned. So just very nice stuff from them. Set themselves up for success, as we've been asking these teams to constantly against GamerLegion. And overall, I'm just very happy with what they did in that first game. They got kind of everything that they wanted. And then the PA, which was the only thing I was skeptical of, honestly got off to a pretty good start. And the big thing that we haven't mentioned yet, Bill, that I think is probably the most important, is that not only did Rottweilas give themselves a great draft, which I think they've had, you know, pretty fine drafts pretty consistently. They did have, honestly, if anything, I think pretty good and concise Roche fights. I mean, the last Roche fight that they took was, I think, pretty well played overall. It didn't have really any kind of blips. They took the Roche on when they needed to. They walked out when they needed to. Really just no notes across the board for that. And that's as good as you can ask from them. They have really struggled with that in the past. There is a clockwork ban now as we head into this draft, which I think is definitely appropriate by GamerLegion. Tiny into an SF first here for GamerLegion. No Chen.
SF, but the Tusk ban. So you don't have this really strong SF Tusk lane. Of course, SF can have some other good lanes, but you don't have that kind of obvious one there. SF does not like to be repositioned. SF does not like to be stunned. SF is not tanky in the early game. And yeah, it's only 2 picks, but you know, SF loves to hit heroes with low armor. Tiny, past level 6, has decent armor. I don't know that Shadow Fiend, even though it is flexible, you can go at mid, you can go at safe lane. I had one guy in my pubs play at position 4. Don't do that. I don't think this is the priority that GamerLegion are putting onto it, given what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, they did ban it last time, Rottweilas, the Shadow Fiend. I believe it was Chen Shadow Fiend in this phase. So GamerLegion is really putting high emphasis on it. I do like it a lot as a carry. I think that's very likely where it's to go. But it doesn't necessarily, I mean, outside of having that early minus armor reduction in the Tiny, it doesn't really scream as the best matchup. I think it's just something they want in the game, because already Shadow Fiend is a response to Tiny, and this hero does not like being repositioned. It does not like being stunned. There's a lot of items that Tiny can buy to be obnoxious for the hero. So I think they just really wanted this. They really wanted to get the Shadow Fiend. Unfortunately, it does mean they have left themselves in a position again where Speed is not necessarily getting a hero that he really wants. They left the Chen open for Rottweilers on that 9 pick, and GamerLegion just didn't want it, which surprises me a little bit. As I almost wonder if on the 13 pick here they are going to put some priority on the Speed hero, pick up a Warlock here or something, but it's just not as good with the Shadow Fiend.
I'd kind of like to see an Ogre, actually. Ogre covers a lot of Shadow Fiend's issues. It gives you attack speed early game, which Shadow Fiend loves. He's already got a lot of damage. You have that Fire Shield, which is so nice to block 3 auto attacks. Thank you very much. Shadow Fiend, not particularly tanky. That gives you a solution there. And it wins lanes at level 2. You get 2 points Ignite. You get a stun. Shadow Fiend loves stun setup, so he can hit raises early. It does make, and I know it's something that Speed plays. So I know we haven't seen a lot of pick priority on it, but I know it's been getting played a decent amount. This used to be a flex hero, right? But am I crazy? Isn't Core Marcy just about dead?
It's pretty much dead. It is very difficult to make work. So they're flexing this across the supports. If Speed does play, then it's a really, really strong pairing with the Shadow Fiend, so I don't mind that for him. But I did agree with your point on the Ogre. I mean, also Ogre is notably very good against Tiny. Just having that high armor, being able to trade into 0 armor, but particularly because Tiny is also just really weak level 1. So you get into that level 2 very, very comfortably in that kind of lane. So I did like the idea of an Ogre. I suppose they could still pick it, as I think Big Num is the more prominent Marcy player for them. But it doesn't really seem to have much. I mean, I think they're just picking it to pair with the SF, really trying to enable Yamson here on that Shadow Fiend, which I think is fine, is appropriate. Rottweilers, they did end up not getting themselves the Ember, as they had to ban it out, actually. Some interesting decisions as well from the drafts here. GamerLegion, they banned out the Beastmaster they played last game, and Rottweilers banned out the Ember Spirit, as they'll go for Mars Lash. I mean, I really like that. I was kind of wondering what they would opt for on this phase, if there's some strong support they were looking at. But, I mean, Mars obviously great against Shadow Fiend for some very obvious reasons, hate being boxed, but particularly blocking those auto attacks. Very handy. And the Leshrac as a deny pick to RCY does limit his hero pool a little bit. Not particularly a ton. He still has Storm, he still has Invoker, but he does look towards Lesh pretty consistently. Now you take that hero away from him, you can build some early armor with the Greaves. Overall, a nice pairing as well. I mean, Tiny has a great setup for Leshrac, Mars has a great setup for Leshrac. Leaves their 18 pick open as well. Just very solid drafting here from Rottweilers.
It's also a flex, which is weird to talk about. I know there were eras where like 4 Leshrac was a thing. It's not that much of a thing right now, but we've been seeing mid Lesh. Wonder Kid plays it beautifully. I don't know if Kosh Tabile plays the carry Lesh that we've been seeing a decent amount of. You still play it like a mid Lesh, but I wouldn't be surprised, right? It's not that complicated of a hero to play, and it does give them that flex potential. As I kind of like the idea of a carry Lesh now. If this is going to be an offlane Undying, you just go and you're not a strength hero. You got decent range. You can just click the tombstone down early. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it could also be a flex here for the Undying as well. I definitely see the appeal for an offlane Undying, but I hope that they give themselves that potential to kind of keep it open. If they want Speed to play the Undying, obviously that is a brutal matchup for whoever is in the offlane. A double strength offlane into Undying that doesn't kill Tombstone. It's a pretty good Undying pick overall, I would say, for sure. Not necessarily one that you would always go towards, but certainly makes a lot of sense here. Likely for that reason, I would like to pick up an RCY hero. Not necessarily an RCY hero, but still a flex as well. Pairs really well with the Shadow Fiend, and something that I wasn't expecting to see picked, because we see this so often, Bayo. Banned out in the first phase and picked out in the first phase. I'm honestly just kind of... my mind just assumed that this hero was gone from the draft if it hadn't been picked.
And this is a heinous minus armor draft right now. You bodyguard the Shadow Fiend. You corrosive haze whoever he's hitting. You have Undying to lower their strength, so that's even more effective damage. And this Leshrac, unless they jump on the Shadow Fiend first and take him down, and yes, Greaves changed the calculus a little bit, but whoever's getting clicked by this Shadow Fiend, by whoever Slaughter goes on top of, is going to disappear. We saw the Dazzle die in about 1 dagger later in the game, last game. That's going to happen in this game, but it's going to happen a lot earlier. This is I guess you got to get, you look at someone that builds armor. That's a great response, actually, as the Wind Ranger, and then you don't get hit. But now this does kind of showcase our lanes. Carry Wind Ranger, mid Leshrac, offlane Mars, and RCY, he's got the pick of the litter. If he doesn't want to play the Slaughter, he's got pick of the litter to how he wants to solve this Leshrac problem.
Doesn't mean they also have bans, though, if they want to. So they get rid of actually carries here for Rottweilers, which is interesting to me. I really assumed that this is a Shadow Fiend in the carry role. I suppose they could put it on RCY, but the prospects of the mid Shadow Fiend I've just seen significantly less overall. Plus the pair is obviously so nicely with the draft they built up. So I'm a little bit surprised that they do ban out a carry. Maybe it'll just be the one off since they didn't want to play into Lifestealer. Does mean that they leave quite a few heroes that I think RCY would be perfectly happy to play in this game. Invoker is a great one that has obviously more damage amp for the Shadow Fiend. Can purge the wind run as well, notably. Good laner into Leshrac. They have the Storm Spirit that RCY is incredibly proficient at for kind of catching these heroes out. They have some great picks for him, again, if he doesn't want to play Slardar, which I don't know if he does or not into the Leshrac. It's not a horrible matchup. You can never really get Edict, but definitely not the ideal mid-Slardar matchup. And as we kind of mentioned, Wind Ranger for Costa Bile, he looked very good on it yesterday. No reason to think that he won't today. But it does scare me a little bit. I obviously, the concept of don't get hit by a Slardar, and if this is an offlane Slardar, I think it is rather nice. You can really burst some of these heroes. The Marcy and the Undying aren't particularly tanky if you do ever catch a Shackle onto them. That being said, if you ever do get the Corrosive Haze down on you and the Shadow Fiend gets towards an MKB at some point in the game, you are not a hero that will last probably 2 or 3 hits at most. I mean, you can build in the Mantas, BKBs, etc. to get rid of the Haze, but this Wind Ranger Shadow Fiend matchup is honestly, I think, not easy for Wind Ranger if you can build towards that MKB, and SF can do that typically relatively early. So you're relying a lot on the utility of your team to stop that Shadow Fiend from ever hitting you. That being said as well, if you ever lose the wind run by any means, if you're ever nullified, of course, or you just have it down on cooldown, you're also a hero who is relatively low armor, relatively low HP. Rottweilas. You pick up a Naga Siren, not our favorite hero. Okay, but I do think it's a better Naga Siren game than we've seen previously. I particularly like Naga Siren a lot into Undying. Just have the ability to kill the Tombstone, which they are notably quite bad at. So I think it's serviceable. Again, we've seen Naga Siren, and every time that we've seen it, we've thought that it looks lackluster. But at least I think they picked it late in the draft with some decent reasoning behind it. So even if I'm not a huge fan, I think it has at least a purpose that it's serving.
And in fairness, they did play it in game 3, I think, of the upper bracket. I'm going to have to take a look at the Wikipedia, but Rottweilas did play it against GamerLegion last week, and the game went late. They had actually looked fairly good. It wasn't the problem. Centaur is going to be the response here, so...
I feel like the Naga Siren did not look that game that we watched, but
Really?
it's notably a different player. Well, I mean, if you recall, I feel like there was a number of songs that were disruptive.
Honestly, in my head, those disruptive songs were applied to Dr. Strangelove's Naga in other games, so you may be right, and maybe I'm just misremembering things. Centaur is going to be the play, which means that this is going to be the position 5 Undying into Tiny and Mars. This is going to be a miserable safe lane. Now, the one downside of this, of course, is that Tiny can drag waves. Undying can do nothing to stop it. So we had that miserable lane for Adrian and Genic last time. They dragged waves. Really wasn't that big of a deal. And Tiny Mars in the game, I mean, Mars versus Centaur is a great time for the Mars. You just don't get to run.
Yeah, it's also just overall, though, I do like the Centaur pick for Fade. Obviously, Blade Mail and Return, pretty solid answer to the Wind Ranger throughout pretty much the entire game. Not much that Wind Ranger can really do to your hero. You have the ability to catch up to the Wind Ranger as well with the Stampede, which is rather nice. And it's just a good Blade Mail game in general as well, into Wonderkid. Eventually, if you can build up to a pipe, it's a pretty solid pipe game for them. Not the most amount of damage coming out from the side of Rottweilas, especially if they don't get ahead in the early game. So I like the prospect of the Centaur. Again, I don't necessarily love putting RCY on the mid Slardar, but it should be a fine matchup. I think losing lane on Slardar is honestly a little... It's kind of hard to do, honestly. This hero just has so much... I mean, you get, your 8 armor plus like 5 or 6 regen when you're standing in the river. 60-something plus damage. The hero is just... Yeah, it's very, very strong in the mid lane. So I'm sure RCY, even if he doesn't necessarily win the lane, because I expect Wonderkid to put some pretty strong pressure on him, he definitely won't have a horrible time by any means, I'm sure.
Interesting smoke out from Rottweilers. They're going to hold high ground, and they're going to run straight into Speed, tossing them everyone up. There's going to be the spear into the shackle shot, and Speed getting locked into place. This is going to be a first blood for Rottweilers early, and it's going to be on Costa Bile, who had... Nice. He had such an incredible game in game number 1, despite giving over first blood, and Now they're giving him gold instead. So a much, much nicer start for the man.
Yeah, this is definitely nice. Pick up about half of your bracer here for Ttgame. Make that lane much more comfortable under the Centaur. Definitely some good kill threat as well between a Marcy and a Centaur. So if you can get these early stats to kind of prevent that, you should be able to draw out this lane, stall for this little bit of a later portion of the lane. Should be a 2-for-2 split relatively.
RCY looking for the bash, not gonna, or the crush, not really gonna find it though. So yep, gonna be 2-for-2. And now, as we start to look at the lanes here, you know, we talked about how Tiny Mars is not gonna have a great time. There are kill threat windows. Level 2 is gonna be a pretty strong kill threat window because, of course, you do have the Spear, you're gonna have Rebuke for the slow, and then you're gonna have Avatos. So you can absolutely get this Shadow Fiend out of position, spear him, toss him back. That is going to be a window, but these are very thin windows. And the better question is whether you're ever going to be in a position to make that happen. Because this Undying, who, by the way, opened boots first to kill the Courier of Adrian, is just going to be standing in front of the Shadow Fiend and making it so hard. I mean, Adrian can't even approach the wave right now. So that is a significant problem. Of course, other side of things is now Ttgame gets stunned up a little bit. Not as much kill threat on the side of Ttgame and Yadomi. This is going to be a very defensive lane. Bignum is scary. I know you were talking about that, Rojo, in that you do have this dispose, you do have this rebound. Oh. And yeah, there we go. Here, Ttgame is going to get jumped right on top of. Good stun. Does have the shackle shot. And that's going to buy some time. But the body blocks, he's got a lot of damage. They're going to turn this on top of Bignum. That gives him level 2. That gives him win run. And now he doesn't have a lot of regen. But without Bignum here, Fade's not going to get close to him. So he's actually kind of fine.
That shackle there gave him so much damage that he could actually just finish off that kill. Very important to get these, as he does get... Ooh, nice.
Ooh. Yeah, double edge is... a lot of damage there, but they do though. Get where was Speed? Was he? Yeah, Speed was contesting the pole camp.
RCY as well, by the way. Dies. Wonder Kid, really nice trading from him. RCY had the bottle on his Courier, but couldn't get it in time. Wonder Kid just had some nice CSing. The benefit of getting that little bit of extra gold from the kill, and then just having a little bit cleaner CSing here. Means that this lane that should be fine for RCY is still going to continue that way. But a kill is a lot to give over to Leshrac.
It's kind of insane too, right?
A lot.
Yeah, this is Chronoptic Nourishment Lesh as well. So he's not, oh, I cleared the wave. Let me go and Diabolic Edict you down because there's nothing you can do. No, this is just Lesh winning in the old-fashioned way with a Lightning Storm, Split Earth, getting the harass. And I mean, RCY, he comes back to lane and he's not going to land the crush. He's already down to like a 3rd HP just from the trading of this Leshrac, which is, we've been singing Wonder Kid's praises, how good mechanically he is, even in losing matchups. He's kind of putting the work into RCY this game. 14 versus 12, but he's got 7 denies on top of the harass that he's putting in.
Yeah, he's getting this, I mean, just the early power of the CSing gets a kill now, and this lane that should be somewhat stable is going to feel impossible, especially as you mentioned with this Lash now that has so much extra mana to play with, doesn't have to level the Edict, has much more pressure to actually put down as they're going to actually throw Bignum in. This could be a little bit worrisome as he does bring him back.
Now there's going to be the crush, but Wonder Kid just wants to turn on top of this one, has to go pick me up, get him out of there as Bignum's going to be zoned. And I don't know if
5 heroes mid.
Yeah, I don't know if Speed canceled his TP or the Mars canceled it for him as Adrian's going to lose another Courier. But Speed was thinking about TPing into that fight, was not, either canceled it or had it canceled for him. So now you got 3 heroes in the mid lane for Rottweilas, 2 for GamerLegion. RCY is continuing to be very, very sad. Genic would love a tossback. Tossback Split Earth is so strong, and there's going to be the net looking for the avalanche. Maybe there's going to be some more slows. Toss back. There we go. Wonder Kid's going to... What happened to my nice, honorable 1 versus 1 mid lane? Where did it go?
It's gone.
What is happening?
They took your honorable mid lane out back. They made it look at the pretty flowers. Definitely, I think a smart move, really, by Rottweilas. But I would be annoyed if I was RCY. Give Wonder Kid an inch. He'll go much further than a mile with it. So he's just taking away with this game so far. The only saving grace for them is at least that Adrian is having, as expected, a horrible lane. I mean, he's 8-1 in the CS. He can't get anywhere near the wave. The pole camp is open because Yannick's been leaving. It is a miserable time for him. 34-18, by the way, for Yamsen. They're playing really well through mid on Rottweilas, but there's just there's no amount of good play I think that can fix this top lane. It's just impossible.
This is where you put in team chat, guys. I really hope the other lanes are going well because you have ruined my game. And again, I don't know what he's supposed to do here. It's Tiny Mars. Like, there's not a lot of early game strength. They can't really contest this lane, but you know, you haven't blocked my camps. You've wandered away. I'm level 4. I really hope you're going to do. They're rotating 3 heroes on me at 5:30 because they can. Please, because I am straight up not having a good time right now. Is he's going to try to go through the gate? No, he's not going to try for that one.
You know what? I'll call it.
Yeah, there's a lot of space, and there's a nice spear on his speed. There's a world right now where we could see some gate rotations. Looks like Coach Stabile is not going to make that happen, but
he's living.
He's okay. This is actually so worth it for Adrian right now. Now he's going to be able to go behind the tower. He's going to be able to drag a wave or two. Actually, he's not going to do that, but this is, given the game state, given how bad of a game this Mars is having, this is far more, I think, than you can otherwise expect.
Really, really nice to live there. And honestly, at some point, I think you got TP'd out anyway. He was just a little bit too fast for them as they take this mid tower at 6 minutes. And Wonder Kid gets a regen as well. He's teaming towards this top side. Or it's Ttgame who's teaming this top side. He's walking on Wonder Kid.
Yeah, they're trying to set up for the 7-minute wisdom, but everyone's already set up for this. Mars is only level 4, so he's not going to have an arena for this despite being left alone. But with all that space that he made, look, he was able to catch a wave under a tower. So that's probably doubles his CS. Actually, I think it did double his CS at this point. Now, good news for the side of GamerLegion if they wanted to go contest this. There's a great ward right outside of the tier 1 tower. So they know that Wonder Kid's here. They know that they're overloading this side of the map to secure the wisdom, which does mean that, okay, we're not going to make too much of a move. We're just going to make sure we get our wisdom. We're going to make sure we trade. And kind of unfortunately in this game, Yadomi's going to be the one that gets the wisdom, not the Mars. So he's not going to get that comeback experience that you would like to have and get up to a quick level 6. But even still, they secure the Wisdom Shrine. This Leshrac is having an incredible time as he starts to power farm the triangle. And I mean, he is not that far away. They're going to go on top of him. Level 5, no spear. And this should be a dead hero. Zombie 1-2. Bignum tries to go stampede on top of him here. No spells available. Just runs him over. Does get the kill. And now Yadomi's going to fall down as well. Splitter not going to land, but there's going to be the toss and speed. He will die in response, but Ceaseless Dirge brings him right back into the fight. And Adrian still struggling to get level 6. But, honestly, as importantly as killing speed, Jennick goes and gets the Tombstone. That actually does quite a bit to get him closer to his key items.
The only good thing I will say that came, I mean, it was a decent, I think, look as well on the side of GamerLegion. As they go on to Yannick, I mean, he takes so much damage.
Yep, he disappears. There. He's gone.
As Bignum is camping this top side. RCY, he is a really, really quite miserable, but thankfully he got an amplified damage for himself. He got to that 6. Farming on this mid Slardar, the early jungle, does not feel very good. It's a pretty slow and painful process. Definitely not nearly as efficient as Wonder Kid is. So he's actually going to make his way out farming the creeps. He was looking towards bot as there's smoke from the 3 heroes. I really like this, but it's also pretty difficult to actually make happen. Getting on to Costa Vila is not easy.
He doesn't have boots. He does have 3 points. Right. Okay. He knows the Shadow Fiend's here. Lasting Presence is on top of him. He's going to get stunned up looking for the Requiem and pops Wind Run. So he's going to run away very, very quickly, but gets dropped back right into place. And that is a massive, massive move. I love this timing. I know you talked about it. getting on top of this Wind Ranger while he's alone. This is also a move where the Shadow Fiend had 3 lasting presence stacks. He's now on 4. So
that means he has 12 minus armor, which is yeah, pretty disgusting. Definitely seeing part of the reason why they value this hero so highly. Really strong lane into having some pretty good presence around the map. No pun intended. As he's just going to continue to farm up. Yamson's going to have a great game pretty much this entire game. No need to worry about him. For the time being, though, it's 10 minutes coming onto the rune. RCY is still pretty poor. In fact, RCY is more poor than Adrian. That's how tough his game is going. Got the kill into Ttgame, but they did give a little bit of menial space to Adrian. Some crumbs that he can kind of scoop off the floor there, which I'm sure he'll happily take. Sometimes that's the best you can get as an offlaner. These struggling times.
Oh, believe me, I know. At least we do know that Jenik is going to take advantage of the space that he's finding, of what he's doing. You know, in pubs, there's no guarantee that your position 4 is going to do anything except Russian Ags on a hero that really shouldn't Russian Ags. Anyways, that's my trauma. That's not what's happening here. It's fine. Jenik is not all that close to his blink. He doesn't really have it queued up. In fact, he's gone mana boots, but they will find
on the speed.
Oh, good spear into the toss, split earth, and that is going to be a kill. And most importantly, not only is that a kill, although we'll go to Ttgame, that's going to be the tier 1 tower top as well. So second tower will fall, and that opens up a lot of farming space for Ttgame. Doesn't have to go play under his tier 1 tower with a centaur running at him. He's got a little bit more map to play around.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice for him to get away from the centaur. Definitely, well, he'll actually TP back into it, so a little bit of a trauma bond for him in the spot side. So he just finds himself coming back again and again here. Fade, unfortunately, well, Fade fortunately, and he just gets eat up the spot side. There's 2 wards down here for him. Big Numb finds Yannick with the Unleash and the help of a little bit of a bird. Of course, Marcy's not anymore buying the Dominator, definitely not on support. But if you can get one from your offlaner, it's a nice little pickup. This is going to be a bit of an issue, I think. Dealing with Fade is... I mean, this is just not going to be an easy task by any means. They're going to smoke up, look towards RCY. I like this move a lot. He's a little bit more manageable on the Slardar. They can land the arena. And just a net.
And there's going to be the net. Tries to run away into the spear splitter. You don't have to pop. Oh, they will. They're going to pop the arena. Give everyone a nice heal. And nice toss. Speed's going to try to stay alive. And, you know, we were talking about heroes. We're talking about how the Shadow Fiend is off to the races. And he is. But this was like, I don't know what the exact timing was, but it was I think it was a pre-10-minute maelstrom for Ttgame, even before he got his boots. So he is farming very quickly in this game. He's got his power treads on Courier. He did lose his Courier, so that's why he doesn't have him on his body just yet, but he's moving into the Manta behind this, and he's probably not going to farm quite as fast.
By the way.
Although
Fade has a blade mail, so it's a little bit scary.
Does mean Wonder Kid doesn't really want to hit him, but that's a good shackle. Really nice hurricane onto the low ground, and now we're going to pop the tombstone and just back right on up out of there. A little bit scary, but again, the Ttgame neck and neck with the Shadow Fiend, who's been having such a free lane. That's really good news for Rottweilas because, yeah, Shadow Fiend wants to be top net worth. He wants to be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold ahead with how fast he farms. Ttgame, even if he's down in gold as this Wind Ranger, you just go, you get a shackle, you focus fire the carry, and they just kind of die for most of the game.
Yeah, Ttgame is having a great time, and particularly important is for him to get towards... I mean, all of his item times are obviously very important, but if he can work towards Manta and then eventually towards a BKB or some Satanic, any form of Dispel that he can work towards is going to be very, very helpful for him in kind of keeping this precarious little matchup he has into the Slardar Shadow Fiend. He had a relatively free lane as well with that early kill, giving him a ton of benefit. He's, of course, very happy to be benefiting from that. Now it's a relatively quiet game, all things considered. Yannick's about 1,000 gold from the blink, but having a decent time farming himself up. Ttgame, level 7 on that Nagas Iron, working towards his own blink as well. Pretty decent farm on him, all things considered, for this Nagas Iron. And I like this. I like a little, you know, relatively slow-paced game here. I think they have really good tools on the side of Rottweilas to make things happen when they want to. which is the blink coming out for Adrian. But otherwise, this draft has just a lot of utility baked into it. So I think going late by any means is not anything they're upset to do.
I was gonna say, speaking about doing things when they want to, double smoke comes in from RCY and Bignum, and this Tiny, who has not taken a point in grow just yet, he's only level 7. Yeah, he's got 0 armor. He's got minus 12 armor. Yeah, there's a bodyguard. He blows up in about 2 seconds. So that is always going to happen if Bignum and RCY are going to be able to find something. But even still, like, it's the Tiny. Yes, you would like to be able to go and get him a very fast blink, but he's not that far away. He's only 600 gold at 15 minutes. That's not
They see
bad.
Fade.
They do.
But they can't do anything about it.
Nope. He's got a blade mail, and especially with Retaliate, if you go on top of him, he's more likely to, you're more likely to kill yourself than you're going to kill him.
Yeah, part of the reason they picked the Centaur, it takes up so much space on the map, and it's so difficult to kill here. They're going to smoke up. They really want to utilize this Mars blink. But Fade is doing a great job of just setting himself up in this mid side. And they know that Wonder Kid was smoked. So they're just going to back out entirely. Fade can die. Don't get it twisted by any means. He certainly isn't invulnerable. But if he knows that they're coming, he pretty much is. As Yannick is going to look on the ward. Fade. A little bit of quick reactions there.
Oh, now we have him and his son. There we go.
He's kind of
back
low.
Centaur. That's kind of awkward. The Fade stuns on top of himself. Doesn't really do much. Now there's going to be the arena. Doesn't get the blade mail off in time. Good spear. And he's actually still living, though, but they're going to use the song to go kill off the tombstone. That's nice enough, but they're hanging around, and now Yamson here with the Requiem. Good Stampede to get on out of here. Wonder Kid has to run as Speed continues to hit him. 2 heroes on top of him, but great spear. God's Rebuke as well, but not gonna matter here as Adrian now has got to run, has approximately negative 50 armor, and will die to 2.5 hits. So the idea was there, but unfortunately the Shadow Fiend comes in, and when you spend all your spells and then the Shadow Fiend arrives, just run. It's not worth it. Get out of there. Your song's a disengage tool at that point.
Yeah, the song was, I mean, they almost killed Fade there. I think, honestly, but Wonder Kid, I think, made a slight mistake, which we haven't seen many of him from in these qualifiers. It just seemed like he was holding his Lightning Storm for some reason. Didn't end up getting that last little finish onto Fade, maybe trying to minimize the damage he takes from Blade Mail. But a little bit of greed from him was extremely costly, as then they used the song to kill the Tombstone. I think is a perfectly good concept by Yadomi. But he actually wasn't close enough to the Centaur to even land the Deluge either. Now that he's the blink, he should be able to, hopefully. It's a very good Deluge game, mind you, and it's something we never really mentioned with this Naga.
Ttgame on top of RCY in the top lane. It does about half damage, but spends the focus fire. And Yamson's
invis.
Yeah, he's got the Shadow Blade now. It is tracking him down to this point in the game is going to be very difficult, as now they got eyes on Genic, bottom side of the map. He's only 150 gold away from his blink. Killing him right now would be intensely valuable. It seems like he knows what's happening. He's going to get out of here. His smoke not really gonna come to much benefit. They're thinking about running mid maybe, but at this point the smoke's over and not really gonna find much.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, the overload on the spot side here, is they wanted to. They almost could look at Yamson.
You force the Requiem is now Ttgame on the low ground. Got to be a little careful. Speed sees him. And they know he's here, but now there's going to be the arena into the spear. It's not going to land, though, as they try to go lock down Yamson. RCY very low, but heal's going to be fine. And now win run's done. Hero, Ttgame dying so very quick. We talked about the value of this win runner because of the win run, but when it's done, you just die. You evaporate. You do not have the HP required at this stage in the game to properly stay alive. And yeah, okay, even with the Mjolnir, even with the lightning shield, it's not enough here. And so all of a sudden, despite the lanes, mid lane, safe lane going very well for Rottweilas, not really developing into the game they want to play.
It's just really falling apart for, I honestly, I almost like the look from them. I think it was a little bit precarious into, especially what Speed has, by the way. A Holy Locket with the Soul Rip maxed. Went for the Ripped Facet. It's a really interesting build from him. A ton of heals, but they just also missed their spells. I mean, the Arena was really nice from Adrian. Unfortunately, ends up missing the Spear. Doesn't have the Blink on Yannick to follow up quite yet. And then a Shackle Shot onto nothing. That's a little bit of awkward anti-synergy, I suppose, with the Wind Ranger Mars. Is dropping that Arena to go for an engage and then suddenly killing all the trees around the area. Makes for a little bit of difficulty actually landing these shackles for Costabile. Most of the damage from this Wind Ranger comes from landing it. Just a shackle onto a couple trees, an extra hero. And they should very comfortably get this Tormentor. No possible way to contest this one. Definitely not if they weren't smoked or anything, which seems a little premature here. Quick little pickup for the shard onto Bignum. Not necessarily one that's necessary on Marcy, but it's very luxury, very nice to have. Jumping off of enemies here and having a little extra damage to clear off these waves. Something Bignum will happily absorb here. Of course, just the net worth from the Tormentor is something they enjoy far more. And trying to bring Wonder Kid into the smoke. Trying to make things happen again and again here. Rottweilas really need this move to connect.
Yeah, Bignum is pretty much the same net worth as both RCY and Adrian, who have been the true victims in this game. And Carry Marcy's dead. The Facet is gone, and that makes me I was playing a lot of offlane Marcy. It was great, but regardless, core Marcy's pretty much dead. It's gone. But this support Marcy's still very impactful. Speed times out perfectly. Goes, pops the TP, steals the Shrine of Wisdom right on the 21-minute timing. And he's going to get both. This is really, yeah, level 12 Undying, 21 minutes in. This is a hero that there's a reason you play it core as well. It does a decent amount with the levels. The talents are really nice. Getting up to max Tombstone's always going to be solid. And of course, I mean, we talked about this Marcy. He's getting closer and closer to the BKB. He does a lot, but even just a little bit of net worth.
The Roshan is really, really incredible. I mean, just the objective taking in general. So good by the side of GamerLegion. They're going to have no issue taking this Roshan relatively instantly. As Yamson finishes the BKB as well. He's level 20 for that extra presence armor reduction. Feels pretty good for Yamson as he's going to get into this early Aegis with a BKB in tow. It's going to be a pretty comfortable one, I think, for GamerLegion in the next couple of minutes here. Looking towards that MKB as well on Yamson. He's had the luxury of having a relatively stable game. He's getting this MKB can come before really any other defensive item. Doesn't need a Hurricane Pike or a Manta or anything like that. BKB is all he's looked at. Can I finish an MKB?
Oh no, Adrian just gonna get blown up. Minus armor strats, man. When they work, they work so well. This is a Mars. He's your offlaner. He's a strength hero. He's supposed to last more than like 2 hits. But no. That's not how this works. Not in my Dota game.
No, not if Yamson has anything to say about it, and he certainly does. Solo sieging this bot tower while they smoke away here. RCY onto Yadomi. Kansong should be able to get out of here. By a little bit of time. No way to cancel it as Wonder Kid also... Bignum almost caught him.
They're going to find... Yamson. Trying to TP on out of here. Just
he's out.
Quite enough damage. Requiem. So very... Yeah, if he doesn't get out here, he dies twice. There was no one around him. That was a big last second that he's able to get on out of there. And part of that is the itemization we're seeing from this Wind Ranger, opting not for the BKB, but instead for this Manta. Now, what is it? It's 1,000. How much is Yasha? 2,200. I guess she wouldn't have had a BKB at this stage in the game anyways. But Requiem is always going to be a very nice disengage tool to let the Shadow Fiend get on out of there and just continue to scale. You talk about the MKB going into a Silver Edge behind this, which is so nice into this Wind Ranger, just capping her movement speed at 200 even when she's wind running. All that maneuverability that a Wind Runner has is not going to be there. And it's going to take a little time, but Shadow Fiend farms pretty quickly, so not all that long.
Yeah, this is again, it's a precarious matchup here for the Wind Ranger. It's very much just kind of a who gets the engage on who. And Yamson, I mean, who gets the net worth lead over the other. He's on the Shadow Fiend 307. Kind of one of the prerequisites, I think, for having a really good Shadow Fiend is kind of limited deaths. Sometimes that 1 or 2 deaths can really set a Shadow Fiend behind. Yamsen has not had one yet, and he still has 2 minutes on the Aegis. Almost lost his life in that bot side there. Could have set them, could have given them a little bit of space to work with here for Rottweilas, but as long as Yamsen lives, it's not really possible to take these fights. Fade now, by the way, has finished his pipe as well. Looking towards a Crimson, I'm sure, after that. This Crimson is also going to be a really big issue. Fade is... He's been a little bit quiet.
Hey,
Yannick.
Yeah, they're gonna find Yannick. He's gonna blow up very quickly. You talk about going into the Crimson behind it. Yeah, no, that was the Crimson Courier on the way. He's got Pipe and Crimson. He is very big in this game. And now Blade Mail, Pipe, Crimson. That's gonna take a lot of the damage from this Windrunner, who already does reduce damage because, hey, it's Focus Fire. And now there's a Crimson on top of it on one of the highest HP heroes in the game. So you're going to be blocking north of 100 damage a hit. And is Coach Ttgame, unless he gets a really good shackle, is not going to be doing that much more. Like, he's going to be doing 188 right now without a shackle. Get a little bit more, but it's going to be blocking about half his damage, if not more, when we pop this Crimson.
It's really, really quite strong. I mean, Wonder Kid as well. Usually he would be, kind of outputting the obscene damage that is necessary to get through this draft at this point. He said it would make a few pit stops. The Greaves, of course, is natural in this hero. Had to go into the Ghost Scepter, though, and fortunately he wasn't able to turn his lead into a substantial one as he'd like. It's kind of similar net worth now to RCY. He will melt as well, notably. If he ever gets caught in a stun, any kind of chain disable, he's caught without the Greaves or the Ghost Scepter, Yamsen will absolutely annihilate him. 300 gold now from this MKB. That timing is... I mean, there's really just nothing to do about it. You have to land a chain disable onto the Shadow Fiend. And even in that kind of chain disable, it really feels like it'll only be to kite him out. I don't think if Yamsen is connected with his team here, I mean, there's no way he's dying with Fade around him and with speed around him. The heals coming out from this Undying are really, really quite strong. They really drafted around the Shadow Fiend, and Yamsen's delivering. Failing to see very many ways to deal with him.
Yeah, Bignum as well, picking him up out of any of these chain stuns. I don't think you can get him out of the arena. I think you're going to get knocked back there, maybe with a BKB, but pretty much everything else, very hard to lock him down, keep him locked down. And you're talking about this heal. I think you mentioned this earlier, but Speed also decided to go the Rip Facet. So every time he goes and heals, he gives his Shadow Fiend that much more strength, which makes him even tankier. I mean, we've been talking about this compounding issue. The one downside, it was the first Aegis to get to the MKB, so he doesn't have the Aegis and the MKB, which would be rather nice as, ooh, this Windrunner, point of the spear, they're going to find him looking for the Requiem. Yeah. Oh, no, it doesn't even need to spend it.
Oh,
no,
good song.
Great Blink song here from Yodomi. He slowed up from the Stampede, but even still able to buy a lot of space. And he will give his life for this one. But that is absolutely worth doing to get Coach Ttgame out of there.
Yeah, unfortunate to have to give up your life there, but definitely a worthwhile trade. These wards have also been very nice from the side of GamerLegion, just always being exactly where they need for when they're fighting. I mean, they have 4 wards in this top side, showing their desire to overload this side. The Roche won't be up in the top side, unfortunately, so they will have to eventually look towards this bot side, but there's just no space really to be playing for Rottweilas. I like their draft a lot if they can get on top of these heroes, if they could deny something. But unfortunately, Yamsen's just too big. There's really just... there's very little to be done here. As much utility as they have, they don't have enough damage to back up beside it, or if they do have the damage, that damage dies far too quickly to be able to output it.
Yeah, Rottweilas have not connected on a kill since like 11 minutes into this game, give or take. It's like right around, like maybe 13 minutes or so. And now we're 28 minutes in. It's just been dodging and dodging and dodging, trying to get to your next items, giving up a pick off here or there. And that's a tough way to win a game, especially when we were talking about the scaling. It's not like they've got a clear scaling advantage. Windrunner is great. Windrunner is a very strong carry. There's a reason we see it picked all over the place. But we're seeing it picked in part because of its early game prowess, because of its ability to go and set tempo and win lanes and look really good. Now, The one caveat to this is that we are about 400 gold, 600 gold away from Costabile's Aghanim Scepter, which is not armor, but does give significant 35% additional physical damage reduction. And that's honestly probably better than getting more armor because it's not impacted by minus armor at all. So that's with this win run with two, I know it doesn't give 2 charges anymore, but with win run, with the 35% physical damage reduction, that might be enough to let them take a fight.
It'll help. It'll certainly help. And having this Manta means that you might, really the biggest one is if you can get out of the vision. I mean, this physical damage reduction I don't think is going to be nearly enough as Yemsen. He's talking Adrian. He'd love to get that Requiem off first, but he's just going to go ahead and start slamming into Adrian. Should be fine.
It does have the blink in 1. He can TP out if he wants to. Doesn't really know if there are any stunners around, but he's just going to be able to go walk that off. It's still funny. Look at this Mars. Supposed to be a relatively tanky hero, and he just, what was that, 3 hits and goes down to 50% HP. It's just, I mean, if you don't lock the Shadow Fiend down and kill him right off the top, he's just going to die, or he's just going to kill you, and then he's going to kill your team even faster. As a nice job there from Janik. He's going to be able to get out, but as strong as this Tiny is, with the Avalanche no longer being mini stuns, he has just not been able to find any moves.
I mean, they don't really have any way to on Rottweilers. They have a lot of potential pick-off. They have a lot in theory that can work. The way that GamerLegion has just been playing, they bought a gem onto RCY. They've been playing with 4 or 5 wards overloaded onto a singular side. They are never giving the opportunity for Rottweilers to find a fight, which I think is really, really nicely done by them, as Fade gets a free shard, as if he needed it, by the way. I mean, he is truly Jeff Bezos here. He's been very quiet this game on Fade, but he's been connecting this creep to himself to get this extra farm. He's looking towards a heart, by the way, which is, usually when you see the Centaur heart, maybe you think they skipped something along the way to get there. He didn't. He has all the auras. He has the blink. He has a Helm Dom. He's going to get into this heart at a, 35 minutes or so while having all these items. This Crimson is going to be blocking a ridiculous amount of damage.
And
pretty much
you're
all
gonna,
of damage.
You're going to have one of these games. I'm sure you've played these games where there's a Centaur on the other side. They got their heart. It's a good Centaur game. They're tanky. And you just can't kill him. If you try to take the fight into it as a... Oh, there we go. That's going to be an illusion. Nice scout out there from the Windrunner. But they just go in. And if you try to kill him, they're going to kill your entire team because you just do not have the damage. That is what this game... Once Fade gets this heart, that is really what it feels like we're going into. Because now with the smoke of
looking at Yemsen, but it's too hard. In any other game, you would jump him immediately. And honestly, it might have been the right call to, but they can't know that. These auras are too much of a problem. Speed is too much of a problem with this healing he can output. It's a smoke on a smoke. But make no mistake, they have to get a pretty much perfect engagement on the side of Rottweilers. I think in order to win these fights too, they have to have almost perfect utilization of the song. Hidomi, hopefully he gets 1 or 2 characters he can keep locked down. Maybe Yemsen uses the BKB early and you catch him isolated by somehow. It's a long list of desires that they need to get a perfect fight.
RCY Shield Rune, it's expiring right now as Janik moves forward. There's going to be the arena. Oh, he doesn't land the spear. That's such a problem. Even still, this Undying taking so much damage will get clicked down. That's a start. He's dead the once, does have the Ceaseless Surge. Going to come right back into this fight. And now Janik is dead. No repositioning. Song buying some time. Big Naboo just killing him here with the BKB. Nothing to do. And now Coach Delay, he's dead. Only 1 charge of the win run. I forget when that change was, but it is impactful in this game as he will get taken down. And all they get is a position 5 Undying who comes right back into the fight anyways.
It's miserable. Adrian, very crucial spirit to be missing there. He really can't be. But even if he hits it, I'm not confident that they win these fights as Big Nem just moves forward onto Adrian the break. It'll stop him from doing anything meaningful. Samson's now picked up 4 stacks of the Lasting Presence. Fade has the heart finished himself. This one is pretty much done and dusted, as it's been a slow and insidious build up here for GamerLegion. Just sticking as mostly 5, leaving Fade alone. This last pick Centaur really, really paying its dividends. It feels like before that they picked up the Centaur, maybe their draft was a little all in. Maybe there were some ways to kind of find these opening engagements onto Yamsen if you had these things to drop on top of him. But with the amount of support they have on top of the Shadow Fiend, plus these auras, I don't see the way to kill almost any hero. I mean, they killed Speed in that fight, but it was by a pretty small margin that they're killing the Undying 5.
Yeah, you just got finished talking about how you need to execute perfectly to win these fights, given the draft, given the game state that Rottweilers are fighting into. And if you miss a spear, it's just not a thing. You have to go get that initial blow up, turn it into a 5-on-4, and ideally you're killing someone that's not the Undying, because he's going to come right back into it, as important as the healing from this Undying is. And we can see the problem with the Song, like, unless you get them all where there's no BKB. As Bignum now, okay, that's a nice target. They're going to be able to kill him very, very quickly, as Ttgame gets the kill there. Now has a Crystallis done. No Daedalus just yet, but his damage is starting to amp up. And again, if he ever gets on top of Yamsen, if he's able to ever properly able to focus fire him in a stun, he will die. Yamsen will fall. But now with the Aegis, 4 minutes, you got to kill him twice, and I'm not sure you can do it really more than once, and even then, that has to be
doing it
like,
once
really perfect.
Yeah, doing it once is already difficult enough. It's a pretty long list, again, of things that you need to do, and even then, I mean, the rest of GamerLegion is still pretty strong. Without Bignum, they don't quite have what they necessarily need to. But mind you, this Marcy's level 18 with a BKB and a Basher. You don't necessarily, I mean, Yamsen is doing the most of the heavy lifting. The whole draft is built around him. It's very much expected he does. But the rest of GamerLegion is not weak by any means. 17k lead is helping them out. Speed has finished his Greaves for himself. He's farming up comfortably as well towards a Shard for himself. So now not only do you have to catch the Shadow Fiend somehow, or some other hero away from the Shadow Fiend, get some perfect Song, now you also have to make sure that Speed is locked down while you're doing it. On top of his speed. Really nice
blink there. And now, this is a nice opportunity here, but even still, yeah, you see how much damage this Tiny is taking, even with the Grow armor. You just have to run E-Blade, or the Ghost Scepter's, yeah, it's important. Isn't that nice shackle, but pick me up, run away. So hard to stick on top of the Shadow Fiend, especially now that, man, I was going to say, especially now that there is an Aetherlands on Marcy, because the pickup range is so far, but it's not. He's just fine. You can get him out from anything. It's okay. Now moving on top of Ttgame, big all in, but doesn't get the win off in time, is keeping him alive for now.
They used all their BKBs.
They did use all their BKBs. Song is available. Shiva's as well. You get them all. That's 5. Looking for the arena. What's your target? Who do you kill? That's the very important question. It's going to be separating the fight. They go get takedown. Oh, I thought they were going to get Bignum. He's living in this fight. Yamsen's solo as well. They will take the Aegis down. There's going to be the Death Rec, or actually just the regular Requiem. And now, looking for round 2. Still no one dead. All the BKBs, they have been used. Tossed back onto Fade, but he's not an easy kill. Spearman to the Fountain, trying to go onto the tier 4s. Fade barely stays alive. Looks for the power shot. Ttgame almost kills himself on Retaliate plus Blade Mail. And still, they're not able to get these kills. Yamsen takes the final set of racks, or not the final, takes the second racks in this mid lane. And he's... I mean, going on Fade, I respect it, man. Under the tier 4s, maybe there's something you can do, but he's just so freaking tanky.
Pretty astounding. That was without any of his auras up either. Almost killed Ttgame from full HP. That's with no stacks of his Shard either. This is not a supportive Centaur. Despite the auras, he has not gone into... Ooh, yeah. Got the Daedalus as well from Ttgame. Finish the Lincolns on Yamsen. They have the luxury now on GamerLegion. They don't need any offensive items at all. Just build full utility at this point. Lincolns onto Yamsen. Hopefully not get hit by those focus fires. Not by the shackles either. This one is really quite tough. And the worst part is, I mean, I was feeling really bad there for the side of Rottweilas, as they honestly played that fight very cleanly. That base defense was pretty much textbook. They did everything proper that they needed to. Maybe they missed a toss there. Otherwise, a really, really nicely played fight for them. Didn't lose pretty much anybody they just couldn't catch it. They just can't get anything. Speed is too much healing. There's too much going around in terms of these auras. Too much HP on Fade. At one point, I think he was almost 6 or maybe 6.5k HP after getting a 1 or 2 double edges. As they'll smoke up now. No ages for Yamsen. If they execute perfectly, as we talked about, they have an opportunity to kill him, but I'm just too skeptical in that reality, especially with this Lincoln now from Yamsen. Not really catching anything though, so thankfully it's an interesting little smoke. They're kind of doing a little perimeter here, making sure that nobody's out on the map getting any farm. That would be horrible.
Strength blink for Yamsen, as if he was not already tanky enough. He's now 5.4k without any double edge charges. Yeah, it's massive damage on top of everything. Just the strength is going mega here. It's mad. It's kind of insane. But we do have about 1 minute before this Wind Ranger is going to have the data lists. Honestly, it might be worth... you're probably going to be fine. I was going to say it might be worth going and buying the recipe because you're pretty much there, and then selling it later is... gotta be careful. There's a Slardar right there, and he can blow you up, but RCY is going to get... Or, excuse me, Costabile is going to get out of there for now. Important timings, by the way. RCY, he's still 5 levels for level 25. So this Manta's still very useful. Though. This Lotus is still very useful in terms of removing the corrosive haze. But you're right. Additional 125 damage. All of a sudden, the Slardar can farm in a way that he could not previously, which is, oh man. I don't know if you're a Slardar player, Rojo. I am. Getting that level 20 timing, it feels so much nicer.
Really, really nice. I played enough Slardar to know that farming with this hero is really tedious before you hit that 20, and then extremely satisfying once you do hit it. He also won a Midas this game, we never really talked about it. But he just he had a fine enough kind of mid-game where nothing was going on that he just bought a Midas, give him a ton of gold as he does head into this mid-game. Now he'll have a Nullifier finish too. That one is also problematic, as you can still get rid of the corrosive haze. So it's actually a toss back onto Fade.
And that's a little bit scary. Looking to go on top and does get the blade mail off here. They got the damage blade mail at the very end, but they take this very tanky Centaur down.
Immediate smoke.
Yep, absolutely. Trying to go get a secondary target. If they can get Yamsen, it would be a miracle. But he does have the invis, is playing around that silver edge, so he's not an easy kill. Not necessarily going to show on wave either. They're circling right side in their own jungle. They say maybe there's someone here. Unfortunately for them, though, no real target, as this Marcy's going to show high ground with the illusions. But this is still a smoke, and yeah, they know that's... Oh, Adrian. Didn't need to hit that one, but I think his smoke was broken anyways, so not a big deal.
Notably, by the way, this is usually the tier 4 neutrals, I think, especially... I'm sure if you played any form of like casters, even for some offlaners, there's not really great options. I would say the tier 4s have gone down pretty high in tier. Sometimes it's a good game for the Screox idol, etc. For a lot of heroes, the tier 4s are pretty whatever, the neutral items. For Yamsen, however, he got a crude Flayer's Boda. So that is pretty much the best item he could have gotten. Now when he hits the Satanic, he'll have extra health restoration. This minus attack time, the base attack time, gives him a ton of extra attack speed when he does especially pop that Feast of Souls. So you got really the perfect neutral item, as if he needed, again, any more to kind of get him by. He is doing very well on Yamsen here. Thankfully for Costabile, though, he has finished up that data list, as we talked about, and now he's hit the BKB. In some ways, he could kind of... I mean, if Yamsen is caught in a stun, if he manages to find that Jackal, or the Focus Fire, or the Shackle Shot through the Lincolns, could be, you know, the capability of killing Yamsen. He doesn't have any lifesteal yet. So the Shadow Fiend is not as tanky as it seems. Of course, very tanky still with everything we've talked about before behind him.
He's going to get jumped on right on top here. No win run available. Pops the BKB, runs away, gets on out of there. They're going to try to keep him alive for now. Looking for the re-engage onto the song. The arena not going to show up just yet, though. There's the arena, but it's not going to hit anyone. It buys space, though. And now a lot of BKBs, they have been used, Rojo. And that tombstone on the save as well. Not a lot of defensive resources available anymore if you are GamerLegion. But still, little bit scary. They don't want to go on the map right now. I don't know if they have a smoke available, but this was not enough to justify leaving the base. In fact, yeah, GamerLegion say, you know what, this is fine. We forced them right back into the base. Let's go get a Roche. They can kill Yamson once. They really cannot kill Yamson twice.
No, not by any means. RCY even getting a shield rune for himself for the next couple 70 seconds or so while its Aegis is up. Could be a small timing to play behind. And honestly, again, Rottweilas, it's so unfortunate they're down this significant of a net worth. It's so unfortunate how well Fade is doing in this game. Because they have been executing pretty well in some of these fights. I mean, at least that split earth that Wonder Kid landed was really, really beautiful. And a really nice shackle shot onto Bignum and Yamson. And unfortunately, it's just, unless you're locking down 4/5, it feels, of this draft, you're really not going to get anywhere. And of course, there's eventually the item the Fade was going to get towards, whether he ate it or not. Should finish up the Aghanims now in his inventory. So now you have to worry about the Tombstone. Now you have to worry about the Workhorse. There's too many things to worry about, babe. I'm getting a headache for Rottweilers.
Yeah, you really need what? You need a good song to separate some people. You need an arena that like gets 2 and keeps 3 isolated. Now, okay. Oh, that's a great avalanche, but not going to find the toss. So Yamson not going to get brought back in. That is a way to kill off Yamson. You toss him deep back under enemy lines. The rest of his team can't really follow, but not quite able to find the toss.
This is a boss form RC with an Abyssal. That's I'm sure a good feeling for Bignum. But definitely, it's kind of the one thing keeping them in the game, honestly. Is they have Naga Siren, which is nice to kind of delay waves, do whatnot, have the song. But it's just the threat of Yannick. He's landed a couple of tossbacks, but for the most part, it's the thought of his existence. It's enough to dissuade teams going high ground for a pretty significant amount of time in Dota. It's just hard to find that perfect opportunity. As Yamson, by the way, he didn't commit to going for the Satanic, which surprises me a little bit. But he did end up finishing a Daedalus. So I suppose he thought that he needed to, rather than 2 or 3 shotting people, 1-shot them. Could be a relative increase in that time to kill there.
That tells me he wants to end the game on this Aegis timing, not relying on having the healing from his Satanics. It's just, no, I got 2 lives. Let's go. Let's get Megas here. Let's force this game out as the Lincolns will get popped. Everyone behind him as he just wants to go hit high ground, but a toss back into the spear. Can they get him the once? They're going to try, but there's going to be the Workhorse. Brings him back, and look at this. Oh, no. Leshrac dies in just about 2 hits. And the song, there is an arena. If they're going to try to make that happen, spear on top of Yamson as Coach Tabile tries to take him down. Second pickup, running away, and now Coach Tabile gets forced back. He's going to be okay for now. Has to run back into the fountain. Requiem forces him back on the very edge. Another toss back on the Workhorse.
Oh, it's so sad.
He's got like 7,000 HP. They're not killing Fade here. That's not
8,000 actually.
8,000 HP. As the Gale is nice. The Gale Force is a problem. Another toss back looking for the fountain. Are they going to be able to go get him the once? No, there's a tombstone. It still can't kill this man. There are so many saves as now he goes drive-by onto the fountain. That is going to be Megas. Tombstone has been used. A lot of BKBs have been used, but it's still 35 seconds until Leshrac is up. 53 seconds until this Tiny. And of course, as you said, still the Aegis for a little bit longer. They don't have a fortification either, so this is going to have to do is they don't move. No, he's dead. Nope, this game is over. Coach Tabile evaporates in under a second. They go on top of him, and we get the privilege of going to Game 3 in what has been a pretty solid series thus far in the upper bracket finals, the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers.
It's a tight series here. I really did like what GamerLegion got in their draft, but particularly they played just very nicely to their strengths. They had a very chill game, didn't rush anything, didn't make any kind of strange moves. Just let Yamson farm away, do everything he needed to. Probably let him have a little bit of the reins on what's going on the map. Place wards around him, have heroes constantly around him. Bodyguard, literally with Bignum and also just figuratively as a team. Yamson here, 7-0-9 is what he ends this 48-minute game as as the Shadow Fiend. And I mean, he played very well on Yamsen, mind you, but the fact he has 0 deaths, I think we can attribute to some pretty significant team play here. Only 1 death as well on Fade, and that was only, I mean, he died once at like 45 minutes or something to a toss back. And for Rottweilers, yeah, it's a couple of missed spears really did punish them, but across the board, it just, I mean, this Centaur with the relatively free lane it had, Yamsen with the relatively free lane it had, just ended up being kind of too big to fail.
Yeah, and it is one of the things as well. I think Wonder Kid is a great space-making mid laner. I think you give him, he does a lot with a little net worth, but you put him on a hero that wants to be power farming on this Leshrac, and even though he annihilated RCY in the mid lane, we saw at like 30 minutes, he's sitting there even net worth, and part of that was very hard to find. There's not a lot of space on the map. You're giving it all to Coast to BLA. You're all hoping this Windrunner can assassinate the carry late and make something happen, but we're not seeing, and I've seen this happen in winning games too. This is not just Wonder Kid, oh, he had a bad game. He likes to go for these less net worth, more tempo type of plays. We saw what happened with his Invoker that he was stomping with, where he was still very low net worth because he's not going any farming items. And it does make me question his decision to go Leshrac here, because that is a hero that you get these Greaves, you go Chronoptic Nourishment, you farm really hard, you farm really fast, you get a big advantage in the game, and that's how you win on the kind of the modern Leshrac that's playing. And that just isn't really how we've been seeing Wonder Kid win his games here in these qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, I still like relatively the Lesh pick. I think when they got it, it just definitely didn't pan out for them. I think, I mean, having the Slardar open when they've already opened up with the SF, they also had some. I mean, I think one of the only issues I've really seen with their draft is they had some kind of strange bans, I think, in that last phase. They ended up banning out Lifestealer or something, which I felt it was relatively obvious that this was going to be Yamsen, Shadow Fiend. Maybe if they had, you know, a little bit more thought into it, or had kind of read the draft a little better, then maybe they would have banned out the Centaur. Maybe they would have realized the holes that GamerLegion's draft did have before they picked up that hero. But once they made it comfortably into the mid game with as much farm as they did, this GamerLegion draft was, I mean, it was, as we saw, disgusting to get through.
Yep, some newfound respect from GamerLegion as they pick a draft that not only can win in 20, but also can win in 50. And now the question is whether Rottweilers have a good response. They clean up their bans a little bit, maybe prevent some of these obviously synergistic combos from GamerLegion, as we have about 10 minutes, and then we're going to see if Rottweilers have learned enough as we move into Game 3.
Disappear, you can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me. Heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose.
serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, ember in your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, ember in your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wired. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light, ember in your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, ember in your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life.
I love that I get to say welcome back to game 3 in our best of 3, because that has not been happening up until this point in the qualifiers, but it is now. Game 1, we saw GamerLegion go fall down to a very, very well piloted PA from Coach Ttgame. And game 2, we did have this game where it was a little bit rough through the first 15 minutes. It was kind of okay, and then Rottweilas just never able to find a move. The Centaur just taking up way too much space. And then eventually they close it out, 2-hitting everyone with a crazy Shadow Fiend. So Rojo, moving into game 3, if you're going to see a Shadow Fiend first pick, I think you just ban the Slardar, right?
Yeah, no, I think for sure. Leaving the Slardar in was a little bit questionable. I think they just didn't have quite the full read on what was going on in the draft. For some reason, it seemed like they had thought that this was not going to be Yamsen's Shadow Fiend, and maybe that kind of swayed their draft into a way that they didn't want. Eventually, they ended up with an okay draft, but unfortunately, they just didn't really have any playmaking. I mean, this top lane was extremely brutal for them, and despite winning really hard through mid, RCY did manage to come back eventually into the game, and especially as with Slardar, you really only need the fundamentals to enable Yamsen in the same way that he did, and yeah, it was all about enabling Yamsen, and they did, and he built the best items he probably could. Ended up having multiple saves for him. They had all the auras necessary. They just made it impossible, really. And for GamerLegion, that's building a net worth lead is a pretty consistent way to winning that game. So very, very nicely done by them. And for Rottweilas, I think in this game 3, just want a slightly better draft, I think, for them. Maybe there was something they could have done in some moves. Maybe, Adrian, his Mars could have hit a few more spears. But realistically, I just think you need to set yourself up for a slightly better draft. And hopefully, I think, as well, not give Yamsen such an incredibly free lane, because that undying pick that they ended up having into the Tiny and the Mars, they honestly did, I think, almost better than they were expected to. It could have been... it was extremely brutal. It could have been unplayable completely.
Yeah, it was a problem, and I like the decision. Okay, we're just gonna overload on Wonder Kid. He's gonna be our tempo setter. He's worth a lot of damage, and then unfortunately, they just were not able to hit that timing. He got Greaves reasonably fast. He's doing fine, but I don't think we saw smoke around that time, and if we did, it didn't connect, and instead, I think they lost someone. Maybe it was when they lost Coach Ttgame bottom. So all of a sudden you have this hero that's supposed to be setting the tempo. You're trying to play with your team, maybe not farm as much, can't find anything. Very hard for Coach Ttgame to find a target because the Centaur is just always there standing in front of you. You have multiple blink stuns, and it becomes very hard for this Windrunner to ever properly join a fight. It doesn't matter how much damage he has. If you're locked up, stunned up, minus armored, dead. There's not a lot you can do. So ideally, I think I want to just see more save potential from Rottweilas in this game number 3. We saw how effective it was for GamerLegion in that last game. Someone gets jumped on top of, you have the bailout. And that was what worked in game 1, right? Rottweilas had 3 saving, repositioning heroes to really support their 2 big cores. And that worked very nicely for them.
Yeah, I mean, the auras were very nice. Just the last pick Centaur worked out extremely well for Fade. Big reason why they keep their drafts somewhat open on the GamerLegion to that relative flex. Although probably could have managed to snipe that Centaur if they had really focused on it for Rottweilas. So game 3, I agree. I think that having some form of saves could be nice. I think, honestly, just to lock in a little bit more on the bans probably, as I think GamerLegion just get a little bit too much synergy to build up that first pick Shadow Fiend there, and honestly not really enough punishment to the rest of the team. Quick bans coming out here as we head into the draft. Both teams know what they want to get rid of, as we've seen Rottweilas with first pick and GamerLegion with second pick all 3 games. Neither team budging on which one they think is better.
Oh, Windranger first after they beat it. I'm a little surprised to see the Mars Windranger bans, considering, Windranger looks solid, but not solid enough. And that Mars, Adrian was kind of struggling. He was not hitting the spears that he needed to. Even still, okay. they're going to go for it. Now, you can counterpick Tusk here, or you can ban Tusk in the next phase. I think that is probably the highest priority right now for Rottweilas and for GamerLegion. They're going to counter, and I assume Wonder Kid plays a mean Shadow Fiend mid as well. It's going to be kind of interesting. Okay, there we go. There's going to be the Tusk counterpick, so you're not going to have the Shadow Fiend Tusk lane. There's still a lot of good options, but you're not going to have that 1A Alpha Strike crazy lane that Tusk gives to Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, definitely nice to get the Tusk for themselves. Pretty solid pick overall, that we have seen banned out previously. So GamerLegion banning out the Mars, banning out the Wind Ranger, does give them the opportunity to kind of leave some of these heroes open, get the Tusk for themselves. That being said, still have the opportunity for Rottweilas to get rid of some of these speed heroes. And now, interestingly as well, too, the Treant dropped a lot in Prio, notably as well. So speed, he could get the Treant for himself if they wanted. There still is Beastmaster in the pool as well. A lot of heavy hitters left in, considering they did decide to ban that Mars Wind Ranger. Kind of throws a little bit of a wrench in the draft as a whole, because now there's just more things left on the table. That being said, for GamerLegion, I do kind of like that switch up to leave the Treant open. I feel like it's not high enough priority to first pick for Rottweilas, at least seemingly. And that does leave, one extra hero in the pool for speed to pick up potentially. Despite, I mean, his Undying looked great in that last game. So just trying to get him some nice picks for himself. So he could probably play the Tusk if he really wanted, but I'm sure this is Big Num's hero. Taking a bit of time on Rottweilas is a bit of the adjustment. Ban on the Night Stalker. I kind of like that one, actually. Maybe, it's a little bit of a long-term ban here, as Fade, I mean, he plays so many different heroes. A lot of them are pretty notably fine or good even into Shadow Fiend. But the Night Stalker is one that just complicates the game so much and has looked really, really good for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I think I would have really liked to see the Gyrocopter removed, just because Tusk Gyro is just such an overwhelming lane. That is very nice. And I do know Yamson would be very happy to pick that if he decided to go for it. Again, I don't hate the Night Stalker. Oh, go ahead.
Just the only thing with the Gyro is that it's just not particularly that great of a matchup into SF is my biggest concern. So I think that's maybe why they left it open. But I do agree. I think it'll still be fine if GamerLegion want to go for it. But Shadow Fiend just has such a crazy range advantage over the Gyro that you kind of have to rely on running them over. Certainly possible. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we did see, as you're kind of mentioning, Yamson go into the Gyro here. Or they could pick up something more comfortable for the side of Fade here. But they go for the Razor, which in the first game, I don't think the Razor was the issue in the first game, but I also don't feel like it was like really facilitating the win. And that whole range issue, Bayo, it's pretty prominent into the Shadow Fiend here. I don't love the Razor.
I'm with you. I can see the idea, and that Shadow Fiend's such overwhelming damage, you remove a lot of that with Static Link. But the problem with heroes with overwhelming damage, you take 200 damage off of them, and they still hit like a truck as this game goes later. So doesn't necessarily solve that problem. But we're seeing Rottweilas take a lot of time here into this fourth overall pick as they try to figure out what exactly they want to do into this, what solutions they want to provide into Razor Tusk. A lot, the Tusk save is gone. They don't have they're not going to pick a Chen, but I kind of like the idea of a tree here, honestly. It gives you decent, I like that a lot, actually. You just deadshot the Razor away. It solves tons of problems.
Ooh, I like that a lot. I mean, these two as a support combo are very good in aerial denial. They're both relatively good into Tusk and both great into Razor. If you can kite Razor, that hero becomes kind of meaningless. It's not the same kind of style that we saw from GamerLegion of all one inning on the Shadow Fiend, but I like this better, honestly. I don't think Shadow Fiend needs nearly as much support as GamerLegion were giving to it. I think that you can go for this kind of utility. And not to mention as well that, I mean, these heroes do have pretty good support for the Shadow Fiend. If you ever get Elder Titan's physical form on top of somebody plus that presence of the Dark Lord, they will instantly melt. So, I mean, overall, just really solid pickup from them. They will go for CM onto GamerLegion. Should have a very strong top lane. between the Razor and the Crystal Maiden, but it's, I don't know. I'm looking at this game for speed, and I'm feeling that a couple of dark orbs being thrown by the Shadow Fiend, maybe only one even is necessary, would slay this little ice princess. It's not, it doesn't look like an easy CM game. I'm assuming this is just to, maybe they'll throw this in the off lane actually and throw the Tusk top. I do know that CM is generally considered quite good against Elder Titan, but I kind of hope that this isn't the CM into Muerta plus whatever it is. It could be, I think, a tough lane for the CM initially, which is most of the hero's value, and then as the game progresses, obviously, the game gets more and more brutal for Crystal Maiden.
We're gonna have
Happy
to
with
see.
the Beast though.
Yeah, RCY has looked great on the Beast, but he did lose in that previous game. And now, if this is I'm making an assumption this is the RCY Beast. I think this is going to be a Fade last pick, whatever it is. You give Wonderkid the opportunity to go counterpick. Is Adrian has looked very good on his Beastmaster. I think the 1 or 2 games we saw him play, he got a lot out of the lane.
Yeah.
And in this setup, you actually have decent disengage into the Razor. Once you get below 50% HP, you're moving a lot faster with the new innate that you have. It's not, oh, I can just force staff away, but it does give you disengage. You move relatively quickly. You have the miss chance versus everything. Absolutely.
And it also puts decent pressure on Razor and lane. If you ever have, I mean, long range throwing the barrels plus anything that can pop it, which the Muerta should do easily. It's pretty good long range poke into Crystal Maiden Razor. You're not particularly the easiest kill for the Razor. Don't care as much if you lose the lane slightly, as your ulti is incredibly good into these heroes. Just in terms of lifting them up. I mean, usually, I mean, the purge that I've talked about is very, very high value on Brewmaster. I think it's one of the most underrated aspects of the hero. That being said, one of the most, I think, aptly rated aspects of the hero, throwing someone up with that Wind Panda, are really great in this game. Throwing up Beastmaster, throwing up Razor, throwing up a Tusk. All these heroes hate being locked down in that way. You can even set up for your spells as well. The Requiems, your Dead Shots, the Calling into a Stomp. It's, yeah, I really like this draft from Rottweilas. It just has, it kind of covers all the bases, I think, naturally. And although I don't think GamerLegion have a weak draft by any means, I do think this Razor has thrown off kind of the flow of their draft a little bit. And I also think it's been pretty aptly answered. I think they've got things that are both very comfortable for themselves and for their draft that just happen to also align by being really, really difficult for Razor to deal with.
Yeah, you also have this idea where we're talking about, we're singing the praise of the Brewmaster. Not only are the stuns really nice, being able to toss up Razor, the purges. You also have this fact that the Flaming Bruling, the Fire Bruling, whatever it is just going to run at the CM. And the CM's going to die. Especially once you get your Ags, it is a lot of damage.
I'm expecting everything to kill the CM, to be fair.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I just wanted to punch down a little bit and talk about another way that CM is going to get taken out of this game. It should give a really good lane, theoretically, if it's Razor Tusk, Razor CM. I don't think Speed plays Tusk. Pretty sure that's the Bignum hero.
Yeah.
So should be Razor CM, which is nice. You can go Frostbite up. This Brewmaster can't run away. You get more static link. It can be a little scary that way. But yeah, this mid game, CM is okay. Roho, over under. How many deaths will the Crystal Maiden suffer by the end of this game?
I'm gonna say probably, if I'd set the marker probably around 8, I'd probably say over 8 for Speed. I think this is going to be a tough game for him. That being said, I hope that kind of what I was saying is I hope that they do put Speed or the Crystal Maiden specifically into Elder Titan. Tusk is not that great into Elder Titan. CM is definitely a hard counter to Elder Titan and lane, and then that way GamerLegion, I think the best chance they're going to give themselves is not playing through Yamson like they did last game, but playing through Fade this game. So giving themselves, I think, the opportunity. Also, by the way, I guess that Rottweilas think that this is an offline Razor, which I suppose it could be, but I find their last phase of bans to also be a bit confusing this game. They've been a Void Spirit and Weaver, so maybe they think this is an offlane Beast right now, and then they're going to put the Razor. I'm going to pick up a mid here for RCY. I feel like this is just RCY's Beast, and they're going to pick Fades here. I don't necessarily agree with their bans. That being said, I suppose GamerLegion could, in theory, do whatever they want. As Rottweilers, 20 seconds left to get their last pick here. It's going to be Wonder Kids. Could have been anything. I think Invoker, very reasonable here, but I do like the Puck quite a bit. I mean, they only have really 1 or 2 serious forms of lockdown. Otherwise, very obnoxious to deal with.
Yep, you got Roar, you have technically a Walrus Punch, but unlikely, and you got Frostbite. That really is it. And the nice thing about this as well, you have multiple breaks for the Dream Coil. You have Deadshot, you have, ET can't do anything, Brewmaster can't, but you got Requiem there. That's a great combo. But equally as important, Puck is a hero that can lack damage. It has a very set amount of damage. You get a pipe, it really runs out of damage. This is not a draft that is lacking in damage. This is a draft that just needs Puck to do the setup, needs to be elusive, maybe clean up some supports at the end. And that is a very good Puck game to play. Now, of course, RCY will respond with Chain Gang Ember, and that does lock out the Puck. That can be annoying. But at least, I'll tell you 7-3-9. It's a little bit more even now, but even though technically Ember is a good matchup into Puck, these good Puck players, they don't really care. They just play around it very nicely.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to avoid most of the damage of the chains with having that phase shift as the game goes on. So still not much lockdown to speak for Wonder Kid. Should be a relatively decent lane for RCY. I would expect them to have a little bit of the benefit here, but I think he would have had that as well with Beastmaster, maybe even more so with Beastmaster. And now they are facing this Beastmaster into an Elder Titan Shadow Fiend. I really think they need to put speed in this offlane, and I'm quite sure that they will. I think playing the Tusk plus the Beastmaster sounds way too difficult into this lane matchup, as that's a pretty potent one. I think Fade, at least he can stack for himself, he'll be fine. But as we head into this third game, Bayo, I just kind of like what Rottweilas have. I would give them a little bit of the edge on this draft. I feel like there's just so much utility in all of their heroes, and then on top of it, they just have the Shadow Fiend that we've seen wailing away against this Yamsen Razor. And I mean, Yamsen played perfectly good in the first game on Razor. I just don't believe in the hero, I think, quite like they do.
We'll see. It does have good rundown potential, you would think, with this Shadow Fiend. I mean, look, if you lock on top of the Shadow Fiend, you're in a good spot. But you were talking about a Brewmaster. Tosses up the Razor. Muerta dead shots the Razor away. Puck Dream Coils the Razor in place. Elder Titan Echo Stomps the Razor. Or if you get really good, you Earth Splitter the Razor out to break the link. It is so difficult for this Razor to get a full static link charge off, unless you're like, okay, well, we got him roared, we got him searing change, we got him hard lockdown, and then I can sit on top of him. But that is, through a large portion of this game, not going to be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I could definitely... I mean, I think the only thing that I can really see is if Yamsen has a good lane, which I think he's relatively expected to. If he does perfectly good in his lane, he gets to the farm that he's wanted to. Very strong game for the BKB. I think his BKB timing, regardless of when it is, regardless of how it happens, will be strong. He'll be playing with this Tusk. He'll have all that added bonus damage. It is the tag team for Big Num, but still should be a pretty good pairing between them. It's a really great BKB game. Is I think the best thing for Yamsen. When he'll probably get it really definitely does matter. But as the game progresses past, kind of his initial BKB timing, if they don't create some very substantial, I think, map presence and space with that BKB, then this Shadow Fiend eventually is really not going to care about that item. And from that point, I mean, you need multitudes of items to actually deal with the damage Shadow Fiend can output to you. Because if you static link Shadow Fiend, definitely nice in theory, but this hero is going to build multiple ways to break that. If you have the Hurricane Pike, if you can build the Lincolns, etc. Usually you aren't even arranged to get Lincolns to begin with, or to get linked to begin with. He'll still have so much damage that it won't matter. So I mean, I don't like this Razor matchup into Shadow Fiend is the short of it, which I'm sure that you're gathering.
Yeah, here's my question for you, Rojo, as we talk about this setup, because I'm not totally sure. Is the Dispel offered by the Storm Panda, is that a strong Dispel or is that a weak Dispel?
It's a weak. It's a basic.
Okay, so you don't have a solution. You don't have a way to get rid of the Roar once the Roar goes down.
No,
which is
that would be really, really broken. I mean, it's already, I think, kind of broken by concept. But yeah, the strong Dispel, thankfully, we don't have. Maybe one day if Brewmaster is weak enough. But we've seen Brew do pretty well. I mean, Fade has had great games on the Brew. Even in the first game, he had very high impact despite them losing. We've seen, as you mentioned, Adrian have some pretty good games on it. And despite, I mean, Yamsen should have a great lane. He will farm, I think, very well for himself. I don't think that it'll be too punishing for Adrian if we can get off to a decent start. Especially when we watched Yannick play Muerta the other day, I honestly like. I feel like the missed dead shot count was below like 5 or something. Like it was genuinely ridiculous. He hit every he hit every single dead shot. It was disgusting. I mean, his Muerta was just. We'll see today if he's able to kind of keep up with that, but he genuinely he amazed me. He really did.
He was out for brunch. He had a very nice time. A couple mimosas. He ate on that Muerta. He was so good on it. And you okay there, Rojo?
Yeah. You're learning. You're doing a great job.
I'm learning the vernacular of the youth.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. I'm glad that it passes muster.
Yeah, it did. I mean, you used it right. He did.
There we go.
He did eat on the Muerta. Definitely agree with that sentiment. As already doing a bunch of damage to Fade in the bot side, and they did. So interestingly, good damage onto Yodomi. I like this switch up as well. So they actually put Fade in the bot side to be alone. You go ahead and overload this top side. 3 heroes to it. That being said, they're straight onto Yemsen. It's decent damage. Bug grenades, but Yannick, he just got up here and he's dead.
That is a problem.
Oh,
Walk
no.
of Shame coming back in. They get the Razor low, but the ET is also pretty low, as is Ttgame. So it's not this good HP trade. It's like, okay, we lost someone, but we have really good HP on the other heroes, so we're going to be fine. And now Bignum just pops tag team, runs at Yodomi. Yodomi doesn't have a big stapler at this point, and he just has to get on out of there. Spends a lot of his HP regen on this trade, and now you're in the scenario. I do like, yeah, I'm with you. I like this tri-lane idea. Ttgame is not going to be able to step up, not into Frostbite and this Tusk and this Razor. It's going to be a very difficult lane for him.
Yeah, very, very annoying. And I mean, that punished Yannick a lot. He wanted to get through. He TPs up here, dies. Now he's wasted a lot of time getting back to the lane. Should be fine for the time being. But overall, a very nice idea. As well as this does, I mean, it gives Fade a solo matchup into this Beastmaster, which should be really nice for him. Not going to be able to kill those boars once they get those a few levels into them for Adrian. He should, I mean, Adrian again should also have perfectly fine farm. This does give him better priority, but Fade was looking to struggle pretty heavily up in this top side. Maybe the Crystal Maiden could have saved him a little bit of pressure as Bignum with the shards.
Yeah, Jenna getting jumped on top of once again, but Echo Stomp level,
really
Stomp level 2, very good. And you know, we're talking about this trial in that's a tasty courier there. Is there a better hero to fight into a tri-lane than an Elder Titan? You just get so much damage.
It's pretty good. I will say that worries me a little bit. But because they have Tusk and because they have CM, I think they can kind of make up for a really nice headshot by Yannick again. But they have at least enough ways to stop him from hitting that I think it's okay. But they're not necessarily. I mean, right now they're currently, I think, they're not getting as much out of the tri-lane as I feel like they would like to ultimately. Not giving them too big of a benefit just yet.
Yeah, calling good style. Well-placed calling on top
really
of this Tusk, and they're going to be able to get the Lotus. Looks like Bignum should. Well, not a good shards whatsoever. And now Yodomi bonk. Yeah. Looking for another one. It's good not damage, quite. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have their pole camps open as well. This Ttgame walks back. This is not a bad situation at all for them in this tri-lane. And Yemsen, I think, he'd be happier with the farm that he'd be getting in the spot side right now than he is getting right now. You know, I overall like the idea a lot. Thankfully, RCY is also winning decently through mid in that matchup that he did get that final pick on. So not too upset with the game state at all for GamerLegion, but it's not quite what I think they were hoping for. So RCY is actually getting kind of low.
Oh, he's got to be very careful here. Waning Rift to go forward. Illusory Orb does have a stick, but he's very low here. I Wonder Kid would love to dive him, but doesn't quite have the cooldown. So RCY stays alive, but yeah, okay, no, he's going to be able to get the Water Rune as well. So he's going to be okay here, but even as you say, it's 20 for 6, 18 for 5. He's winning, but it's by very slim margins, Rojo. It's not... I mean, I'm willing to call it even. It's like, you know, one creep here, one creep there is nothing.
They got one. They got one on top. They got another one on top. But Yannick goes down. That does make the calling that much bigger. Should be fine. Hampson gets a kill. So relatively even trade, but still not Again, not a super significant lead coming out of this tri lane by any means. I think it's still working again in the favor of GamerLegion, but not by the margins they wanted.
I mean, this is a very even early game. Yes, we are seeing 3 green bars at the top of the CS charts, but you compare, it's like, okay, 4 CS for the Ember. And it's like 2 CS for the Beastmaster. Shadow Fiend is going backwards and forwards with everything. It's CS across the board, very even. It is just this extra kill, and I don't know, maybe there's some extra region being bought one side for the other that doesn't necessarily show up in this. But again, very, very even setup, and does mean that the one downside. Here's my question, Rojo, is we get 5-6 minutes in, you have 2 cores, 4 supports that are all going to be lacking in levels compared to where they would generally be. Who does this favor?
The low-level supports, I would assume it does favor Rottweilas ultimately. I think you want the levels a lot more on the CM, on the Tusk. It's nice to have them on Huerta. It's really nice to have them on Elder Titan, but really these heroes don't need them, I think, quite as much as... I do look on to Adrian. Really nice move from Bignum, as Fade is winning pretty heavy through this bot side.
He's a difficult kill, though. Even still, 2 points in Drunken Brawler. Wild Axes are going to probably take him down. Yeah, there we go. So
Adrian's kind of misplaying this bot side, I think. He's really hasn't changed stances at all from the Drunken Brawler. He has 2 points in it, and he hasn't switched to this the Green Panda nearly at all. As mid lane, by the way. Coil coming out.
Oh, on top RCY. Woo! Literally 19 HP as he goes back topside. Almost a kill from Wonderkid. He's got an orb. He's going to look for it here, but no, it's a turnaround one. So he's not actually going to go all that deep. RCY should get forced back to base. But of the heroes that get forced back to base, Ember is probably the best one because you can go back in. And actually, he's not even going to. He's like, you know what? Yeah, we're going to have to see. Yadomi's here looking for that maybe 7-minute setup. But Wonderkid on top of Fade. Oh, nice job. Dodges the Roar of Silence as well. Now, the Snowball is buying some time. Ooh, up to the high ground even. But even still, Bignum, he should fall down here. They already got the Beastmaster, and that is a massive trade. Got to be careful, though. Ghostabile, right, jumped right on top of good damage from the static link. And Ghostabile, nowhere to go, just kind of sits there for a second. And while this trade was nice, and it does defend the Wisdom Shrine, losing your Shadow Fiend there, we talked about how important it is, Rojo, that you never die, or very rarely die on the Shadow Fiend. Going down this early is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, Fade, though, they're back onto him. Really nice. Oh, Yannick. I mean, he just lands spell after spell. They aren't going to stop him from roaring. No mana on Yadomi. That is so unfortunate.
Deadshot up soon, but not quite yet. So that's a 4-hero rotation. They want to take the tier 1. It does mean Roar's not available, Rojo. So yes, he does stay alive, but if he tries to rotate back in, not quite as strong. I mean, we do see the power of 3 points in Wild Axes, so maybe I'm underselling things. But the puck is here now, too, and there's going to be a Dream Coil looking for a little bit more damage. Deadshot's actually not going to land. Do they have? They do. Okay. Yeah, they do. Wonderkid will be able to make this happen. So, you know, we talk about his penchant for playmaking in this early game. He's been very active. 3-0-0, 44 CS, having a very nice game on this puck.
Doing very well for himself on Wonderkid. Very important rotation as well. It does get them out of this top side. Gets them away from facing into the CM, and they're kind of overloading mid here. Speed and Bignum are both just sitting around RCY, who's farming this mid lane. Means that they aren't really accomplishing nearly as much as the supports are across the map. Getting this bot tier 1 really early. Just some very clean moves from Rottweilas, and fortunately these are supports that also, well, I mean, one of the things that makes me like the puck a little bit more is these supports can't really punish this hero in the early portion. They do get Yannick, at least between Bignum and Speed. That's a hero that they can punish, especially before that Pierce the Veil comes out. For the time being, Rottweilas, they're still relatively happy despite losing that. Wonderkid is, he's a 4.5k net worth bail. This is that's really puck performance here from him.
Yeah, it feels really good when the puck's able to get to the Witchblade. He's not there yet, but on the timing that we're looking at, getting to there around 13 minutes or so, maybe even faster, it feels really good. It amps your damage significantly, speeds up your farm speed, gives you that much more playmaking potential. Speaking of playmaking potential, I like what we're seeing out of Genic as well. I mean, there are many ways you can build him Huerta. You can rush a Force Staff, you can go more supportive items. He's just going Brown Boots Atos. He says, you know what? I'm just going to lock this Ember Spirit in the calling. It's going to be fantastic. It is such a good item this game. And I don't disagree. Not only, I mean, we talked about the Ember Spirit and the calling. It also locks down this Razor until he gets to the BKB, which when you talk about the BKB, Rojo, click on Yams and he's going first item BKB.
Yeah.
Which is
he kind of has to.
It's necessary, but it does not feel good to be a carry, not be able to buy a farming item, and not with any alacrity in this game.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit rough as mid lane. You get a coil onto RCY. Calling.
And the Echo Stomp. Calling a little bit misplaced, though. Snowball brings him right back in, but he's still silenced. He's dead. Well done there. Genik pushes him back, and now Bignum got to be a little careful. Don't know if they have the damage just yet. Yes, they do. Illusory Orb, dead shot. 2 dead in the mid lane. Almost a little scary. Bignum almost turned that around, but nice dead shot from Genik forces him right back into the calling. The silence lasts just long enough, Rojo.
Really well played. They're getting these kills off of extremely thin margins, and it's giving them so much space on the map. Mind you as well, I mean, Fade, because of the maxes on the, or the max wild axes, he is getting some decent farm, but he is not, and I think they expected him to come a little bit better out of this lane swap than he is. He's about the same net worth as Adrian. Not exactly where he wants to be as this heavy farming hero. He'll be fine. But 1K lead already for Rottweilas off that early move. I'm getting a little scared here. GamerLegion. I think they wanted more for sure, especially these supports, these underleveled supports, still level 5 on both speed and on Bignum. Pressuring these heroes as these two is not easy.
And all things being equal, you talk about the offlaners. I'd rather have a low net worth Brewmaster who's got a vessel than a low net worth Beastmaster who's like halfway to an Axe, and it's not really doing all that much for you.
Genik is as well, by the way.
Yeah, he's not an easy kill. If they want to jump on top of him, Wonder Kid's here, pops the Dream Coil on top of 2. Very well done. Echo Stomp as well. Earth Splitter, not quite enough damage just yet. No one's going to go down, but even still, the calling, fantastic. And that is going to be the kill on top of 2. Once again, 4 heroes collapse on top of the mid lane and continue to punish this Ember Spirit, who is not having much of a game, Rojo.
No, Yennik's left no crumbs. I will say he is feasting pretty deviously in this game. Again, his Martha it's just beautiful. He's landing the spells exactly where he needs to, exactly when he needs to. And this was the last pick overall of their draft for RCY. It's RCY's Ember Spirit. He's really proficient at this hero. He won a little bit through the early laning phase, but since then, Wonder Kid has really had his number. The rest of the team around him as well as it's pretty annoying for this Ember having this foil into the calling, dead shot. These small CCs that overlap with pretty significant damage, very threatening. Wonder Kid level 10 now with that Witchblade finished.
Call it a 12-minute, 15-second Witchblade. It is so fast in this game, and you know, Puck is not necessarily a top net worth hero. Sometimes it is, but the fact that we have Puck here, 6.3k net worth. Again, he does a lot with a little net worth. So putting him this early is, yeah, this is a amp damage rune. And by the way, we talked about the BKB. Yamson is like, no, I need a farm. So that's a problem, is they're going to get a Dream Coil on top of him. There's the Vessel as well. Don't even need to pop the Primal Split. It does not matter. And we talked about this. No, there's no point. And we talked about the Puck lacking some damage, Rojo, is Muerta in the mid lane is going to be able to pierce the veil, just run it out of there, no issues. So even that's not going to be a trade. But we talk about Puck lacking some damage. Certainly amp damage is fantastic. Witchblade's fantastic, but also just the natural order from Yodomi. The bonus magical natural order for this Puck really does help solve some of those problems in the early game.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was close for Wonder Kid also being able to kill speed there. Probably a little bit more aggressive than he needs to be. If he landed that Illusory Orb with that amp damage, definitely could have. As you mentioned, Elder Titan, I mean, it feels very comfortable in this draft. I mean, the utility of Echo Stomp is nice, having that extra damage through the lane. But Yodomi is he's having a really great game, and the value of Elder Titan as the game progresses is only going to increase. As Yannick is 600 gold or so as well from that first item Atos he's been looking at. This is a very, very comfortable game state for Rottweilers, and I'm failing to see how GamerLegion can break it. I think they just have to farm equally for the time being, and that does not feel good to me.
No, I mean, we see RCY. He's not going to get a Vessel this game, which feels really bad. Like, an Urn is nice. Urn sets some tempo. But a Vessel is so impactful, losing... the damage it does, was it like 85%, 80% of all life gain, HP regen, health regeneration. Removing all of that is effective damage. So to not have access to that, just have to go straight into the BKB because of all these silences, it reduces so much potential from this Ember Spirit who, I mean, he's sitting there the same net worth as the Brewmaster. And again, we talked about who do we care about having low net worth? I don't care the Brewmaster's low. I mean, most of the values in the Primal Split in this Vessel. Ember Spirit without a Vessel having to go BKB, he doesn't farm particularly fast. He doesn't have the Vessel that amps his damage. So if you're going this fast BKB style, you want to have more net worth, and he has just not been able to find it.
No. Yeah, and I mean, again, they've had his number. As Ember Spirit, not an easy game in this early portion if you get behind at all. Not quite the same as that SF if you die in the early game, how hard you can get punished. But in a game like this, it can be very hard. And that's, as you mentioned, just forcing his hand here. Have to go for that BKB first item to live through the coil. But from that point, you're lacking a lot of damage. And relying on a Razor who's, I mean, pretty far away from being able to ever join fights to do that damage. It's just going to be a long time before GamerLegion has any kind of efficacy here. They did finish Fade's Ags here. A relatively reasonable timing for the Beastmaster. Not good, mind you, but fine timing for the Beastmaster. He's going to farm up a little bit. He's going to get some space, but it's not a tempo-setting Beastmaster that we typically would like to see from the offlane. Of course, the is about 1,500 from his Mantha, which is going to feel really good when he finishes it this game. Great game to have these dispels. There's Atos now already. Blink 200 gold for Wonder Kid. This is very nice.
Awkward as well as this Ember Spirit really wants the BKB. So they're going to get on top of Genic. Decent Ice Shards, but there's some inside of it. And that's going to be a dead Tusk at the very beginning. They'd love to get more, but the Dream Coil doesn't quite land. And they look for it. They're not really gonna find it all that well. Even still, as you said, nice attempt. But the awkward thing with this, you got this Ember Spirit that wants a BKB. He's going effectively first item BKB. It's a Mjolnir. That's what the Razor's going for. He turned away from the BKB. He's going to have a decent timing on the Mjolnir, but not quite there just yet. But he's not going to have the BKB for a while now. Beastmaster is pretty much a BKB away from a BKB, so you're not, even when you have the BKB on this Ember Spirit, they're going to go find Yadomi, but that's a bit of a bait here with the calling. Yadomi's going to try to run away. CM is going to TP into this, but Snowball really not going to land. And now it's a little bit dicey because here comes Costabile. Absolutely so deep. The damage is there. And now Roar on top of Costabile. This is nice if you can find it, but here comes Wonder Kid. And he is so strong in this game. Requiem as well on top of Fade. Oh, no. That's going to be a good Shadow Raise. 2 heroes die, and RCY has to be very careful. Deadshot lands. They got him. Don't know if they're going to be able to get that much more. They're going to get on top of him. There's going to be the freezing field. First one of this game. Wonder Kid getting a little low, but he's going to be fine. And now there's the Dream Coil. The Purge gets him on out of it. They're going to try to go take down the Ember Spirit. They do. Speed now chased under the tier 2 with the Primal Split. Wonder Kid lives on a fraction of HP, but is so impactful in these fights. And man, they didn't get anyone there.
No, I mean, Yamson cannot join these fights. He has no intention of doing so. It's just too deep by RCY and Fate as they want to find anything, any sort of punish on these deep plays. Ends up being a horrible set of trades for them. You're talking about the Shadow Fiend and the potential issues that you can have with dying. Beastmaster, after he gets his Ags, is the exact same. It's very much the same. If you die after you get these Ags, you're losing so much time, so much space, so much efficiency on the map. From there, it's just going to be really difficult to kind of do what your hero is designed to do. Fate not really finding that impact that he wants. And again, these supports, their value has already been insanely high. Yannick and Yadomi. It's going to continue to stay that way, and it's going to get more as the game goes on, Bayo. I mean, playing into a Muerta and an Elder Titan who are ahead, that is I mean, it's just hard, especially if you are going to be these heroes without BKBs for quite some time, Yamson's still 3,000 gold. On to Adrian.
Yeah, that's gonna be a play. He doesn't have primal split,
Adrian.
even if they take him down. Yeah, so that's a decent kill. Adrian has been very impactful, and
too.
yeah, that's a big window. 15 seconds until Tormentor, 44 Adrian, and his primal split's not up for 34 anyways. So it looks like well, no, they're gonna smoke into this. They say, hey, look, the roar was used. That's a decent window for us.
Like
Fade is
showing.
Get on top of him. There's going to be the Dream Coil. Good half damage already, but the snowball buys some time here. Earth Splitter, though, on top of him. Fade just dies. And now the Tusk, he's dead as well. They're going to get on top of this Razor with no defensive items. He's going to get taken down, trying to go. Yeah, Freezing Field. Way too many cancels. I love that move. GamerLegion was kind of expecting it. They had an idea. They were in the trees, but not quite prepped for it. And now, well, you got this Shadow Fiend, 28 souls, 4 stacks of lasting presence. They're gonna go get this Tormentor, and it's not gonna last very long at all.
Yeah, this was really important move from the make, as they can now get the Tormentor for themselves. It's gonna be a little dicey because they're low HPs, but should hopefully be fine for them. No contest coming out anyway, so only opponent is that Tormentor, and usually the Muerta shard, by the way. I mean, we've talked about this many times when we have casted Muerta. Not the best shard. In fact, probably one of the worst shards on the support. Not for Yannick in this game. He's been very proactive about using his ulti. He already has 8% spell amp, which, mind you, maybe still not as good as a lot of other support shards. But it's really, I mean, this is not bad. I think that this is the best situation we've seen for this Muerta shard. 8% spell amp already off the gate. Gonna have that extra spell lifesteal to make him even more difficult. On top of that 4 staff he's built for himself. Ags finish for Adrian. It's losing my breath as the timings just keep coming for Rottweilers. It's only 6k lead, so they aren't, taken away with the game. It just feels like there's not much opportunity for GamerLegion to clap back in the next 5-10 minutes. It's only going to be Yamson's BKB, and everybody else is kind of just struggling from there. Guess they have Blink on Fade.
Yeah, it really has been this draft problem from GamerLegion, where they draft in these qualifiers as if they're going to have big tempos. Speed is about to die again. Count the hits. It's 4. I guess a little bit less. Maybe not quite as bad as it's gonna be, but still not great. But they're drafting as if they're gonna win lane. They're drafting to set tempo. That's what the Razor pick is supposed to do. That's what this Beastmaster pick is supposed to do. And when the lanes do not work, even if it's even, because I think the lanes were relatively even at about 10 minutes, even if they're even, that doesn't give you enough. And now with this Shadow Fiend Puck that's having a great time, the Elder Titan is really not dying all that much. Able to get, the ET's 2-0 and 15, by the way. Able to get on top and just zero out all of the armor that their opponents have, or the vast majority. Yeah, this is we saw it happen last game. We saw GamerLegion have a much more stable draft, and it worked great for them. I would really like to see them do that, because they are doing themselves no favors in how they're drafting themselves up for these games. As Ember Spirit, it's gonna be fine, but that's always scary when you just locked up like that. You're like, I really hope that no one's gonna come follow up on this. And in fairness, Shield Rune BKB, he was probably fine.
Yeah, definitely fine, but still, I mean, not able to punish him worth walking up to his tier 2 as Yannick working towards an Ags for himself. If he can get that with the spell amp he's already built up, I mean, he will be ridiculously farmed on this Muerta. Adrian, again, somewhat low net worth on the brew, but as we talked about, something we don't care about really at all. He's gotten that Ags, he's got his vessel, he's working towards an eventual pipe, which will feel really nice when he can finish that. Timings are great here for the side of Rottweilers. I like this as well, too. I mean, they're just doing the right play, I think, over and over again. They've got a gem for Wonder Kid. I think Udomi purchased a gem outright. He's got his 4 staff and his items that he already needs. Give it over to Wonder Kid. This will enable them to cover so much of the map so comfortably. Puck, definitely one of the best gem carriers in the game. If you can stay alive, of course, he's going to be a little bit careful on the way to his Lincolns, which will be a really nice item for him as well. I mean, we saw the first game, this Beastmaster plus Razor combo. It is pretty heavily impacted by this Lincolns, and it's this game very much the same. Popping that Lincolns is not easy, and now you're kind of countered on 2 heroes. Once Wonder Kid does finish this, it takes that kind of that level of execution up a pretty significant tier.
Yeah, we like to talk about how anytime a puck has to go for a defensive item, it doesn't feel great. You are, again, kind of limited on your damage, so having to spend 4,800 gold on a Linken's generally doesn't feel great. But this is a draft where you have an Elder Titan and you have a Shadow Fiend that is crazy strong, so you don't have to be this end-all be-all damage that sometimes it feels like a puck has to go for. You're fine just Dream Coiling and diving supports, and you don't really need that many items to make that happen, especially the way the game is going. So this is one of those rare games where it feels good. Now we're going to go, oh, nice Hurricane Pike. Going to force Fade back a little bit, and he's actually losing to this. Oh, no. He's losing to the illusions. That doesn't feel good, and they rotate over to try to make something out of this, but Coach Ttgame on point with a Hurricane Pike, and as the team shows up behind him, there was a slim window where maybe they take the Aegis off of the Shadow Fiend, but that window disappeared very, very fast.
The net worth lead is still within sight here for GamerLegion. Only 4K as Yamson. He's had a really great time. From level 19, 15K net worth. I think they can fight around him, especially without this Linken's on puck. If they can get a roar onto Wonder Kid, even onto Yannick, that's Faith. He breaks the smoke.
And there's the 9-second BKB timing for this Razor as well, as they're going to go find Puck or Tusk on the backside. He disappears immediately. Nice kill, but even still, on the low ground, good roar. Earth Splitter doesn't land a ton. Even still, they're going to force Amson out of here. BKB doesn't matter. He's dead, but the Searing Chains really good. Here comes RCY, trying to do a little bit more. Bignum on the buyback is going to be able to take the Aegis on out of here, but it's the second fight. That's where it gets really, really scary. Shadow Fiend continues to hit massively. And oh, yeah, that's a problem. RCY, do we have a silence for him? In just a second, Ultra Kill for this Coach Ttgame Shadow Fiend. And that was the best possible fight they were going to get. They took the Aegis down relatively quickly. Hurricane Pike didn't get the Shadow Fiend onto the high ground. They get the supports early, so the damage amp isn't there. And even still, RCY played that fight incredibly well as well, but they don't have enough damage. The damage from the Shadow Fiend, 34 souls. It's kind of overwhelming.
And he's going to be level 20 soon as well, by the way. So that talent that he's getting is going to be a 68 damage talent. That is an obscene number. A little bit of extra presence of the Dark Lord as well for him to work with. He is feasting on Coach Ttgame. Really benefiting from that first pick, Shadow Fiend, that they took away from GamerLegion. Yeah, now in this game, I mean, Fade, he had a good timer. He tried to jump in on Wonder Kid, but Wonder Kid had that phase shift. Didn't get caught by the roar. He's forced to use it on Yannick. Now that he has this Linken's, it's going to make it so much harder to even begin to get on top of him.
And look at Coach Ttgame. Next item, Linken's as well. They've identified this Linken's breaks the game so incredibly hard. And almost kind of expecting to see Brewmaster go for it, but instead, nope, he's got a Vlad's queued up, just more damage for this Shadow Fiend, which makes sense. I mean, he's not going for a Satanic because, understandable, makes sense. But, okay, well, we're just going to give him some lifesteal. And with how much damage he does, he's level 20, by the way. You see how he's getting 204 damage from his Necromastery stacks. Vlad's is going to help him out quite a bit.
Got both Wisdom Friends, too. Did miss the dead shot, but might still force something out of RCY.
Oh, they're looking for the Requiem. Gonna pump fake it. Another calling. Pops the BKB, and even still RCY has to get on out of there. That's the BKB charge down, and look at this. They found Fade. Maybe a BKB. There we go. Dream Coil. Not gonna really result in too much, but yeah, this feels awful. Dream Coil, not nearly the cooldown that the BKB is, and I mean, Puck can play without Dream Coil. Beastmaster can't really play without a BKB.
No, he can't, and it's lowering their durations too here. I mean, soon they're going to be on their 6-second BKBs. Really want to use these higher duration seconds to muster somewhat of a fight together, and we're really starting to see as well, Bayo. I was very skeptical of the Razor in the first game. It did look decent. Yamson is farmed in this game, but it's not doing them favors. Even Yamson this game, he's about to blink. I really like this adjustment by him. I think his build's been great. But, I mean, this Beastmaster Razor draft that they did in the first game, it's so susceptible to these Linken's, these Lotuses, these various things that are going to be built up against you. feels really, really tough to actually kind of push past that, especially into the Shadow Fiend that we've seen that is doing so well.
Now, the Beastmaster is finally starting to farm really nicely. And we look at the 8,000 net worth lead, and that does feel bad. But Beastmaster is top net worth. He's getting closer and closer into his Shivas, which amps up his damage significantly with the Wild Axes and all the Inner Beast procs. Even still, that's not here yet. And while Ttgame is just hitting high ground, they chunk this high ground, even without a Daedalus, even without some sort of AC, even though Presence of the Dark Lord no longer impacts buildings. Look at this. They took half damage off the tier 3. They're going to back up, but this is an interesting smoke. Bignum and Fade. 2 heroes there going deep behind enemy lines.
They can get one. Oh, they popped the link.
Oh, that's no good. Earthsplitter goes down, going to pop the roar on top of Muerta, but not enough damage. And it's just going to have to be a BKB TP on out of there. It is
quite a bit by Rottweilas there. I think they thought that there was more heroes, and pretty reasonably. Of course, we know that there isn't. But they used quite a bit. Not necessarily the best.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice timing. Primal Split now down for 100 seconds. That's a problem, though. They're going to go find this Ember Spirit, fearing him up. Does have a BKB. Yeah, it's going to be able to Flame Remnant right on out of there. We're seeing double Shivas from this Ember Spirit and the Beastmaster. How awkward is that?
It doesn't feel great, although unfortunately, I mean, this is just both their heroes kind of need to buy it. It's incredible damage for both of them. RCY, of course, never finished that Spirit Vessel, so doesn't have any of the minus health restoration that he would like to, and they just need armor, truly, into Shadow Fiend, and especially armor that's not base armor into the Elder Titan Shadow Fiend combo. So I think it's fine, but it doesn't feel ideal, right? It doesn't feel the best, and maybe another small oversight that you would never think about while you're drafting heroes, now that you're kind of itemizing at this later portion of the game, not getting necessarily exactly all the things that you want. Also, I mean, I almost wonder for RCY. I do think the Shivas is good. He does need this armor, but I'm curious if he needs to just start building towards the Wind Waker. Because in the way this game is going, Wonder Kid, he's 6-0-15 Bayo. He's going to hit this level 25 at a pretty, I mean, not a reasonable time, a good time. He's going to have these levels really when he needs them. If he gets that Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity, I fail to see anything that GamerLegion can do about it. You just have to rely on Bignum for the save. That's pretty much it.
And it looks like the Parasma is, I mean, Parasma's 400 gold now away from this puck. He's moving into Octarine behind that. Almost a little surprised not to see him just go for the Ags, again, considering how quickly he's going to get to level 25. But even still, significant damage increases in this puck coming fairly soon, especially you pair that with the Natural Order. Oh my, magic damage amp plus Natural Order reducing magic resist is a toxic combination. But we got a big smoke up here from GamerLegion. There is 5 around the Roshan pit, which is going to spawn in about 20 seconds. But Yannick, nice position. It does have a haste rune, but it's going to pierce the veil. Now there's the Atos. Bignum just evaporates. He's gone. Dream Coil also lands on top of this Ember Spirit, who is chain stunned, has to BKB run away. And we just see the power of the team fight from Rottweilas. It's just, Speed's dead again, by the way. What's the number on that? 3, 6, and 3. So, over under 8. He's still got 2 more going. But unless you blink, kill one of Puck, one of Ttgame, and even still, that's not easy. Unless you blow them up at the very beginning of these fights, these fights are not possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I really don't mind getting onto Yannick first. That being said, it's not guaranteed to give you a perfect fight, as of course you have so much power in the rest of the heroes. When you take this fight around the Roche, just a little bit of a disconnected, disorganized engage there from them ends up giving this Roche over to Ttgame again, who's very happily going to eat that one up. Well, heading to soon hitting the high ground shortly after. And this is, we talked about it before. Even game 1, sometimes you're playing really, really cleanly on a team for a day. Rottweilers, I think, are looking the best they have. Even with this iteration, they're looking incredibly well. And GamerLegion just making some categorical mistakes that they typically haven't throughout the rest of these qualifiers.
That's
going to get it really fast. Here's the veil.
Dude is on fire today. He is Man,
locked
this is a
in.
brunch here. This is a banquet for him. He's going and now onto the back line.
Oh,
that's
Godspeed.
death number 7 on the CM as Yamson just has to run. We'll pop the
Does he
dream ball and
live?
get out of here. I don't
He's
think
dead?
he lives. No, he does not.
Oh, no.
The damage there, just overwhelming. And now that is 2 dead, 2 presents of the Dark Lord stacks, 37 briefly Necromastery stacks as he does pop Piece of Souls for a little bit more life or a little bit more attack speed. And looks like the Tusk is going to be able to get on out of here. But yeah, when he goes and gets his...
Fade, by the way, is having to pop BKB and he'll live. He got the wave. I mean, I do like that they put some pressure on the waves. Nicely done by Fade. That being said, yeah, these fights are just absolutely disastrous. They have no damage to go through. And again, Bayo, it's not a good Razor game. I mean, they picked it early in the game. I mean, if you can run over the Shadow Fiend somehow with the BKB timing, it's the only way that I can see this matchup being okay. But now, Costabile has this Lincoln Silver Edge Hurricane. What do you do into this Shadow Fiend as this matchup for Yamson? He bought a Blink to try and alleviate it. I mean, I'm sure he's eyeing something like an AC or a Butterfly. I just don't think it matters. 36 Necromastery for Costabile.
I thought I saw 37 at one point. Regardless, 216 bonus damage now from the Necromastery stacks. And, well, he doesn't have any Present the Dark Lord stacks anymore, but still, he's absolutely massive. As they try to lock Adrian in place, but he's got a pipe, he's got a Vlad's 3,000 HP. He is not a kill. Not really. So now 2 sets of racks are down, Rojo. 18,000 net worth lead for Rottweilas. And Fade and Bignum, they're looking for a pick. They'd love to go cut the wave, maybe get the puck. But again, he's got a Lincolns. He's not a kill. You have to be so on point to both pop the Lincolns and get the stun off at the same time, or he's just going to face shift, blink on out of there. So this kill combo is just, I don't know who if Genix is going to be as on point as he is with Pierce the Veil, you're not killing him. I guess you're trying to find the Elder Titan. But
yeah, I mean, getting a Domi would be great. But notably, I mean, he's only died once this game. So, I mean, we're looking at under 8 deaths on speed. He's getting close to that number here. But notably, it's only 8 kills for the side of GamerLegion in this 36-minute game. That speaks to how desperate this game feels. Costabile, 2 Lincolns on top of them. There's really just nothing to do.
Speed goes in, gets a root. That is something. But we're looking down the barrel of Megas. 36 minutes in. There we go. On top of the Shadow Fiend.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a problem. Fade moves
Fade.
in backside. Misses the roar. Not going to find it whatsoever. Getting clicked down. This game, you're right. It is over. There is not enough HP in this game. And now the Necromastery stacks, they get worse. They get even worse here. The minus armor into this draft is insane. Yamson tries to turn it around. He's so low. RCY with the BKB. Not going to get Requiemed. Does not matter. They're going to tap out of this. And GamerLegion, if they're going to go qualify into ESL One Birmingham, it's going to be through the lower bracket. Because Rottweilas, last week they showed promise. This time they made good on it. And they're going to be the first team into the qualifying series best of 5 here for the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, very, very proud of how they have played in these games. I think they played really, really well. Of course, we're used to seeing GamerLegion just dominate through these qualifiers. Rottweilers last time around, as you mentioned, looked really great. This time, just a small change up to their roster. A little bit more experience on their belts, and their macro is incredibly clean. Their mechanics are as sharp as ever. And for GamerLegion, I just think you gotta drop the ego a little bit with these drafts. You have to change the drafts a little bit up. This Razor Beastmaster, it had so many flaws in the first game. And the third game, you pick it up in essentially the same kind of cadence in the draft. It gets punished harder than it did in the first game. And I failed to see the idea. I want to see Yamson, get his heroes do really, really well on them. I don't want to see Speed, particularly on a Crystal Maiden, Bayo, as for some reason they dropped the priority of his picks. I'm a little bit confused to how they were drafting these games, and showing up today just a little bit sloppier than usual. They get kind of dominated by Rottweilas, at least in this third game. This is tough for NA.
I'm with you. They really need to go clean their drafts up, because I don't think that it's even the play problems. The tri-lane was interesting. I think that solved some problems. I really think Fade should have gotten more out of his one-on-one versus the Brewmaster than he did, which is surprising because he's a fantastic Brewmaster. Like, that is one of his, or a Beastmaster. That is one of his heroes. But I don't even think it was a play problem as much. It's just the draft relied so much on them being much better than their opponent. And if they are, they snowball. It's great. But if it's not, it didn't have a lot of late game potential. There was a lot of synergy with his Elder Titan and the Shadow Fiend. Many ways to go and prevent the Razor from ever getting a good static. I don't think the Razor got a single good static link off this game. You know, Puck had a great game. There are so many problems and so many good on the side of GamerLegion that they have to solve, and so many good synergies that Rottweilas presented themselves that it just, unless you play perfectly, the execution cost was just a lot higher, is the best way to put it for GamerLegion. But again, they're not out of the tournament. They do have a lower bracket match they're going to get to play tomorrow against the winner of our next series. And because this series has gone the distance, it's not going to be that long of a break. So I want to say, let me pull up my schedule here. I believe it's about a 15-minute break. It's going to be about a 15-minute break or so, and then we're going to come back with our lower bracket to determine who runs into GamerLegion tomorrow, who has a chance to fight for a match, a best of 5 against Rottweilas on Sunday. That's the question. We'll be back in 15.
Disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me.
serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the lights, Ember in your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the lights, Ember in your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the lights, Ember in your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Sequin in the lights, Ember in your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment. Yeah, now we can know it's all love between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Trying to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
We're disciplined out to wait.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Put discipline out your way.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side.
Welcome back to the ESL One Birmingham closed qualifiers for North America, as we had a barn burner of an upper bracket, as that was GamerLegion falling down for the first time in a while in one of these qualifiers, losing 2-1 to Rottweilas, as Rottweilas now waiting there in the finals in that best of 5. GamerLegion awaiting the winner of this series, because we moved down to the lower bracket, Rojo, where we have Ttgame, or Ttgame, versus a team that yesterday was 9Z Esports, and today is now called Ember Enjoyers. So different team, same players, different day, you know, same stuff, as it is.
As it is, as it were. Yeah, this one is, I mean, this one honestly could end up to be a barn burner as well, Bayo, as maybe not in the same kind of way, but could have a pretty scrappy game for us here. Definitely, I think could be similarly close, as both these teams showed some amount of promise. Now, 9Z had a very difficult series, a very, very difficult series into GamerLegion, but now they have a much more kind of equal matchup here in this lower bracket, a chance to prove themselves for either team. But they aren't just 40-minute, 30-minute series. Bayo, I mean, I'm sure they have some things that they've maybe fixed. I think 9Z in particular, we watched them head into GamerLegion, and one of my big critiques is I just feel like they weren't really kind of locked in on their drafting. This time around, they've had a couple days to sit on it, to think on it. Could be a decent chance for them to kind of clean that portion of the game up, and then, as we've seen and as was proven in the last series, Bayo, this is not the kind of patch where you can kind of just draft whatever. You gotta kind of do your research. You gotta be ready to play against these meta things. You have to be ready to kind of adapt throughout a series. Can't be too lazy about where you're going on the drafting here.
Yeah, I think importantly, talking about can't be too lazy, don't pick Naga. That is my story. That is my truth. I am speaking my truth here as we get ready to move into draft number 1. If you are Dr. Strangelove, I don't care how strange your love is. I don't know how much you want to dive into the ocean and follow the sweet song. You want to pull like a full Odysseus and string yourself up to the mast and listen to the songs of the Naga Siren. Do not do it. It is not worth it. The hero is bad. It is not worth playing. Do not last pick your Naga. It's not going to work out for you.
To be
As a
fair,
support. Carry Naga.
I think
okay.
that game was
know.
okay. I think Hitomi had a fine Naga Siren performance. That being said, he got in the last pick in a game where it was a very good Naga Siren game, and it still looked fine. They still ended up losing that game for Rottweilas. Dr. Strangelove has just been first picking it, and I again, as you iterated, as we head into this first game draft, Ember Enjoyers versus Ttgame, I think don't go for the Naga Siren. Just set yourself up for a little bit of success. Get some of these very consistent supports. Maybe take just, we just had a series here. Take a couple notes off of what Rottweilers were doing in their drafts, because I did really quite like them. Take some of the priority that they had and get some decent kind of just area denial supports for yourself. Make the game simple to play. Hopefully for either team, if you can get these decent laning supports plus some, relatively simple team fighting, and end up with a relatively consistent draft here. Or teams are certainly going to need it.
Hear me out here. We could first phase ban the Keeper of the Light, which is not something that I have seen. Yeah, I've been trying to watch the other qualifiers. I have time zones, but I've been watching. So I haven't seen Coddle in the other qualifiers. I haven't seen it have high ban priority, but for some reason, Dr. Strangelove teams, because they were doing this last week as well, they really have a high priority on removing this Keeper of the Light. And Rojo, I haven't seen any games where it's looked impressive. I haven't seen anything to tell me that this is worth throwing away a first phase ban on.
I do think 9 plays it quite a bit. So I think if there's a team to ban it against, I think Ember Enjoyers is probably the one.
It's carry. I believe it's Carry Naga. Carry Naga is actually good. It's high win percentage. Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
No.
I believe, Rojo. I choose. I'm going to let myself go like another 3 or 4 picks before I truly fall into full despair territory. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'd say that's fine.
Yeah, because it is just not a good support. And we saw we saw a TT team at Dr. Strangelove yesterday, last week. The amount of time, it is a very hard hero to pull off properly. The amount of just accidental anti-synergy that was happening with this Naga, where it's like your song, but there's a BKB, but your team's popped a BKB. So that's a big waste. Or, it just is it's a difficult thing if you're not really on your comms. If you're going to say, look, I'm going to song first, and then you jump in, great. Or you say, look, I'm going to jump in, song on the follow-up. That's fantastic. But they're just not, those communications don't really seem to be there. Now, I do like Spirit Breaker into Skywrath. That feels pretty solid. You can drag waves appropriately. Okay. Dark Seer, Spirit Breaker is a nice lane combination. So as much as I hate the Naga, I do like this offlane coming out of Ttgame.
Yeah, I think it's rather solid. I will say in general, I don't love playing Spirit Breaker or Dark Seer that much against Ember is my biggest concern. The Greaves are nice for Dark Seer, but it's really easy to dodge Spirit Breaker spells as Ember, like exceedingly easy. The amount of times you land a charge on Ember Spirit in the game is really limited. And now you are also picking this Dark Seer a little bit early in the phase. We're going to be facing up against a Warlock in lane, which can be quite obnoxious. Potentially another hero as well to punish this just a little bit. Could be a Shadow Fiend. Could be a Gyro. Any kind of ranged hero that can kind of poke away at these creeps is fine. Or maybe round your draft out a little bit more with some form of melee hero. It's relatively strong in these two. They go for a Kez, so a little bit, yeah. I mean, I certainly don't mind it. Pretty okay at killing the Ion Shells. Maybe not the strongest into Spirit Breaker Darks here, but should still have enough prowess with that Warlock to come away with a pretty significant lead. I like the Kez. I think if you have a Kez player, then play the Kez. Why don't you?
Am I crazy for thinking that this is a Kez is a pretty solid illusion to give over for the Darkseer?
It's okay. It depends on what if you're caught in your Katana stance. Those illusions are relatively strong. The Shodosai illusions are not very strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like
a decent response.
Yeah, I just Kez builds a lot of stats, so that works out fairly well. But yeah, Troll is really nice this game. You're gonna have actually, I really like the concept of just like Battle Fury Ag, something like that. You get an Ags very quickly. You purge all the stuff all the stacking damage that Kez puts on top of you. You purge Fatal Bonds.
it's a bit hard in this guy, I think. But
Yeah, fair.
it is a good game to have any kind of dispel. So if you do go for, I mean, you can go the same idea, I think, is what you're kind of alluding to. But it's maybe a Manta into a BKB or the likes, as Troll is a really hard matchup into Kez, or a really hard matchup for Kez for a number of numerous reasons. Just really good at 1v1. And by the way, this draft, no time wasted between either team. 2 minutes on the reserve time for both. They have a lot of time to think on this last pick if they need. Something tells me they won't wait too long. CT team, they need a mid for themselves to match up into the Ember. Yesterday, Muzan, I believe, played the Quap mid, and then he ended up playing a Dusa on the carry for TT team. So we'll see if it's still him, I suppose, playing the mid lane for Muzan. Not always the easiest to pick into Ember. Could just go something like a Storm straight away, but they offer something a little more eccentric.
Rojo, you got a Kez and an Ember Spirit into a sniper. You're going to get dove so hard. And I guess the Naga solves some of that. Spearbreaker can mess with things, Darkseer as well. But I mean, Kez Ember, just diving this sniper feels... I am not a sniper believer in this game. That's all I'm saying. This is not a good sniper game. No, don't. This is not good.
It's an okay lane. It's a pretty good lane, notably. I mean, a sniper into Ember, that matchup is quite hard for the Ember. So I don't hate that. I mean, you do also have good peel relatively for the sniper. But yeah, as you mentioned, I could definitely see a lot of instances of the sniper kind of just feeding away their life. I think I don't hate it nearly as much as I think you do. But I'm not necessarily a believer of any means. It's serviceable. I think probably much more consistent would have been something like a Storm, something to enable their draft. Particularly just because if this Darkseer and the Spearbreaker don't do that well, which they're not necessarily guaranteed to, as they do pick up an axe. Yeah. It's gonna be for Muzan. He's gonna struggle a little bit here for sure. As I also really like Axe Skywrath as a side note. Very nice. Combo between those two. Great at killing the troll. Great axe game. Great axe pick in general. Remember, enjoy. So I do prefer their lineup for sure. As the other big thing about the sniper is, as much as the enemy team is pretty decent against sniper, getting on Muzan, killing him, etc. I mean, it's just also, it doesn't enable any sort of plays. I mean, you're looking at your 3 heroes are typically making plays, right? Your 4, your 5, and your mid. It's a sniper, a Naga Siren, and a Spirit Breaker. It just, yeah, I don't love it. They're gonna have to win pretty hard through lanes on TT team. Yeah, I think, to make up for the faults that they've created in this draft.
Yeah, and realistically, like when you pick a sniper, it's a sniper game, right? He is your, most of the time, is your end-all be-all carry. Everyone else is kind of playing around that. Troll is also a very greedy carry. You know, your Battle Fury Manta, something like that, Battle Fury BKB, you're really going into 3 or 4 items before the troll is properly online. And either you go and you say, okay, this is caster sniper. He's going Ags very quickly, like phylactery Ags. Don't know if they still do that. Ags is still very much a thing. And you go for like long distance control with the Spirit Breaker. That could be interesting. But then you're kind of lacking damage because Troll is not necessarily going to be online. There are a lot of problems with this draft, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it come together because I am not a believer, Rojo.
No, I'm not very much either. I mean, also naturally, Darkseer is a pretty greedy offlaner, all things considered. The hero typically loses its lane, and it's kind of forced to take up a decent portion of the jungle. Doesn't necessarily make the same space that a Centaur, etc. would. It needs items to function, the Darkseer. So as far as this game goes, I'm really, really preferring the Ember Enjoyers draft. I mean, yeah, I think we're on the same page about a lot of the heroes for a TTA team, and they don't particularly have that much synergy together either. I mean, I guess their high ground will probably be really annoying, Bale. That's the benefit we got here. So we might be looking at a 60-minute 10-kill game if we're lucky. That's what I hope for, is infinite high ground. Always the most enjoyable thing in Dota to watch. But of course, you know, we are heading into the series. I'm not even sure that it will get to that point because I just really like this Ember Enjoyers draft as a whole.
Yeah, you say that, but you have a Grappling Claw plus or Talon Toss or whatever. You got Blink Axe. You have Ember Spirit that can run the Remnants in to give you a little bit more vision. This is Sniper's got great high ground and Song is scary, but there are so many ways to go kill the sniper. Sniper's gonna have to be sitting like halfway to base, like halfway between tier 4s and the base, and then hope they jump on someone else and then join the fight. Because otherwise, this is just not. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see how this comes together, but I just don't know how Sniper survives any fight.
Yeah, the mid game for Sniper should be very, very difficult. And yeah, I mean, also for 9, he loves playing the Skywrath. It's also just a really, really great Skywrath game. They've set it up with Ember and Axe to play through. And that's pretty simple. That's pretty easy to execute. Never really have any burden of landing your Mystic Flare. Have a lot of extra damage amp to provide with the Ancient Seal. On top of it, you have a Warlock who can kind of play through. At least they get 3 bounties. It's a D ward that they get for 9 as the cost. So a small lead for the side of TT team. And they're going to need it. I mean, they have to block this bot lane, make sure that goes under tower. Muzan needs to win this mid lane pretty significantly. Dr. Strangelove and this Troll Warlord in the top side cannot lose particularly hard. It's a lot of execution that they need to get through in this early portion of the game, unless things get a little bit dicey for them.
So talking about this Axe for a second, because I think you and I both agree that this is a great Axe game. There are like 3 different Axe builds that we've been seeing recently. So he kind of misses the Battle Hunger, unfortunately. You can go Vessel. You can go, earn into Vessel, and that's very nice. I think that into this Troll before he gets Dispel is going to be very solid. You can go the Phylactery build, where you're just proccing Phylactery and just maxing Battle Hunger playing from range. And then there's your standard Blink Call, Blade Mail, Phase Boost Blade Mail build. Where do you want to see... Already, this Troll is getting bullied
so
like mad out of this lane. And I mean, what's Dr. Strangelove going to do? He's going to poke him with a Naga? I mean, the deluge to slow down this guy, if he ever gets close, is nice. But where do you want to see this Axe go?
I think that Phylactery would certainly be a viable option, but I'm assuming from my reading so far of already the way everything Lost Bone need to play this Axe is probably I think this is going to be Blink Blade Mail Axe, and I think that's perfectly fine as well. I think Phylactery would be fine. It does pair nicely with the Skywrath in terms of adding that extra magic damage and the slow. But it might be unnecessary. I think if you get this Blink Blade Mail, you are just going to ruin Muzan's day on the Sniper very consistently, very often. I don't think the Vessel's not my favorite. I mean, it's like a fine Vessel game. Not anything too particular or too special to get reduced healing on. But yeah, I would like to Blink Blade Mail this game. Very good against Troll, very good against Sniper. Not much reason not to get towards that.
Yeah,
and you also have a lot of damage with the Skywrath as well.
You do. My only thought with the Vessel is that it's really good into Battle Trance. You make sure that he just never regens, never lifesteals up once he pops it, so you can just kind of get a guaranteed dunk. But yeah, you probably don't need that for the majority of the game, and Blade Mail kind of does the same thing for the most part. So yeah,
it'll let you take up a lot of space too. I think this Blade Mail build it's not looking like Troll and Naga. It's going to be a very heavy contest to what this Axe wants to do throughout the game. Very unlikely for them to be able to stop him from taking stacks, farming his jungle, farming their jungle, cutting waves eventually if he would like to. Can really be anything they want. And by the way, Muzan and RoboZ, a little bit of a... I mean, it's 5 denies for the Sniper, but Muzan is not creating some particularly troublesome gap yet in the mid lane. I mean, RoboZ bought an extra set of tangos. It's pretty much full HP. Not too bad yet for this Ember, which... And pretty much the only reason that I saw for picking the Sniper is to ruin the Ember's kind of day, and so far not happening that much.
Yeah, we talked about the Vessel potential. I mean, Ember loves to build a Vessel anyways. So this Troll is not Battle Hunger just yet, but Nine's going to get the kill, and that is absolutely what you're looking for. And we talk about this. The Ember in the last game definitely was a hero that needed gold, right? Needed to be able to get himself up in the net worth chart because he wasn't able to build a Vessel. This game, this Ember, all he needs is a Vessel. He's going to dive on top of whoever he wants. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage done. And he's not a hero that really needs to be that far ahead or even just, you say top 2, top 3, top 4 in the net worth. Because again, what his hero provides given the game is really just going to be enough by itself. So even though technically the sniper should be dominating this Ember, and he's started to open up a little bit of a gap. It doesn't really, Ember doesn't really need to. He does everything he needs just from his kit.
Yeah, I mean, RoboZ, he's not having a good time, but these sniper lanes can get really brutal. So far, it's pretty, it's annoying at best. Maybe he'll stack some camps. He went for max flame guard. Eventually farm himself back up, get a couple rotations once he gets that flame guard, as these side lanes will be open to them. It's going to be a Darkseer, particularly probably won't be doing too well into this Kez. Already is not doing super well into the Kez. And then, of course, this Naga Siren Troll Warlord is going to be pretty much a buffet for the Ember if he wants to rotate outside of the lane here. Whenever he does have that opportunity. A charge onto the Axe here is some good damage from 9.
Yeah, not quite going to be able to go and take down Dr. Strangelove, though. And unfortunately, Battle Hunger into a Naga doesn't really do all that much. You can just kind of purge it away. Even still, with the Warlock showing up here, they are just able to go and poke down this Troll. And the Troll, 24 CS versus the 36 this Axe has. Another charge goes in. Dr. Strangelove runs back, tries to pull the Axe under the tower. Not going to be all that successful. But now 3 heroes on top of this Axe. Pops the one, does have a Ring of Health, is very tanky. But the Assassinate should come in, take him down, and that's a good rotation from the Sniper. But this Fatal Bonds with the Battle Hunger, I think, yeah, this should be just a, there we go, Dead Spirit Breaker, a little bit more, almost gets the Troll too. But even still, yeah, the great rotation coming in from Ttgame. They will be able to kill off the entire off lane, and that was with the Warlock rotating in, so not really what you're looking for.
Yep. Also, I said it's the bot side here for Fool to get some pretty good XP. Actually doing relatively well now into this Kez. Has his helm over the Iron Will. A little bit up in levels, so it should be unbothered. It's a pretty miserable game for the Troll. He's going to have to deny himself, it looks like, to the Polywogs. Unfortunately, not enough damage from them. But, you know, just little guys. They can't really kill much of anything. Fortunately for the Troll Warlord here. Definitely struggling. This Troll is going to have a very miserable game, and not like anyone else coming up here will either, as they go into Spirit Breaker.
I mean, when you're in a good Axe matchup, it feels so good. You spam Battle Hunger and people die. Well, that's going to be another kill. Naga is going to be able to pop the Mirror Image.
On Troll.
Trying to go take 9 down, but Dr. Strangelove's going to burn down here, and that's a fantastic kill for RoboZ, as he was really struggling in the mid lane. I expected struggling, but he's here, top 3 net worth, gets the kill. Very happy with that one. And Troll's just not allowed to address lane. I mean, look at where he's farming. He's got phase boots, no cornucopia.
That's miserable.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do here? Cry? I think the answer is cry, Rojo. I think that is that is the good answer.
Yeah, it's not much of anything to be done here, as a quick pause from Innocence.
All right. So now that we got,
yeah.
No, I was gonna say, now that we got the pause, it's time to go and take stock of things. The Darkseer 1 versus 1 versus Kez is theoretically pretty solid for the Darkseer. Now that it's got 3 points in Ion Shell, it's a lot of damage, especially if you go Ion Shell at creep. And Kez at this point doesn't really have a lot of HP, doesn't really have a lot of way to regain HP. So we are seeing Kez have to be a little bit careful on this front. He's still having a decent time, but it's only about a 400 gold difference between the two of them, and that difference is actually probably going to shrink before it expands. Again, given how much faster Darkseer can start to farm once he starts to get some levels into him. So that's not bad. The problem is, Rojo, is like Darkseer is an aura carrier. He's going to go into this Helm Dom to farm up a little bit more. And we're going to see Greaves after that, which I mean, Greaves is just a fantastic item in this game, but, or just in general, but without someone to play through, Darkseer doesn't really do a lot. And this Sniper, I guess your best guess is the Sniper, but he's going carry Sniper items, right? He's double Wraithband. He's got a Maelstrom queued up after this. This is not some space making, play making Ag Sniper running around the map, which means that this Darkseer is, even with the farm that he's going to get, it's going to be a struggle, I think, for him to find impact.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little hard to not have someone to enable through Darkseer. You can take up a lot of space. You can be very useful in general. But yeah, solo carrying a game on Darkseer, not something that it's really reasonable to do. kind of just offer that support for your team to help you be able to do so. It's going to be a tough early game recovery here. And I mean, unfortunately, again, as we kind of talked about, this draft here from the side of Ttgame, they really wanted to win this early portion of the game, as they're going to face into this Axe that has no contest. They're going to face into heroes who have multiple sets of jump and very little response to it. 9, by the way, is almost 2,000 gold already on the Skywrath, level 5. So he's going to hit his level 6 extremely early on the Skywrath if problems weren't bad enough. Probably going to be hard to make impact around the map on the Spirit Breaker, on this Naga Siren. Not really the most, comfortable supports for rotating around the map. At least in terms of actually accomplishing things. Need their levels, need their farm. I mean, we're looking at this pause, we're taking stock, and the stock really just points to Ttgame having a pretty fallible draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, the one downside, Axe is level 5, 0 points in calls, 0-3-2, which is what you generally do, right? It lets you bully, as we're seeing, bully really hard, especially now that it's pure damage on the Battle Hunger. But look, movement, level 3 Battle Hunger is 26% slow. Concussive shot at all levels is 40% slow. Troll is not going to move when you have those paired on top of him like that. So even if it's like there's no call to lock him in to a Mystic Flare, he's going to have about 5 movement speed. So it's still not going to be all that difficult to lock him in once this Skywrath hits 6. So not a big deal there. And certainly, I mean, look at where Troll is. He's deep in the jungle. Is he coming back? Asks the Naga Siren. Unknown.
Well,
I don't know.
So. I mean, technically we don't know. It's I guess a question worth asking, as he does come back here on Innocence. I'm sure he had the intention of doing so, as this game is going pretty well for them. Not much reason to leave permanently here.
Raging out.
Comfortable. Yeah. Really upset to see the Darkseer in his lane.
He's like, you left me solo versus a Darkseer in a lane that we could have stomped. I'm out. I'm done. 7.5 minutes in, 1,000 net worth lead. I'm giving up on this game. That
might be one of the most mature things that happen in NA.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Sniper shows up top lane
Actually, really good rotation,
the Spirit Breaker as well. Yeah, it's a nice rotation. So we talked about Muzan not really going for the playmaking sniper build. Still showing up. He's 201, 50 CS. He's getting closer and closer to the Maelstrom. He's got the Javelin done now. And I mean, Sniper is top net worth by 700 gold. This is a game where a Sniper, if you can set tempo and you can peel for the Sniper, which you and I, certainly that second question, I think you and I don't necessarily believe in, but if you can, Sniper's going to do a lot of damage. Sniper is going to cause some problems, but that if is doing a lot of work in this statement here, Rojo.
Another quick pause here is hoping he has the intention of coming back, although the prospect or the reasons for Troll to leave the game, I think, are a little bit more significant.
Is he trolling?
Is he? Could be.
He's a troll?
Well, I mean, I guess objectively, yeah, he is. As they are looking towards the top side here, I will say Muzan, I have been relatively impressed with him throughout these kind of sets of qualifiers. He just looked good. I think he had a co-op game yesterday that looked really solid. Even in their losing series, I think he showed some pretty good promise. And in this game, he is doing well. He's doing basically what the Sniper should be expected to. Should be happy with his performance so far. That being said, I don't think either of you, I don't think you and I were like, oh, the Sniper is going to suck in this really early portion of the game. I'm going to hold my judgment on how I feel about the Sniper up until we see about 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes of the game. Because I think it's not going to get easier, is my best guess.
What has me really surprised, by the way, talking about whether Sniper is good or not, Axe is going for the Phylactery build, which is a nice build. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of sustain. Axe really struggles for mana regen, for base mana too, for most of the game. So it provides a lot of that. The problem is, I mean, you and I talked about how good Blink Blade Mail is against this Troll, against a Sniper, and that's just not gonna happen for a while. So this Axe, instead of getting most of the way to a Blade Mail and being kind of untouchable by this Sniper, instead now he's got 1,200 HP and a Ring of Health, which is not gonna really help him all that much. His 3 heroes closed in on top of him here in the top lane.
Yeah, I I definitely don't love the Phylactery version. I think, again, it'll be serviceable, but I also just think it's a little bit nicer, I think, for the axe if you can go like 2 points in the hunger this game and then kind of start dropping it. I don't think you need the max battle hunger in this game by any means. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll work. But I do much prefer that blade mail style, as we talked about. Just taking up a lot more space on the map, having that kind of constant presence of threat. Be a lot scarier, and I really, again, just don't think you need the damage from this Phylactery. You already have 9, who's nearly level 6 on the Skywrath.
Especially on top of that as well. I mean, Blink Blade Mail means Fatal Bonds are easier to land. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. There is so much damage that you can bring in once you get that Blink Call going. That is just not... Well, you don't need to be the damage dealer. This game is Troll's back, which means we're going to get ready for a team fight top. There are 4 stacks, 800 XP available here on this Warlock. He needs 400 to get to level 5, and I don't know how much you need to get to level 6. I don't think it's enough to get the Golem right now, as now Axe takes a lot of damage, but the Shadow Word keeps him alive, and here comes the Ember Spirit. Tries to find something, but slight change, really gonna miss, and now Dr. Strangelove, he's gonna get Ancient Sealed. There's the dunk. And that is, we talk about this Skywrath Axe duo. Not only is Mystic Flare great with the call, but Ancient Seal amps the damage the dunk does. So it's a little bit easier to go, and your does it not?
I'm not sure it does. It's increased magic damage, and dunk is pure. So I
well,
believe...
Is it... I guess it is increased magic. I was assuming increased spell damage, because, like, you get a Kaya, and the dunk margin increases.
Yeah, but that's spell amplification, not magic amplification. I mean, it's a... Either way, it's still a good combo. Definitely the Skywrath and the Axe, even regardless of Pedantics. I'm pretty sure it's just pure damage that Axe does nowadays. I honestly hadn't thought much about now, but he's almost a Timber Saw in a way with the way his spells line up. As they're going on to him, another team from Muzan, 4 heroes up here.
Yeah, he is very killable, even with the Shadow Word. Nero, 5 stacks on the book. Okay, that's going to be 6 now. So this is level 6 for Nero if he wants to pop it here. As here comes Robo Z.
He definitely should.
Really surprised we're not seeing him go drop the rock. There we go. Now he pops the Grimoire. But at this point, it is not worth it anymore. Why aren't we going in on this?
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication there. Or maybe a lack of any communication there. A little bit unfortunate. They had that rock timing, and I think they could have really abused it. Fortunately, just not on top of that timing. Right, so losing, a bit of space, pressuring the Axe a little bit, particularly in the levels. And this is kind of the point where you're building this Phylactery on Axe, and you go, well, now I've died 3 times with the incredible game I had. And now all I have is a Perseverance to show for it. Get a t-shirt with that. I won lane, and now all I have is a shitty Perseverance to show for it. Yeah, again, he's going to be completely fine on this Axis. They actually do get Innocence as well, so looks like the Kaz chased a little bit too far.
Yeah, a lot of disconnected moves.
Mistakes, yeah.
Yeah, from Ember enjoyers, a lot of disconnected moves where the draft is good. And if they kind of just play it straight up the way we expect them to, it really shouldn't be that difficult of a game for them. But if you lose this Kez, you try to dive deep into the river to kill this Darkseer, who, you do have Spearbreaker to go make that happen. Spearbreaker's amping the XP of the lowest level hero on your team. So it means you have this comeback potential. And it's just awkward. Now they're going to go try to find Muzan. Good Fire Remnant. There's the Mystic Flare. And we're going to see a lot of that this game. This sniper probably can't buy enough item. I mean, BKB, Hurricane Pike, and the Shard. That might be enough, but
yeah, up until that point alone will be pretty good, considering the Axis build. BKB alone will definitely do a lot, but that being said, the timing that you get BKB on Sniper is pretty variable. It's going to take quite a long time. Quick little
hello,
hello, fool.
How are you? What's happening? We go and you spam the high five as you walk away. So another pause here as we again take state of things. This Axe, I know you say that given the build, he's going to be getting a blink at some point, and I would assume that he's going to get that blink around the same time we would get a BKB from the sniper. Sniper, he's got his Maelstrom it's about halfway done for the Mithril Hammer that he's going Hurricane Pike. So if you just go, and I would not be surprised to see like Phylactery Shard blink from this axe. And at that point, well, BKB isn't really helping you all that much. Max level call is, I guess, 3 seconds. So like, you'd still get 6 seconds of BKB even with the max level call. But I mean, even still, that is not going to be the easiest thing. Wait a minute, that's a good shout. Thank you, Observer. Ember Enjoyers, exactly 1 neutral item between the 5 of them is a little bit lacking efficiency there.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, we'll get a little bit as Kaz finishes up a camp here, although getting charged by the Spirit Breaker. Decent bash is coming out from the Space Cow. Definitely a little bit of favor on his side. Mid lane, meanwhile, RoboZ does finish up the Spirit Vessel, does get a regen bottled. So for the time being, Muzan is, as snipers often are, left to jungle on his own devices. Can't really show in lane. Throw a shrapnel, stop the tower from getting taken. It's not the best that you can ask for.
Oh, decent charge onto this Kez bottom and the wall as well, so they get an illusion out of it. But here comes RoboZ trying to go take down Fool. The chains are there, and he has already used his surge. But
call on.
There's gonna be the song, and it's doing nothing. Oh no! But Fool's gonna get out of here for now. Second surge, and it looks like he's going to be fine as they try to chase down Dr. Strangelove. But here comes the Kez grappling claw in and looking for the dunk. Las Bonitas, con Las Bonitas says, this is a very pretty dunk, and I'm going to dunk you. So another kill for the axe, and that's going to be both supports dead as they try to make this aggressive move happen and just not really able to do so.
Yeah, this one definitely is scrappy so far. 16 kills, 13 minutes, and really not a good question of why we're doing many of our rotations. I like the idea of going for that bot tower, but ultimately their lineup is just... when you pick a unique lineup, I'll use a nice word for it.
Well,
when you pick a unique lineup like this, oh yeah.
We're charging Kez again. Let's see if it works. No, it's not doing anything. He's going to back on out of there.
Get 100 damage.
You know what's really nice, by the way? You talk about this Kez. You can actually dodge. I don't know if parry dodges the charge. No. But if you're really on top of it with your Raptor Dance, you get 0.25 seconds of invulnerability. Sorry, 0.2 seconds of invulnerability. And you can actually just dodge the charge. We didn't see it that game, but that is certainly something to be keeping an eye out on as this game continues because, well, that if you can't connect on the Kez, he's able to turn it around, and the Spirit Breaker doesn't have a charge for another 10 seconds. That's makes your team fights kind of hard, Rojo.
Yeah, it certainly does. And nice for Kez as well is kind of a weird talent that Kez has is this 12% magic resistance at level 10. Pretty high number amount of magic res in this early game. So if you are able to get the strength threads down, the Shadow Word and whatnot, you'll be very deceptively tanky on this Kez, especially into lineup, which for the time being is mostly magic damage, although they're looking onto Innocence.
Oh, there's gonna be a wall once again. For him. Oh, yeah. Raven's Veil just to get out, assassinate a little bit more damage, but okay, there we go. Yeah, you got the Spirit Breaker. He does have a big nuke. They're going to be able to take him down. And now on top of Warlock as well. Runs through him. Looks for the bash backwards. Gets it actually in a second. Assassinate. Not going to be enough to reset it though. So RoboZ here is doing a lot of damage. But the ensnare is a problem. And RoboZ gets chipped down quite a bit. But now Muzan, he's kind of slow remnant now on top of the sniper. There's the Mystic Flare sniper. Nothing to do. And yes, Skywrath will fall at the end. But the axe is here. Good call. But not enough damage on top of Dr. Strangelove just yet. Even still, the Fatal Bond's doing a lot here. That's going to be a dead Spirit Breaker. It's going to be a dead Naga. They'd love to find Fool, but he's got Surge off cooldown once again. It's a 9-second cooldown. It's very hard to lock him down in this early game.
Yeah, the Surge is very useful this game if you're not caught by the Sleight of Fist there and the Remnant or the chains. But still I mean, they made a nice move. They got the kill on the Kez and then kind of just walked forward. So this is kind of the I guess the hidden debuff of Spirit Breaker is that if your Spirit Breaker player goes for enough crazy plays, at one point you'll follow him thinking, I mean, or maybe at one point you'll be prompted to follow him. And I think all of us are aware of the dangers of following a space cow.
Yep.
This time, look at the
This
action.
axe.
4 heroes down here bot again.
Yeah, that's a good Nether Strike. Axe should
Ooh, the
fall
damage.
down the golem. Oh my god. No dunk on the troll. Doesn't really matter because the damage is there anyways, and Battle Trance does not last long enough. And now Dr. Strangelove is going to die once again. Gives his life for the cause as RoboZ is dominating. You know, going on top of a phylactery axe. Maybe not as tanky as some other builds, but still pretty dang tanky. 1800 HP. 16 HP regen, and now he's got the blink Rojo. So he's phylactery blink, looking at the blade mail behind that, and he gets more charges of more levels in Berserker's Call. It gets even more dangerous. I would like to see him get the shard at one point, but I think it's probably worth it to do that maybe after the maybe just after you get the blade mail, just with how much value blade mail has into sniper and troll.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options. I think you could probably build anything on this axe and it'd be good. I think you could finish a pipe right here if you really wanted to. Probably could go BKB for whatever reason, a Yules or something. There's a lot of great items that you could buy as axe, but I do agree. I think just the blade mail into the shard, finish up a BKB after that, probably the most reasonable. As this draft is, I mean, they're only 1k behind on the side of Ttgame, but as we kind of hope they would be ahead a little bit, that way they can't get ran at like this. Really nice dodge.
Oh no, Troll's dead. I mean, nice dodging. Oh yeah, RoboZ had a nice dodge. That's what you were saying. Is Troll falls down once again.
Oh.
Naga will fall, and you said it was 1,000 net worth lead. Now it's 2. Now, if this had been last patch, it's probably 5 or 6 by now, because you know assist gold is so much more impactful as you bring more heroes, and that I think is the big thing we're seeing right now. Like they're bringing 4 heroes on a lot of these plays, and you just don't get nearly as much gold from helping out someone kill someone as you did in the last patch.
Yeah, that being said, I think they're still making generally cohesive plays here on the side of 9Z, the Ember enjoyers. As they're going to look onto the Sphere Breaker. Does get off the bulldoze, although it's not going to matter much.
Yeah, it doesn't really. The damage that bursts out is so fast. That doesn't really matter. No, hey, the sniper problem. Look at the damage, by the way, from the mini golems, just with the fatal bonds on the creep wave. And yes,
Nero.
They do find Nero, but look at that call into the Mystic Flare, the dunks as well. It's disgusting. Axe rooted up just a second in the wall, but doesn't really care. He just gets to spin, and now Dr. Strangelove, he's fatal bound. Yeah, he's battle hungered up. He's fatal bonds down. And this is the problem we were talking about. Like, yeah, sure, sniper early game before the blinks are online is good. The blinks have come online, Rojo.
Yeah, the blink, notably, the singular one that's required. As RoboZ, I do like his build as well. Great Yules game for, I think, many obvious reasons here. Just really, really incredible. But I would love to know, you know, from Dr. Strangelove, maybe one day we'll figure out, does he not feel, I feel sad watching his Naga games. Is he not feeling that this hero is lacking impact? There's a lot of issues, mind you, going on with Ttgames and their draft as a whole. Don't really love this Muzan sniper, even though I think he's been playing it fairly well. I just don't know. I don't know how Dr. Strangelove can continue to first pick this Naga Siren every game and just not feel a little bit depressed. I think he's playing fine. His Naga Siren is good. It just doesn't seem to be doing really much of anything, Bayo. As I'll smoke up for this Tormentor timing, they're a little bit earlier than Ember Enjoyers, but they're also much weaker than Ember Enjoyers as this Blade Mail is now finished. It's got to be a perfect fight. They do have the song, which is quite good against Axe, all note. But outside of that, they're playing mostly around this Greaves on Fool.
Oh, I love this build from Axe. He's got Kayayasha queued up next, so those dunks are going to be even faster. Now he's going to get scattered up here. That's a great shrapnel, but now the golem goes down onto the high ground, and Kez just finds Muzan on the back line. Good vacuum, though, buys a little bit of space. His wall really forces everyone out, so the Axe is dead, as is the Warlock, but here comes the Ember Spirit, and the Kez is just uncountered in this fight. Raven's Veil just buys just enough time, stuns up everyone. It's a problem. And now 3 more heroes die, including the all-important sniper who has to be miles ahead of this game to have any sort of game. And, you know, Rojo, he's just not. That's the thing. I mean, he's not even top net worth on his own team, much less the game.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a pretty decent fight. They got the axe at the start, one of the, the biggest threat. No blade mail value was gotten at all from Los Benitez. He just didn't get the blade mail off at all. So it seemed like a really great fight. And then as soon as RoboZ shows up, I think it's pretty evident the ways in which they cannot deal with this Ember. We talked about how Ember doesn't need a lot of net worth necessarily to kind of suffice. This hero can do a lot with very few items, with sometimes relatively limited levels. But I suppose it's nice if you're 9-0 and 9 on the kill score, and I suppose it's good as well if you're level 17 with 12k net worth to your name, Akaya and Sanj, as well as they finish up this Tormentor. I guess that's helpful.
Yeah,
some people might think so.
I mean, more stuff better than less stuff, but they're going to try to counter with the Roche here. 22 minutes in, and Troll is not the worst Roche taker, especially with this Darkseer behind him for the Ion Shell. And
looks like they got it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is something that Ember Enjoyers have figured out. I mean, I think, I don't know, I was going to say, I think I'd probably still take the Tormentor trade for the gold injection, even if the shard's not great, but giving Troll more time, but I really think that I prefer putting the Aegis on this sniper. He's getting dove every single fight. If you commit a lot onto this sniper and he's got a second life, they can probably turn the fight. But this Troll he's just not there. He's not him. He's got a Yasha, he's got a Battle Fury, he's thinking about a BKB, but I mean, he is not him. And 5 minutes of Aegis is not going to make him him.
Yeah, very well spoken. You're really getting these ones down. No, I mean, yeah, I don't like the Troll Aegis very much. I don't expect Troll to participate in the game in the next 5 minutes anyway, so it's a relatively meaningless Aegis. I also think if he gets caught out somehow during those 5 minutes, he's probably dead twice. I mean, let's be realistic here. As they look towards RoboZ, nice little bash. The bashes have been good. They've been on point. But killing this Ember is
Nether Strike, looking for some roots, but just gets right on out. Yeah, if Troll can start like actually hitting, Ember Spirit will die, theoretically. But that's why you're talking about. You like the Yules. It just means it buys you enough time to go Yules yourself out of the root, Fire Remnant right on out of there, and you're fine. So even with that, it's not necessarily as guaranteed easy out or easy kill.
I mean, this could be a kill. I mean, should be a kill, if anything.
Yep, Axe a little bit too big for his britches. Is the Blade Mail not going to do enough here, especially now that there's a Solar Crest on kind of keeping Muzan safe. Dr. Strangelove does have that, so you return a lot of physical damage. Muzan has a physical damage shield. It's going to be okay. So now, with a Hurricane Pike, he's pretty close to a Mjolnir. They're going to go find the Troll. That should be his Aegis. Well, he's going to pop Battle Trance on the first life. Heals back up quite a bit here. And here's Dr. Strangelove, but now the Rock is a problem. And the Battle Trance is over. That's going to be the Aegis, but they will get the Ember off of this, I think. No, he won. The healing really good on the Shadow Word. He's got the Fire Remnant out of there. 9 now. He's going to go down, but Kez, he finds the sniper, but Hurricane Pike keeps him up for now. Even still, Dr. Strangelove getting annihilated here, but yet more Peel doing a very nice job keeping this Kez out of the fight. But the Fatal Bond is such a problem. The Grappling Claw brings back in once again. Muzan falls, and now the stun's going to start to chain up here on top of Fool. Raptor's Veil causes so many problems. It's hard to see exactly where this Kez is, and Fool's going to go down once again. So, you know, honestly, probably the best possible fight they could have had. But we just see your Grappling Claw on top, Ember dives, Axe dives if he needs to. Every core has a great way to go assassinate this sniper, and now this Spirit Breaker shows up and probably should not have. Even if Con Las Benitez will miss the dunk, doesn't really matter. And now with the upheaval, actually we don't have upheaval attack speed yet. That's still a level off. But even still, this tier 3 tower will fall.
Yeah, a little bit slower than potentially before. No Falcon Rush on the objectives as a song does come out. Can't actually set up anything yet as Troll actually used TP.
Sniper TP's in. I guess the saving grace is that you're in your base, so you're probably not going to get Dova's sniper, but that is spoopy. That's not what you're looking for. Yeah, Troll popping the BKB means that this is worthless, pointless. There's no hope to be gained out of this song. So at least they didn't get the melee axe. It's gonna regen up. That's something.
It's a little something. It might be a little bit of a slog if you don't get these fights on the side of Ember enjoyers, but so far they're willing to give them to you on the side of Ttgame. Just a little bit too disconnected, and I'm taking these fights that don't particularly feel necessary. Muzan also, by the way, naturally feels that they do need a little bit more damage in this game. Probably is somewhat right, but he's going for a Mjolnir, so gonna have that Hurricane Pike as his only defensive option. Not even a shard yet into this Kez, so really banking on a lot here. A lot of support to come through for him.
Yeah, this Kez, by the way, he's got a disperser done.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's even be uncontrollable, as I think what the children say. You know, be unsuppressible, and that's I mean, he can suppress other people. That's technically what the active does, but yeah, no, this Kez, he's got so much agi now. He has this mana drain, which is, with how quickly he attacks, is actually really impactful. And he's just running at max. He's just gonna be running at max movement speed or near enough, close enough, straight at this sniper. And I mean, we saw the peel was impactful, but I don't know how impactful it's actually gonna be. I don't know if there's enough.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there is nearly enough. As in a sense, this disperser, we've seen it a lot of times on the Kez, so it feels very good. This mana, I mean, the mana loss that you get is very significant. Of course, all the utility that comes with the disperser, all the damage that comes with that agility from disperser, just a really, really nice pickup. If you're not careful on Troll, I mean, Trolls are naturally not the most intelligent. You've got 500 max mana to work with. You use a couple of spells and get hit during an axe call, you might not actually have enough mana to get your ulti and BKB off. So at least, thankfully for the Troll, we'll pick up a Wisdom Shrine. A sneaky little denial of them getting both of those.
Yeah, 10 hits from a Kez is 400 mana with this disperser. So you have 579 now. It does get an extra level, but less than 600 mana. You're right. This is a Troll that may very likely not be able to get the battle trance off, and then, well, that's kind of the point of the Troll. So he's gonna have to be very quick to the BKB. He's gonna have to be very paying attention to exactly what's happening here. Is now call just on the creep, but that's 100 gold. Not bad. Ember Spirit gets that one. We are seeing, you know, some of the power of this Naga. It's doing a good job of getting some of the lanes pushed out just enough, even if it is not as strong as it was. Now this kind of interesting smoke. I guess this is just a warding smoke on the supports, because I mean, it's not like you're trying to get a fight here. You're 11,000 net worth down. I don't know that you can kill anyone in an ensnare or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of getting some Spirit Breaker wards down, maybe. Those kind of classic deep lane wards. Allow you to charge through the creeps, get something for yourself, maybe, but yeah, the ability to fight is truly just not there. They're soon going to have Lotus for full, and they do have this pipe and the Greaves, so the Darkseer is really quite strong, as you maybe expected, Bayo, but...
Oh, I mean, they're trying to kill okay. Top side.
I mean, that's damage.
Whoa, yeah, that is damage. With the Mjolnir and this Troll as well with the Battle Trances. He's just...
Yeah, the bad influence is... It's quite good with it. I will say, I think that was maybe their idea with the Sniper, honestly, the more I thought about it. Is that you do give the Sniper 100 attack speed as soon as you pop that Battle Trance, which is pretty relevant. I mean, pretty much Mask of Madness for free on the Sniper. Really high damage when they are able to get it. And RoboZ's, I mean, they use most of their fighting, so they're going to take this opportunity to get a tier 2. All things considered, a pretty good sequence of events, now getting to level 20 as well on the Troll, and making some decent space for themselves. So a little bit of breathing room for the time being.
Yeah, really nice. That was 2,000 gold, 1,500 gold, 1,500 gold given away, 400 lost, and the tier 2. So you find a couple more of those. That's that is a way back into this game. I don't know that Ember Spirit's gonna let that happen twice, but you know, you talk about the Sniper and not getting a BKB, not necessarily getting a shard. He pretty much has his Shadow Blade done. And while invisibility is not invincibility, it does not purge debuffs. It does mean that as this Ember Spirit is reasonably slotted, they're trying to go find Innocence, but oh no, the Raptor Dance, it heals you so much here. And now this is a very, very, very dead Okay, they're gonna find more here. On top of the sniper, tries to first step him was way back, and it's nice, but the roots are there. Searing Chains way too good, and as we've proven, you can kill one. You can't kill the rest of them. You cannot take a team fight, and now you took a fight outside of your base, which means that this is a second set of racks going down very, very quickly. Rojo, I don't know if you saw the video Estini put out recently. But his entire argument was like, look, you should never go high ground. Teams will always give you a fight on the low ground. They're going to get impatient, and then you're going to go and actually win the fight if you're ahead. And that's exactly what we saw Ember enjoy here. They're like, we don't need to go high ground. This is a sniper. That's just, they're eventually going to go on the map because they have to find farm, and we're just going to find him, and we're going to kill him. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, wise words from Estini, and definitely proved to be true. The large majority of games, teams will make a mistake at some point. There's no rush to go high ground, realistically, as they do get all their items. Dr. Strangelove walks up.
Yeah, nice call there. They see Dr. Strangelove before he pops Glimmer, and he might...
Is he dead?
Is he going to die to the Kazurai Katana?
No, he's fine. But
well,
he's not.
I mean, he's still dead. But I thought he might have died to the Kez passive. As now Troll moves in, gets silence, pops the battle trance. And the BKB tries to go take this axe down. Good vacuum as well. And they're going to start to go get a lot of damage done. Raptor Dance, not quite enough here. Even still parrying a little bit more in this Troll. Tries to go get this Kez down. And they hung around way too long. Second part, there we go. Yeah, never go high ground. And even if you do, back up once the heroes respawn. That's the second part of this. And it's not something the side of Ember Enjoyers did. Is now looks like Ember Spirit with the Ags. His remnant is fast enough, and he does get, well, actually, they got a charge on him again. There's gonna be the Assassinate as well, but with the Yules, can we get a root maybe? Not quite. All right. And actually, wait. Spirit Breaker almost died to the Searing Chains. Now the Yule's buying even more space, and yeah, you don't have Ags on the sniper, so that's not a stun. So RoboZ, chased to the ends of the earth, will not get taken down, but even still, these fights get a little bit too big for their britches. 4,000 gold, 4,500 back the way of Ttgame.
Yeah, really nice vacuum. They still, I mean, they do still have some fighting ability with this battle, or with the BKB and the battle trance, of course. Now an abyssal finish for this Troll. Not, I mean, it's a relatively decent Troll game. That was one of the few things we did really enjoy about their draft. It is not the best feeling here, as they do at least have most of the roster up to contest this Roshan.
Yeah,
TP available.
Kez up in 10, TP, multiple T2s available to him, so he's going to be able to join this fight fairly soon. Troll, is he just going to commit to this? Does have bad influence, no max stacks.
He's trying.
On that battle hunger. He's just committing into this. He's trying. I think he's got it. Yeah, absolutely. No, no! Will be able to snatch it, though. Kill does go to RoboZ. First life still not gone. He pops the battle trance on top of this axe.
Good rock.
Golem buying some time. Massive time indeed. These fatal bonds are doing so very, very much here. Now the Troll will die. First life is going to go down, but importantly, the sniper's gone. Not in this fight anymore. It's going to have to be Song TP, but unfortunately, Innocence does have that TP, does have the BKB, goes right on through it, and Troll's now trying to fight, but not enough. That is 5 dead on the side of Ttgame, and I think we can go high ground now. Actually, they're just going to tap out. Game is over. No buybacks available. They made it look interesting, but I think the draft was just a little bit too insurmountable, Rojo.
Yeah, it was an uphill battle, truly. They kind of did a lot of things, honestly, to set themselves up in the game. Now, they had, granted, I think Ttgame's, their decision to fight sometimes is a little bit questionable, but it's mostly just the draft. I mean, it's hard to build solid criticism of their play when you just kind of set yourselves up for failure from the start. Dr. Strangelove 1, 12, and 11 on the Naga Siren. I mean, I want to be a big fan of him, and you know, he does say some silly things in all chat from now and then. I have no reason not to root for Dr. Strangelove. Bayo, we want to so bad, but he just keeps picking Naga Siren, and every time it pains me. It really does.
At least this time he's not picking it in game 2 of a series where they're down 0-1. Which is also kind of he's like, I'm gonna pick a normal position 5 in the first game. We're gonna lose, and then I get to pick my Naga, and it's gonna be even worse. So at least That's not happening this time. We'll see, actually. I don't know. Game 2 is on the way. We'll be back in 10.
Disappear, you can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires.
Serotonin slide, sequin in the light, Ember in your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
No way I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. Now we can know it's on the low between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Let the discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. The day we woke up, flying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. You're so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Let the discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome back to Game 2 here in the lower bracket of the ESL One Birmingham North American closed qualifiers. Game 1 saw a troll sniper that Gabe had said was a 60-40 draft win. Rojo, you and I did not believe in that. We said this is not a good draft. Not into Axe and Kez and Ember Spirit. That's not a good time. And seems like we were more correct than the Dota Plus was, because that was at a certain point just an utter shellacking. There was the sniper couldn't stay alive, nothing you can do, and you just get dove on top of and killed.
Yeah, I mean, the Ember enjoyers enjoyed their Ember. It truly came down to RoboZ had a great game on that Ember for himself, and then from there everything kind of falls in place. They just had a very solid, concise draft against what we felt was a little bit disconnected of goals between heroes. Just some relative questionable decisions in the draft phase. And heading into the second game, Bayo, I can't harp on it enough, and I won't harp on it enough. I want to see Dr. Strangelove on something that is not Naga Siren. He just... I mean, it's all I have to say on the matter. I want to see him on something different. He has to showcase to us something special that he can play. Surely, does not the Naga Siren, right, Bayo? Like,
I mean, right? You would like to see Nada Naga?
Yes.
Nada Naga. Yeah, I mean, I am with you. It's funny how much, like, 2 patches. They've been Naga is more than just the one nerf that Naga's got. But like over the course of 2 or 3 patches, Naga has gone from I cannot believe they let Naga get through. This hero is so freaking broken. The heals it provides, the vision, the wave shove, the fight reset to, yeah, this hero is awful. It's got a 45% win rate in pubs, and honestly, that is probably too high. I'm not sure why it is that high as the support. It's just not good. It does not give you what you need, which is exactly where the hero is right now. Now, there's a world where we're going to see a core Naga. Players have been playing it. But when you got Dr. Strangelove on your team, it's
like,
Naga.
I mean, and I just, this is just the reality of MOBAs, the reality of Dota. Sometimes heroes are just bad. Siren is just not that good as a support. I think we even saw it earlier in kind of the best case scenario for the side of Rottweilas. That was the one game that they did lose against GamerLegion. Now, of course, I think the Naga Siren still did fine. But granted that, that was genuinely, I think, the best game that you'll get for the Naga Siren in any reasonable sort of a scenario here. So it's my big hope here. That's on my wish list for Ttgame. I mean, the sniper, Muzan played well, but at some point, I feel like your agency over the game as sniper, when you pick it into a draft like that, it's just very limited. I mean, at some point, it's just entirely up to your team to save you and for the enemy team to fumble, killing you. There's not much to do individually on the sniper.
And to give Ember enjoyers a little bit of credit, Kez had some really nice flank angles to make sure he got on top of the sniper. But that's what the draft provides, right? You got Ember Spirit going everywhere, vision on top of everything. Doesn't matter the ghillie suit means that when you're taking aim, you don't actually have any vision. Ember just gets on top of you anyways. Slate of fists, puts remnants out, and then Kez is like, yeah, sniper. That's tasty. Let's go consume that. I do enjoy a little bit of keen for my breakfast, or I guess we're getting closer to dinner now, but I do enjoy a little bit of keen for dinner. Nice roasted over the fire. It's going to be very, very tasty. And that's kind of what the problem is like, you can't take these fights. Hard to blame the player even, although one would assume Muzan picked the hero, but hard to blame him. It's just, unless the draft is built around a sniper and you've done a good job of removing all the options against a sniper, it does feel right now, especially when you're in a game where people are talking, there's communication, it's not just a pub, feels very, very hard to make that happen.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, your agency is just really limited. It truly is the sniper problem here. As we do get into our game 2 draft, definitely a chance for Ttgame to give themselves a better opportunity, because I don't think that Ember Joyers are infallible by any mean here, as we definitely saw them die a couple times, I think, in situations they weren't supposed to be. Ttgame did look for some decent fights. They had some pretty good Roche fights as well. But granted, it just, we really did feel the draft was kind of too much to handle there. So give themselves a better opportunity, I think, this time around. A little bit more comfort for them. A little bit more of a cohesive draft. Take away maybe some of these things that the Ember enjoyers are really quite fond of. Maybe stop RoboZ from having that great of an Ember game when you implicitly picked to last pick counter him. Pretty good start. lot of things to think on here, a lot to chew on for Ttgame.
They also have last pick, so 4 bans in the first phase, and Radiant, which is a very nice combination. I mean, we've seen how much impact, how much focus people are putting on Radiant in 7.40. Again, because first pick, second pick is a little bit more fair now. And just, it works out really nice with the Roche timings and the Tormentor. And I know you talk about camera positioning, top to bottom versus bottom to top, but it makes the game flow a lot easier, I think, is the big deal with Radiant right now. It's, you go, you take the Roche top before 20, it wins you the Tormentor, it means the next Roche spawn is going to be near your outpost, and it just makes the game flow so much nicer that, well, Ttgame are going to be able to maybe take advantage of that. For now, though, a lot of time being spent on this next ban.
Yeah, that was interesting, as they do have 2 bans to go forward, so wasting a little bit. I mean, I do want to see them think a little bit on the draft. I don't think either team used very much reserve time first draft around, so maybe this time, you know, try to get yourself a more comfortable position. Would be nice to get some pretty reasonable bans out. Timbersaw, Slaughter, fine. Don't know if that's what the Ember Enjoyers would go towards, but definitely fine. As yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe you do just take this away from them. No reason not to. I would think if I was on the side of Ttgame, as RoboZ had a masterclass. Well, Ember's a strong hero. Ember looked really good, and yeah, make your pun.
Well, I was gonna say, like, yeah, no, they're not taking it away. Ember Spirit, RoboZ just has his Ember again.
Yeah,
Ember Enjoyers. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to see them ban the Ember.
Ah, okay. I see where you're coming from now. Like, yeah, you know, first pick Ember Spirit, it is abusable, Rojo. You know, I know they enjoy the Ember, but Huskar is still in the pool. You know, Necrophos is a dead hero.
It is, but notably, I mean, if you're gonna abuse an Ember, I think Sniper is one of those heroes that should be really good at doing it in lane. And
yeah, but the game though,
yeah, I mean, the game isn't great either, but that's a lot of matchups for Ember. I mean, I think Ember is fine as a first pick, truly, and they're using a lot of reserve time to think on whether they're going to or how they're going to. And I do agree. So, you know, we saw earlier the Puck from Wonder Kid did a lot of really great things. Just a lot of disables coming through on Muerta as well. However, Dazzle isn't my number 1 on that list, I will say, as we saw a Dazzle into Ember earlier from that Rottweilas series, and the Ember had a really good time just getting on top of the Dazzle. Shadow Demon is one that I don't mind as much. I mean, you do eventually build the Shard for the Purge, which is great against Ember. You can physically purge the Ember himself. You have some saves against him, which is fine, but 2 pretty... I mean, they picked up saves, I suppose, which is nice. There's no Naga Siren, so I'm very ecstatic on that end. But that being said, they have picked 2 very heavy backline supports already into an Ember first pick, and I mean, they do okay against Ember, but they don't really address the hero in any meaningful way.
Consider, though, this is a mid-pick Dazzle. This is meant to... although, even as I say that, I think you can dodge Poison Touch. So, Ember is like one of the few heroes that actually should be kind of okay into a Dazzle, and generally melee heroes just get annihilated by Dazzle in lane.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be. It's still an annoying matchup, but for Ember Enjoyers, they pick up for themselves some Muerta. Something that could have been really nice to have against the Ember Spirit. And they pick up an Ogre that we've been kind of wishing for to see in that position 5. Earlier in the series between Rottweilas, no Ogre, unfortunately, for speed. Eventually, why he could be part of the reason that he didn't move forward in the upper bracket. Could be. We don't know. Can't confirm. But that being said, I do like the Ogre. I don't think anything speaks to it being insanely good here, but it's, I think, a serviceable pick. Neither of these heroes threaten it too much as the supports. Pick out a Dragonite for Ttgame. So an interesting little... And this could be a mid for Muzan if he wants it. If they want to switch around the roles, it could be a mid for somebody else. It's a pretty good matchup into Ember. But I'm not entirely inspired by the Dragonite into Muerta Ogre. A lot of magic damage in the early game. Same can be said for Underlord, although we've seen Underlord have some pretty good performances. And it does address Ember decently as well as it's a pipe builder. I like the Underlord, probably the most out of any hero they've drafted so far.
Yeah, it's just a big tanky boy, which means it can somewhat survive against really the problem is with Ogre, right? Is this level 2 timing where Ogre is functionally level 3 and he just does so much damage with 2 points in Ignite, 1 point in Fire Blast that it just bullies a lot of offlane heroes away. Underlord is not the best at that, but he's got a lot of HP, right? He's building bracers, so he's going to be mostly okay. And of course, you can drag waves, you can clear waves out. You don't have to really like address the wave as much as some others because again, Firestorm does a nice job of clearing those waves out, even if you're not going to be showing right there. So it's not a bad pick. And again, your Pipe Greaves builder. There are very few games where building Pipe Crimson is a bad idea.
Yeah, I definitely like it, but Ember Enjoyers, they are thinking quite hard on what they want to do to abuse this Underlord. Now, it could be a Muerta 1. Muerta Ogre is very, very strong into potentially pressuring an Underlord. It's also, I mean, it's a pretty good Muerta carry game in general, to be honest. Nothing really bothers you. For Dazzle, Shadow Demon is obnoxious, but not particularly difficult to deal with. Could be an okay game for something like that. They could also maybe just go your typical Life Stealer, something along the lines of that. Here that's going to build a BKB or have a naturally built-in BKB. Could be rather useful. Pick of the litter, really. I mean, yeah, you could obviously go and do any kind of offlaner here as well. A Centaur to run over the Dazzle, run away from Shadow Demon. Anything of the sorts. Pick of the litter for Ember Enjoyers, but they're really, really thinking on it, Bayo.
Yeah, really not a lot of time. 21 seconds remaining here. I am surprised they are taking so long. Phoenix is a great pick. You do not have... no one kills this egg. Dragonite kind of can, but percentage HP damage is very nice. You can just run away from the... I really like this Phoenix pick.
I think it's rather interesting. They can put it as a support and put this Muerta as carry. I think is very reasonable. As you mentioned, really not easy to hit the egg. I don't think it's necessarily the best that they're overloading so hard on magical damage against the Underlord. I also don't see Phoenix as a hero that does... I mean, Phoenix is quite annoyed by Underlord as a whole. So I don't think it's a perfect pick, but yeah, it's quite good against these supports. It pairs nicely with Ember across the game. Quite annoying for Dragonite that attack speed slow. So I think the Phoenix is perfectly fine here. No notes on there. As with limited time, they have to get their last pick and straight into a Tusk. So I'm a little... I suppose this is just an offlane Phoenix then, which is a little fun. And an immediate pick on Ttgame into the Dusa here. Interestingly, it won't be played by Muzan as it was yesterday. So they've opted to give Muzan that mid Dragonite to deal with the Ember in theory in lane. It's a pretty... I mean, it is a pretty good Dusa game, although Dusa isn't necessarily the strongest hero into Muerta in terms of just not being able to hit them. Should be fine into the Phoenix. No percentage damage via that Sunray as the game moves on. I mean, I overall, I think both drafts are perfectly fine. They went a little bit different directions than I had necessarily expected. I didn't expect this to be an offlane Phoenix. That being said, I don't know. I personally just feel like both these teams have decent odds here. Probably based on what we saw last game, I prefer Ember Enjoys a little bit, giving Robo-Z that Ember Spirit this game. But at least this time around, I feel like they have a much, much more coherent draft on Ttgame to actually kind of fight back at least, punch a little bit back.
Yeah, I think so. I think this Dusa is going to be, if you get to the ultimate late game, I was going to say it's going to be kind of the problem, but man, Muerta scales really well. You get to level 3 ultimate, you're piercing the veil, you plus 2 seconds, you're level 20, and it doesn't matter that Medusa has 12,000 effective HP or whatever it is, when you start to get those high levels of mana shield, you're just putting out so much damage that it doesn't really matter. Now, the downside, of course, is this Medusa butterfly timing that I think we're going to see. You like the attack speed versus the egg to take that down. And, they don't have a ton of damage to punch through the butterfly. Yeah, you got some Ignite and Ember Spirit, Slay to Fist, but even though, there's mischance on that one. And that butterfly timing, I think that is probably going to be the scariest point for this Medusa lineup when they just can't really get through her.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty decent Dusa game, all things considered, for sure. I do like the the potential of the butterfly. We did see yesterday Ttgame go towards the Medusa, so they definitely have some concept of how to play it. All things considered, yeah, just a fine draft. I suppose one thing that kind of sucks for Medusa is that you won't really benefit from the auras that Underlord builds, and that extra armor that you get from Dazzle, the extra healing you get from Dazzle, not necessarily particularly beneficial for the hero. I think that should be made up for in the fact that, again, not very much damage to punch through the shield outside of Muerta. It's going to be a lot on instance this game. If they can have a really strong lane with this Ogre Muerta, maybe if 9 can make some early rotations that top side, then I could definitely see this being troublesome. But otherwise, I do like Ttgame's draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly. I mean, offlane has we got a bit of a pause once again. Offlane Phoenix is a lot of damage. Now, it doesn't necessarily scale into things in the same way, but you get fire spirits, like you get to level 3 on this Phoenix, you pair it together. Tusk doesn't really add a ton, but this Phoenix can get, or this Medusa can kind of get bullied when you're at low levels of mana shield, like 4 stacks of fire spirits pairing up, like stacking up against each other. This is still a lane that the Medusa can have a very rough time in, which is not necessarily something you think of because you're not necessarily going to get clicked by these heroes, but just the fire spirit spam, the Icarus dive spam, it could be an issue for this Medusa.
Yeah, it could be annoying. I mean, it's also not like, I mean, particularly Dazzle definitely doesn't love laning into Phoenix on that position 5. Once you do get to the 2 points of fire spirits, it's really hard to keep up your poison touch. Have a little bit of damage to come on top of you. Not the best trading potential for this bot side. Also, again, Medusa, Dazzle, not the most synergistic between the two. Can't abuse that early Shadow Wave healing. It's too much, then push out the waves. So should expect this Phoenix to do some decent things in the early game. It is definitely a question of how much this Phoenix will struggle moving forward in the game. Especially you likely won't be building the Vessel on Phoenix, so you're going to have a little bit of a different build path. And some of these offlane Phoenix might have, presuming, of course, that Rowozi will buy the Vessel for himself. Could just be a straight Shivas. I don't mind that at all. Would make it really difficult to kill the egg. You could get to an early Shivas.
It's a bit unfortunate that Radiance is no longer AoE evasion. Otherwise, like, yeah, Radiant Shivas feels, I mean, pretty good on the bird. And Radiance is still good, but you miss out on the power of, again, that mass AoE mischance that can be really so impactful otherwise. So we're going to have to see. For now, though, you know, mid lane, you said this is something that should go the Dragon Knight's way as things start to develop. Certainly, as you start to get 2 or 3 points in Breathe Fire. And, well, we talked about damage bottom lane. Phoenix does a lot. And looks like Dazzle went a little bit too deep onto this Phoenix. And now Las Bonitas con Las Bonitas. 1 kill to his name as he starts to try to go and scale into this is, you know, Phoenix with levels and Phoenix with gold. We talked about that level 3 timing. Anything you can do to get closer to that point is, it's very scary now for Ttgame.
Yeah, I mean, the Dying Light is just so stronger than. I'm a little bit surprised that Dr. Strangelove ended up in the position that he did, but a Blood Grenade, I believe, plus the tag team adds a lot of potential damage. It's a nice little start for the Phoenix. Going to be able to punish this Dazzle early, make this lane potentially even harder than it already was shaping out to be. Topside did lose the Courier for Innocence, and so far CS is not going the greatest. Probably the biggest annoyance. But now they're going to hit that level 2 and 3 timing, and oh yeah, they're just going to go straight into Fool.
Yeah,
there's the Ogre impact.
Buys some time, but the dead shot's very nice, and Fool is just, he should just die here. Now, actually, wait a minute, Nero, lots of stacks here. Menace stacks going like mad, and he's playing a ring around the rosy. His pocket's full of Posey. Innocence will be able to get dead shot again, but he's 5 stacks, 6 stacks of Menace. Looking for a little bit more. Do we have the range?
Bot side.
Trying to go, and oh yeah, they did get Deuce bot side. Trying to go and cut the corner here, but Innocence.
I don't know why he leveled Disseminate. I feel like he could have just killed Innocence with Shadow Poison. He leveled up and then took Disseminate while he was chasing. A little bit interesting.
I mean, Disseminate is good, especially with this Underlord that's going to be pretty tanky, but yeah, no, I'm with you. Shadow Poison and Innocence just dies. Maybe it's like, you know what? A kill is less impactful than having more kind of turnaround potential a little bit later, especially with this Ogre that's going back to lane with a full set of damage. And just chaos. I don't know. But as it stands, this is a Shadow Demon that is, he's benefiting from his nonsense.
Yeah, rather knowing that straight away timing on the level 2 from the Ogre. They get the Lotus as well. Bot side Dusa did die, by the way, notably as well, as they will soon hit that level 3 timing. Although 9, funny enough, levels up to level 3 before the Phoenix.
Yeah, a little surprising on that one, actually, because I want to say it was Las Bonitas. Yeah, no, okay, 9. No, Las Bonitas did get the kill. So I guess 9 has been around creeps, maybe slightly more than Las Bonitas has for somehow. Maybe soak something from a pull camp. I don't know, but regardless, they're now level 3. Both of them only 2 points skilled for the Tusk, but tag team plus shards already scary. And now 2 points in Fire Spirits. The damage goes up significantly. Doubles from 20 to 40, more attack speed slow, and you just become very sad, especially the cooldown now goes down as well. So it's always up as full top side. Gonna get dove once again, but there's an opportunity now. Here comes the disruption. Looking maybe some more mana stacks, and Nero with disseminate. Never mind, Shadow Demon is wait. Not gonna be quite enough. Nero gets low, but this is still a very scary lane, even as the bottom side. Dr. Strangelove, he will fall in trade for the Tusk.
Not the worst trade, but it does leave Dusa incredibly low. Almost got him down here. It's a bloodbath in the first 4 minutes here, Bayo, as hard to keep track of all these kills. The surprising thing is, one of the least bloody lanes is this mid side, as actually rotating into Muzan. No stop for the time being, and really nice TP by 9.
Yeah, that's going to work out very nicely. RoboZ gets the kill, and we talked about how this was supposed to be a lane that was good for the Dragon Knight even before that rotation. 32 for 3 versus 28 for 3. Not that big of a difference, but again, this is a lane that was supposed to be good for the Dragon Knight. So the fact that Ember is any way, shape, or form ahead off the CS is really good news for the Ember enjoyers.
Yeah. Didn't get quite the lead, I think, off the first couple levels that you really need to on Dragon Knight. And now, RoboZ does have that level 3 Flame Guard, Dr. Strangelove as well. Another death for him.
And just
Dog Iron or not, he is a victim.
And bottom side, this is just Dusa can't join this, right? He's no stick charges. I don't think he has any mangoes. Sitting here on 121 mana, so it's just Dr. Strangelove is out of position at all. And the damage that this Tusk and this Phoenix provide is just, he can't stay alive. And his core, this is not a PA, Rojo. This is not some decent early fighting. This is not a Clinks. Some decent early fighting as Shadow Demon has to run here. Nero looks for the Fire Blast, punches him down under tower. And I do like these Ogre builds, right? You just get a lot of mana and you buy boots. And you just run at the position 4. And with this just advanced timing they have, there's really not a lot they can do about it.
No, not particularly, as RoboZ will also pick up a first rune for himself, which is a regen. It's a D-ward in the mid side as well. Bot side, another bit of aggressiveness. I just keep not expecting there to be kills down here, and that is absolutely my fault, as this lane is just being brutal. 9 finding some really good angles for the shards. Level 5 between the two of them. Diving forward, is kind of alone.
Yeah, he's not level 6. That's the problems now. Disruption tries to buy us some time. Snowball does as well, but Dr. Strangelove is going to drag them under the tower. Importantly, though, the Poison Touch has now timed out, and Las Bonitas is going to be just barely fine. Mystic Snake not going to get that kill. So they dive, they force rotations, they kill off this Medusa, and the Phoenix, well, he's running back. Is he maybe going to look for some stacks? He's going to go stack the camps as he goes. And here's the big deal. I'm actually kind of surprised they're going to go give the Wisdom to Tusk. I think it would have been very good to get this Phoenix 6 early, but instead, well, Wisdom fight other side. This time Nero is overstepping himself.
He's on.
Yeah, Innocent's not level 6 just yet, so no way to keep himself safe for the time being. That disruption, yep, that's going to kill him off. So a little bit too big for their britches there. There's Muerta and Ogre having a great lane, but diving that far deep to double shrine him, a little bit too much, Rojo.
Definitely too much. Nice rotation by Muzan. He needs to help, at least in the small ways that he can, as there's going to be a point in this game where RoboZ gets a little active. He's about 300 gold from that vessel. He did go the max Flame Guard as he did in the previous game. once you start getting those moves around the map from OBZ, it is going to be a little bit more scary. They threw away a tiny bit of the lead they've been building up in this top side, as Innocence actually really is not that high in net worth on the Muerta. That being said, Pierce the Veil. They do a lot of damage here.
It does a really good job into this Underlord. It's less damage, less physical damage, but Pierce the Veil just adds a bunch of magic damage on top of your right click. So Underlord not particularly great into ranged heroes in general, because if they can go and once they get the Dragonlance, they can sometimes outrange her Atrophy Aura, and that's a problem. Las Bonitas, Con Las Bonitas getting dove on top of just a little bit, trying to get that, there we go, trying to get up to level 6. And now he wants to turn, but they're going to be able to run just far enough away from the egg that this first egg not going to net any, I don't think any kills, but maybe the skill resets are not going to do quite enough here.
Yeah, not necessarily the best usage of the first egg, but still perfectly fine. Did get some decent resources committed here, as it's about all you can expect from Las Bonitas as he solo lanes in this outside here onto mid lane a little bit. Nero, level 6, well, level 5, which means level 6 here for learning curve. Does some decent damage to Mizan, otherwise a stalemate in the mid lane. Big deal here is that kill onto the Underlord did give the stacks over to RoboZ 2 Vessel charges to play with. This could be a really disgusting timing here, as, I mean, he's getting this Vessel into the Dazzle. Mind you, Dr. Strangelove is level 4 right now. Imagine that. Imagine how you must feel playing as a Dazzle here as on the bot side.
Ooh, Gorge's Grasp does land. There's the Disseminate as well, but you can just dive on out of there. It's not a big deal. And out in the mid lane, Muzan with the Vessel. Yeah, this is not a hero that lives. And now Dr. Strangelove completes the TV. That's not something. He does have Burrowed. He does have Shallow Grave. Doesn't really matter, but does have it. And again, that's not the TP you're looking for. Now there's Medusa left all alone. No mana. Very little, but Las Bonitas, going Las Bonitas, almost takes a tower shot. But GamerLegion does help him out a little bit, though, and he's still looking for this. Egg's going to be up in 19 seconds. But
yeah, he can't actually get this kill. I mean, assuming that nobody comes over. I think he's a little too scared of that potential rotation.
Oh,
but he's going to just dive
him.
for it, as Medusa has no mana to actually clap back. Not really any
No,
damage to be done. Thankfully got enough to TP out. Nice little move. They were all collapsing. So that TP out is very important. This game is going to spiral a little bit out of tempo control here. 4-13 with these supports, not too much XP on them. Mizan's also interesting to going for an armlet here. First item on the Dragonite. Not... I mean, I like armlet on Dragonite, but in this game it scares me a little bit.
Yeah, that is kind of the standard, even DK mid build at this point. You kind of go Armlet Blink. That's something that Maureen started to do. But yeah, this game, man, an Orchid is really valuable into the Ember
Spirit. You're facing into so much damage over time and a Vessel.
Yeah,
it scares me about the Armlet. We'll get the tower at least.
They will get that, as now Medusa has to run back because RoboZ sends his Remnant forward. Would love to get on top of this Medusa. Hey, there's a Tusk here. That sounds like fun.
That is
Look
a great
at this egg. They can't. Wait, can they kill
they
it?
Kill
no.
It.
Yes, they absolutely can, but even still, Medusa very low on mana. Muzan, he's in a... Yeah, that's not going to work out. Shallow Grave, not enough.
Oh.
RoboZ very low, though. And Medusa will go down to 9. There we go. RoboZ still low, but not low enough. Maybe Poison Touch damage. He's going to try to TP right on out of here, but it's not going to be enough. And now the stun. Well, yeah, the Phoenix did die, but you're right. The damage that egg did on top of everyone disrupting the fight, more than enough as they take 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, Fool, he had TP, I'm assuming, and he never showed up for this, but he also is level 9 without his ulti. I think if he just had his ulti, he would have been able to come over there and probably could have collected that Ember kill. Really just... I can't quite believe that Fool stayed in the top side there. Does finally have his ulti leveled, so he can show up to things, but man, could have really used his help there. Fortunately for Ttgame, as not even taking good damage on Muzan. Should be fine, but it doesn't really feel great there. You're committing your level 5 Dazzle still at 12 minutes, and this Shadow Demon, who finally has ulti, just kind of sitting behind Muzan. At least now he's finished this armlet. But again, the value of the armlet in this game is not, I just don't find it particularly high. It's also the armor is not really useful at all. Chasing into mostly mad damage. Really would have liked to just see a blink and then probably an orchid or just a straight BKB.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mind it like a Mage Slayer, going back to like old school DK build into all this magic damage. That actually probably feels pretty good. But again, he's just going the armlet, very cookie cutter standard DK build. It is a lot of physical damage that you can pump in. Yeah, that is, this Dragonite late game is not as strong as he once was, but early is still pretty good. He didn't lose a lot of damage off the level 1 ult. It just level 2 and level 3 is when it really starts to fall off. And now we're going to try to go on top once again. Good shards. Here comes the Phoenix. Now he does have an egg. And you're going to try to see if that's going to go for that one. Is a good hex from the Novel Projection. But yeah, no, this is a problem. Looking for the root. There's going to be the egg keeping him alive. Muzan under the tier 4s will fall, and they have no way, zero chance to deal with the egg this time. 3 more dead, and the tier 1 tower as well. Look at that. Top side too. Taxi right back to the top side, straight back to farming for innocence. Says thank you very much, Underlord.
Leave Fool a tip, if you will. I think that was a nice little gesture of him. And the one, I mean, he shows up this time to the fight mid. Not really able to amount to anything, I think. made the wrong call both times, unfortunately for him. He shows up, or he doesn't show up mid when he should. Shows up mid when he shouldn't. Rather punishing for an Underlord, as he really needs to hit these timings. And he even went for an early Vanguard, which I also fundamentally disagree with a little bit on this Underlord. I mean, that's a lot of gold that he has put into this item that's really not going to help him much for this. I mean, it's really just not going to help him much, to be honest.
I was going to say, like, if your pipe is incredibly valued this game, I agree. And yeah, the Vanguard's nice. It prevents you from being clicked down too much in lane by the Muerta or something, and it helps you farm a little bit. You're not going to take any damage from creeps, but yeah, the pipe is what matters. There's almost no physical damage in this. I guess you got Slay to Fist, and maybe Muerta without a Pierce the Veil, but that is really just about it. Getting this pipe, getting like a 14-minute pipe or something would do so much for them in this game instead of, well, it's like I got a Vanguard and I got a Ring of Tarask maybe, and you know, I have this
it's
cloak.
A hodgepodge for sure. And I mean, even for Fool as well. Let's get the deny at least. I mean, I could definitely, I mean, there's still Greaves, there's Atos that you can build into early. So do you look on to Fool? Not able to kill him yet. There's Muzan as well mid.
Yeah, that's the problem. Muzan continues to try to run away here. Nero not quite in range for the stun. Certainly Disseminate, or sorry, Demonic Purge is going to slow him down enough, and he's going to get out of here. But now they're going to find Muzan once again. He's invis. He's got that rune. Unfortunately, under some vision there. So RoboZ not quite going to be successful in his fishing attempt. But even still, Muzan just continuously forced back to base. And this Dragonite is a hero that theoretically farms really well. There's not going to be enough. As you talked about this Medusa, by the way, no Manta, and that's insane considering the value of Manta this game. Just going straight Maelstrom as they're going to go on top of the Shadow Demon. Nothing for him to do. Does have a shallow grave, and the egg actually, egg's going to fall down here. That's very, very awkward for RoboZ on top of this Medusa. Anyways, Maelstrom is not going to be enough damage. I think he would be, they're going to be able to go get him. Muzan will fall. Deucin now tries to run. Shards are actually a bit of a grief, but RoboZ, he's still got Slay to Fist. He's going to be able to go get on top of him. Pops a Vessel. Vessel doesn't really do enough. And now Tuskai's under tower. This Medusa he's a liver. Even with the amp damage, it is a bit of a liver here. They're like, okay, there's a ward there. Got to make sure that goes down, but we are seeing some of the downsides of this draft, this percentage HP draft into a Medusa. Medusa doesn't have a lot of HP. Vessel, Sunray, neither of them are going to do anything to this Medusa.
Yeah, I'm not sure that will be relevant as we move forward with Innocence having a Mjolnir already finished and halfway to the Dragonlance. So it's a nice little bit of efficacy here for the Medusa, but otherwise still struggling. And this is going to be big timing as well. I do love myself some Phoenix. I played actually probably a surprising amount of Phoenix in my day. I used to love mid Phoenix, one of my more kind of niche picks, as they will get the Tusk here for 9. Once you do...
Nice try on the shards. Are they going to get him? I think he's just
walking?
out of here. Phase boots in one. He's going to be able to just run away. And yeah, they don't even get the tusk. That's unfortunate. Trying to go commit Fiend's. It's funny. Generally, Fiend's Gate is like, I'm going to go join the fight. This time it was team come to me. We'll kill the tusk. And that just, they don't kill the tusk. So a little bit wasted there on that cooldown.
Las Bonitas, though, does have level 2 Supernova plus the Shivas. So now, if you were killing the egg before, I don't think it's happening again. The Dormant Searing Signet plus the Brawny enchantment here as well. Yeah, he's feeling very, very strong on Las Bonitas. Very reasonably as well, too. Nothing to do into this Phoenix.
Oh, God. This Medusa. You know, it's funny. We talked about how he's going to go get taken down. It's like, it's wild that he hasn't gone for Manta. And I guess it makes sense because you have to, as the house is going to fall down as well.
They called it.
I don't blame him. It's a Medusa with, I think, Dragonlance Maelstrom. No Manta, no way to purge any of this nonsense. And this is not a game Medusa was ever going to come back up. So, Ember Enjoyers. Now they have a ticket tomorrow. They have the dubious honor, Rojo. They're going to run into GamerLegion in the lower bracket finals tomorrow. They looked great into Ttgame, but GamerLegion is a bit of a different story, Rojo. You've done what it takes to move on to the final day, but that final day, it's a doozy.
Yeah, it's not going to be nearly the same kind of level of competition today. That being said, they showed, I think, a lot more coherence than they did in the first day. I think Ember Enjoyers, they kind of figured out, I think, a bit more of their flow, a bit more of the draft that they like. Unfortunate for Ttgame, I think, unfortunately, they weren't able to really figure out what they wanted to do with their drafts or in-game particularly as much. So they do drop out of the lower bracket here, drop out of the closed qualifiers. But they still made it to the closed qualifiers, so congrats to them. And as you said, for Ember Enjoyers, you got to look forward to Goliath tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, and look, in game one, they did have moments. They looked good. I really do feel like it was the draft that let them down even more so than their play. They drafted themselves into a corner, and it does feel like they did that game number 2 as well. You have this Dusa, you don't have the strongest lane. Mid lane, unfortunately, went the way of the Ember Spirit, despite that's supposed to be a good matchup for the Dragon Knight. And you know, top side, you're an Underlord. You're kind of reliant on your team to have a lot of damage. They just had no playmaking. Like, that's the big problem. Medusa takes a while. Underlord wants to enable the team fight, wants to enable his team to do damage. Doesn't really do a lot of damage by himself. Well, they had no damage, so bit of a problem.
Yeah, it was a tough set of games for Ttgame, but of course, you know, we have some. We had at least relatively closer series today, Bayo. So, all things considered, for them, I think this is still a decent improvement over what we saw yesterday in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I think so. I think certainly that upper bracket series was a lot of fun, and big upsets there. Rottweilas take the 2-0, not 2-0, take the 2-1 over GamerLegion. We'll get there, as they are now waiting in the grand finals. Up to 8 games tomorrow. Only one team can go qualify into ESL One Birmingham. Will it be Rottweilas waiting there in the grand finals? Will GamerLegion get their mojo back on, go win both qualifiers of these last 2 weeks? Or will we see a surprise run from Ember Enjoyers? I don't know, but we're going to find out tomorrow. For now, we are done here today. All the games are over. Go take a snack, get a drink, go enjoy the Southeast Asian qualifiers getting kicked off in a couple hours. And we'll see you tomorrow.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your
Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light. Ember in your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light. Ember in your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired. But really we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light. Your body I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light. Ember in your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light. Ember in your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin
isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Earth is suffering, trouble is right.